Deep underground, blazing rivers of magma cascaded down like waterfalls, illuminating a corner of the pitch-black cavern. Amidst that fiery hellscape, Haruka bolted forward like a fired arrow, his crimson eyes burning with pure bloodlust. His status window displayed an impossible reality. Haruka was an S-rank adventurer with maxed-out combat stats. He slaughtered his way through a massive horde of monsters, tearing apart everything from one-eyed demons to the most savage beasts. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, roaring red lightning cloaking the weapon as he prepared a lethal finisher. Haruka let out a vicious roar, unleashing a devastating and decisive slash. A streak of sword aura ripped through the air, cleaving the monster horde in half and sending out a terrifying shockwave. For a split second, he stood in dead silence amidst the carnage, radiating a sovereign aura that completely swallowed the darkness. But the enemies kept swarming in, this time led by a colossal black dragon and a squad of overpowered cyclopes. Realizing things were going south, Haruka immediately ordered his party to back him up. Behind him, the elven unknown blue companion flashed a confident smirk, ready to drop her ultimate skill. A massive water dragon was summoned, spiraling with bone-crushing pressure to wipe out every obstacle in its path. The elf girl casually waved her hand, turning the enemy's assault into a total joke against her divine power. Haruka shot her a quick thanks before charging back into the fray, his body crackling with authoritative red lightning. The system blared non-stop warnings about high-tier monsters dropping in from above. Without missing a beat, he swung his blade and lobbed off a vicious demon's head in a single breath. The red warning flashed again as hostiles closed in on his right, but a familiar voice suddenly called out his name. It was Himawari, the paladin radiant in her white and gold armor, stepping in just in time to block the strike for her comrade. Her heavy greatsword clashed violently with the monster's weapon, sending a shower of sparks flying everywhere. Himawari shot him a look of pure resolve, declaring she'd handle this trash so Haruka could push forward. Haruka gave a firm nod, locking all his focus onto the target dead ahead. The whole squad stood shoulder to shoulder, facing down the colossal black dragon whose roars shook the very heavens. A fleeting look of contemplation washed over Haruka's face, as if this epic battlefield was just a distant, fading memory. Himawari's silhouette began to blur and fade, leaving behind a suffocating silence that swallowed the entire space. His absolute admiration for her was the sole reason he ever chose to become an adventurer in the first place. The place he lived in was called Dungeon Town, a booming city built entirely around the business of conquering labyrinths. He was constantly surrounded by adventurers, people who had turned this life-or-death gamble into a mainstream career. They dived headfirst into abyssal dungeons, places constantly crawling with lethal traps and bloodthirsty monsters. From exterminating beasts to keep the town safe, to scavenging and trading ultra-rare drops for mountains of gold coins. Even mapping out the floors in extreme detail to help the next guys was considered a crucial gig. They all grinded tirelessly, holding on to the pipe dream that one day they'd conquer every last dungeon. The ranking system from C up to S was the ultimate measuring stick for an adventurer's success. Filthy wealth and absolute fame were no longer delusions if you could claw your way to the top of the leaderboards. And this was the first floor of the dungeon, the starting line for every journey. A lone figure trudged across the barren, cracked earth of the labyrinth, looking absolutely nothing like an S-rank hero. The young man stared at his status window with a dead-eyed, completely exhausted expression. The harsh reality hit him in the face. Even though Haruka Namaki had hit level 100, his adventurer rank was hard stuck at a pathetic D. He gritted his teeth, painfully aware that a high level meant jack shit if his base stats were absolute garbage. In this world, if you didn't rack up insane achievements, ranking up was nothing but a pipe dream. Both his attack and defense stats were hovering at a trash tier D, paired with a unique skill everyone considered completely useless: measurement and calculation. Haruka let out a heavy, dragging sigh, totally out of the headspace to regret how things turned out. He dropped to one knee on the dry dungeon floor, his determined gaze locked onto the two virtual screens floating beside him, taking a deep breath to psyche himself up for the job. Pressing his palm against the cracked earth, Haruka activated his unique skill, sending a soothing blue light seeping into the stone crevices to scan for data. A fan-shaped wave of energy swept forward, accompanied by a system ping confirming a scan in progress within a 30-meter radius. Every ounce of data regarding the terrain and ground structure was rapidly analyzed and laid out in extreme detail on the holographic boards. Haruka scrutinized the specs, spotting a few zones with unstable structural integrity, but with his experience, he knew this level of damage was manageable. Disarming traps or patching up brittle floors on the lower levels was widely looked down upon as grunt work that high rankers wouldn't even spit at. Ignoring the whispering and trash talk from the bystanders, Haruka kept his head down and worked, believing his grind would definitely help someone out there. For a split second, his mind drifted back to the past, back to the slum district of Dungeon Town bleeding under a crimson sunset. The image of a young, ragged Haruka sobbing and wiping his tears with his arm flashed by, a heartbreaking sight as his shoulders shook from unwanted tragedies. He looked up at the person across from him with red, teary eyes, choking on his words as he asked why they would willingly help a lowly street rat like him. A young Himawari walked past carrying a bag, leaving behind her slender silhouette and signature short hair under the afternoon sun. She turned back to look at him with a smile as radiant as the morning sun, brushing off his negative thoughts that helping him was pointless. Resting a long staff on her shoulder, Himawari gently explained that when you lend a hand to someone struggling today, the scenery you get to see tomorrow will definitely be more beautiful and brighter than ever before. The memory of those deep blue eyes and that smile remained the absolute greatest driving force, keeping Haruka on his feet until now. Snapping back to reality, he stared off into the distance with a sad smile, wondering if the brilliantly shining Himawari of today would still accept a pathetic loser like him. Heavy footsteps echoed against the stone floor behind him, violently yanking Haruka out of his endless thoughts. Shinji strutted in looking sharp but reeking of arrogance, flanked by two young women clinging intimately to his sides. He threw his arms wide with a mocking tone, deliberately emphasizing the title Legendary Level 100 that everyone was gossiping about. The girl next to Shinji squinted at Haruka, openly doubting the identity of this guy who supposedly had max level but looked weak as hell. Instantly, Haruka's status window popped up as hard proof, level 100, but only a D-rank adventurer. Shinji smugly flashed his own status board, proudly displaying an overpowered A-rank adventurer despite only being level 45. His female companion burst into mocking laughter, ruthlessly calling Haruka a useless piece of trash compared to her own B-rank status. Haruka endured it in silence, his eyes squeezed shut to hide the bitter resentment boiling inside him from this public humiliation. He tried to clap back calmly, suggesting that if Shinji was so damn good, he should join the Orochi subjugation squad to prove his actual worth. That proposal was like a splash of ice water to Shinji's face, wiping away his smirk and exposing a vicious glare as his purple eyes flashed with chilling bloodlust. "Gravity bind!" Shinji roared, casting a spell that slammed dark purple energy circles down, pinning Haruka's entire body to the ground. The crushing pressure hit him before he could even react, smashing his face into the stone floor as fresh blood started seeping through his teeth. Shinji stepped closer with an incredibly overbearing look, berating Haruka as a pathetic worm who dared to talk back to him. He glared down, ordering Haruka to drop the buddy-buddy act and to never consider him an old friend again. Shinji's purple eyes bulged with rage, declaring that looking at Haruka's current wretched state made him want to puke. Pinned down so hard he couldn't twitch, Haruka agonized as Shinji mocked that his level 100 was nothing but an empty, hollow joke. Haruka's hand clenched tightly onto the sharp rubble on the dungeon floor, blood dripping from his palm mixing with the dirt. Shinji kept running his mouth, sneering that normally a level 100 would be casually tossing around advanced or even supreme-tier magic. Haruka bit his lip and took it, bitterly admitting to himself that his actual capabilities were hard-capped at intermediate tier, utterly unable to progress. All around him, countless level-up notifications popped up back-to-back like a cruel, mocking joke against his harsh reality. Despite reaching the absolute peak of leveling, Haruka felt completely trapped in a cage called Level 100, with zero way out. In his darkest despair, the brilliantly shining image of Himawari flashed in his mind as the single, solitary goal he was still striving for. He questioned why constantly leveling up hadn't granted him even a shred of practical, usable combat power. Haruka's face was caked in blood and grit, his eyes burning with deep resentment toward the absolute injustice of his fate. Shinji burst out laughing at the pathetic sight, his hand flaring up with a triumphant blast of purple mana. He used his magic to levitate Haruka into the air, continuing to spit venom about what the person he admired so much would think seeing him this screwed. Shinji flashed a sinister grin, his hand engulfed in blazing purple energy, sneering about how damn annoying it was that Himawari still gave a shit about a loser like Haruka. Shinji's purple eyes sparked with murderous intent, his face completely twisted by jealousy and rage. He swiftly snatched the item hanging around Haruka's neck, completely ignoring the guy's desperate, helpless struggling. Haruka was shoved to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he screamed in agony, begging Shinji to give back that priceless item. Shinji held up the battered, faded blue amulet, dangling it in front of him with pure contempt, immediately guessing it was a gift from Haruka's precious idol. He stared at the charm, mocking it as a security blanket for the weak, his eyes practically dripping with disdain as he asked why Haruka still kept this useless trash. A close-up of the amulet revealed clumsy, patched-up stitches, proving Haruka had cherished and repaired it countless times. Out of nowhere, Shinji brought the amulet to his mouth, biting down hard on it while flashing a deeply provocative grin. Haruka was absolutely paralyzed by Shinji's psychotic behavior, his eyes blown wide in pure shock. Tears of absolute frustration streamed down Haruka's face as he listened to Shinji declare that he wouldn't be needing this piece of junk anymore. The amulet was ruthlessly tossed onto the dry, rocky ground without a second thought. Shinji stomped his boot hard onto the keepsake, violently grinding it under his heel as if wanting to crush the very last shred of Haruka's hope. "Shiji!" Haruka shrieked his enemy's name in blind, explosive fury, his face a mess of tears and grime. Shinji maintained his casual, bored demeanor, using his magic to casually hoist Haruka's body back into the air like a broken ragdoll. Facing each other in the dungeon's gloom, Shinji kept ridiculing Haruka's pointless, pathetic struggles to get acknowledged. Shinji's smile turned more sadistic than ever as he suggested it was high time for Haruka to just give up and get erased from this world. Haruka dangled precariously over a bottomless abyss, sheer terror flooding his eyes as he looked down into the pitch-black void. Shinji thrust his hand forward, concentrating his purple mana for the killing blow while Haruka screamed out in utter despair. He leaned in close to Haruka's face, whispering about the Adventurer Guild's rules, how a death inside the dungeon would never, ever be investigated. Looking down from above, the abyss looked like a massive, gaping maw ready to swallow Haruka whole, as Shinji assured him his corpse would never be found. Shinji began scripting the perfect alibi, a heroic tragedy where Haruka sacrificed himself to save him from a monster plummeting off the cliff. He held up the small bag, plotting to hand it over to Himawari as the last memento of her dearly departed childhood friend. Shinji's eyes betrayed a filthy, lustful gleam as he imagined the scene of himself holding a devastated, grieving Himawari in his arms. He practically acted out the scene of comforting her with sweet, fake promises, while his dirty hands secretly usurped Haruka's place. "I'll fucking kill you," Haruka hissed through gritted teeth, his blood-soaked face radiating pure murderous intent even while hanging by a thread. Shinji coldly barked at him to shut the hell up, simultaneously cranking his gravity bind magic to its absolute maximum output. A monstrous crushing force slammed into Haruka, violently smashing him against the jagged rocks jutting from the cliffside as he howled in agony. Shinji spread his arms wide, smugly flaunting the overwhelming power of the supreme magic surging around his body. He opened his palm, commanding the gravity to crush Haruka until he was flattened into a dried-up husk. Waves of purple energy relentlessly pounded Haruka, violently driving him deeper into the splintering rock face. A massive explosion echoed out as the ground beneath Haruka completely caved in under the sheer, terrifying pressure of Shinji's spell. The surrounding earth shattered into thousands of pieces, the entire landscape getting pulverized by Shinji's overwhelming mana. The girl next to Shinji panicked, warning him that the entire sector was starting to collapse from the extreme impact. Haruka lay paralyzed in the rubble, a trail of fresh blood leaking onto the stone as a gigantic fissure ripped open right beneath him. Shinji threw his head back and laughed maniacally, declaring that he'd take real good care of Himawari in Haruka's place. Haruka's face was smeared with blood and tears, his eyes burning with absolute, uncompromising hatred as he heard those filthy words. In his fatting consciousness, the image of Himawari turning her back and walking away into the brilliant light felt like a brutally cruel farewell. Haruka screamed internally, begging this nightmarish reality to just stop as his body began to free fall into the void. Shinji waved a mocking goodbye with a victor's smirk, a purple magic circle still blazing intensely on his fingertip. "You bastard! God damn it!" Haruka's final, venomous curses dissolved into the darkness as the abyss swallowed him whole. A catastrophic collision caused the entire stone structure to completely collapse, dragging Haruka's body down into the deepest bowels of the earth. Shinji stared down the pit with freezing, dead eyes and a deeply satisfied grin, convinced the thorn in his side had finally been ripped out. Haruka's face was painted in his own blood as he plummeted into the absolute dark, his eyes swimming in despair mixed with sheer, vindictive rage over the ruthless betrayal. On the very brink of death, thoughts of Himawari flooded his mind. He aggressively craved the power to obliterate Shinji and stop that worst-case scenario. "I wanted to get stronger, but it's too damn late." Haruka's final thoughts slowly sank into the dead silence of the abyss. Suddenly, blazing blue system windows materialized in midair, auto-triggering the measurement and calculation skill and flashing a brutal 100% fatality prediction upon impact. Haruka's body free-fell through a mysterious blue glow radiating from the depths, surrounded by falling debris acting as tombstones for the collapsed ceiling above. A drop of blood streaked across Haruka's glazing eyes just as a digital interface scanned his retinas, initiating a bizarre, unprecedented analysis protocol. Haruka vaguely wondered why the hell this trash-tier skill decided to auto-activate right now, flashing back to the day he got it, a skill utterly useless for combat. Tumbling upside down into the endless void, Haruka choked on his own bitter helplessness, painfully accepting his own pathetic weakness as he watched everything get ripped away. System command lines started going completely haywire, confirming the absolute death of Haruka Namaki, while in the dark, a radical evolution of his unique skill initiated a total status reset. A massive pop-up announcing a god-tier influx of experience points lit up the system board, sending Haruka Namaki's levels skyrocketing completely out of control. Haruka lay motionless on the freezing ground, his hand still reaching out for the crushed amulet, while magical interface fragments floated above him, signaling a literal respawn from the dead. Haruka Namaki's eyes suddenly snapped open from the abyss of unconsciousness. He bolted upright with a blood-curdling scream, gasping for air like a man who had literally just crawled out of hell. Haruka slumped onto the freezing stone floor, his entire body trembling violently from the sheer trauma of that impossible drop. Drenched in a cold sweat, he whipped his head around in pure panic, wondering what kind of godforsaken hellhole he had landed in. Staring up at the pitch-black shaft extending endlessly into the ceiling, Haruka was hit with the sickening realization that he had actually plummeted from all the way up there. He buried his face in his hands, his breath catching in his throat, completely unable to process the fact that he was still breathing. His final memories rushed back in a violent flood, the moment he was blasted into the void, free-falling into the pitch black. And that bastard Shinji's smug, sickening grin as he pulled off the ultimate betrayal, sending him to his death without batting a single eye. Haruka ground his teeth, slamming his fist into the dirt with raw, explosive frustration, the dry thud echoing through the dead silence. He screamed that piece of shit Shinji's name in pure, unfiltered rage. He'd swallowed the disrespect for years, but this crossed every fucking line. Through the haze of anger, Haruka's eyes abruptly locked onto something lying just a few feet away. He scrambled over and snatched it up, It was the blue amulet Himawari had given him, the one single thread of hope he had left. Clutching the charm tightly, a sickening wave of anxiety hit him as he pictured Himawari still standing next to that manipulative snake, Shinji. He bit his lip hard until it bled, totally overwhelmed by the suffocating helplessness of being too damn weak to do anything to protect her. The massive, incredibly oppressive stone chamber seemed to swallow Haruka's isolated silhouette. He took a deep, jagged breath, desperately trying to force down the primal fear wrapping like a vice around his chest. He mentally slapped himself, knowing he couldn't afford to just sit there and rot. Priority number one was figuring a way out of this damn dungeon. But hold on a second. He suddenly realized something was seriously off about his own body. He checked his arms and legs, finding absolutely zero scratches or pain. Haruka instantly pulled up his status window to get a grip on reality. The second the text rendered, he froze dead in his tracks, his jaw hitting the floor as words failed him. His attack and defense stats had spiked into the hundreds, but it was the line reading death count, one that sent a literal chill down his spine. But the biggest mindfuck was the level. The number 101 was glaring right back at him, utterly shattering the level cap he'd believed in his whole life. Haruka furiously scratched his head. He'd been hard stuck at 100 for an eternity, so why the hell was everything suddenly flipping upside down? While completely zoned out staring at his status board, he was totally blind to the monster silently creeping up behind him. The dungeon lizard lunged for the kill, shooting out a vile, slimy tongue fully intending to swallow him whole in a split second. But a flash of purple light intercepted the strike, sending a geyser of monster blood erupting into the air. Haruka reacted with lightning speed, diving forward to grab the sword discarded on the stone floor. The sharp, metallic sheeting of the blade being drawn echoed with a chilling, authoritative finality throughout the cavern. The fear was completely scrubbed from his eyes, replaced by an intensely cold, hyper-focused deadliness. With one effortlessly fluid, brutal arc, Haruka completely decapitated the beast mid-lunge. The monster's body was cleanly severed, painting the rock wall crimson as a testament to his newly awakened, completely busted physical specs. Haruka stared at the gory aftermath, genuinely shell-shocked by how terrifyingly fast and light his own body had become. The monster's severed claws sank deep into the pool of dark red blood, spreading across the freezing stone. His body felt weightless, the sword acting like an exact extension of his arm, until a sudden, blinding jolt of pain hit him. Haruka grabbed his arm as the blade began violently vibrating with wild, unstable purple energy. Right on cue, an ear-splitting roar physically shook the entire cavern, signaling that something monumentally screwed up was incoming. He immediately started calculating. If this was floor 2, the mob would be a kobold. But if a dire wolf showed up, odds were he got dumped straight down to floor 3 or even deeper. A blinding flash from a point-blank explosion lit up the dark, exposing Haruka's utterly stunned expression. A massive wave of extreme thermal energy blew away everything in its path, forcing him to plant his feet and brace for impact. A gigantic, terrifying paw crushed the stone slab, radiating a suffocating aura of death that made the air feel incredibly thick. Standing right in front of Haruka was a rabid, two-headed Orthros, boasting a pitch-black coat and entirely engulfed in roaring red flames. Haruka Namaki instantly clocked the beast. He was completely floored because even veteran B-rank hunters had been slaughtered by this exact monster. The Orthros snarled, the intense heat radiating from its fiery body turning the space into an oven, while a mocking, sadistic laugh seemed to echo from nowhere. Dripping with sweat, Haruka internally cursed out this god-forsaken dungeon that Shinji threw him into just to tie up loose ends. The mental image of Shinji sleazily flirting with other girls pissed him off, but thinking about Himawari made his chest physically ache with rage and dread. He stared down at his blood-stained hands, the metallic taste of that bitter betrayal still lingering on his tongue. "I will never forgive anyone who dares lay a finger on what's important to me," Haruka swore to himself, his eyes locked in dead-set resolve. He flashed back to the blue amulet, the priceless keepsake from Himawari, being discarded like absolute trash on the dirt. Seeing that brutal boot crush the charm right in front of him, Haruka made a blood oath that Shinji wouldn't walk away from this breathing. The thought of Shinji smugly standing shoulder to shoulder with Himawari felt like a physical slap to Haruka's pride. Haruka's gaze turned razor-sharp, his resolve hardening into steel. That's exactly why I have to survive this, no matter what it takes. The Orthros bared its fangs and flexed its claws, its killing intent and fiery maw totally locked onto the tiny intruder standing in its way. Without wasting a single millisecond, Haruka manually popped his body enhancement skill to prep for the bloodbath. Blue lightning immediately cloaked his body as system pings spammed his vision, confirming massive buffs to his defense and elemental resistance. If these numbers weren't just a glitch, Haruka was dead certain he had the firepower to go toe-to-toe with this behemoth. He channeled raw power into his legs, launching himself like an electrified missile straight at the massive target. Haruka vaulted high into the air, narrowly dodging the blistering stream of fire blasted from the beast's mouth while letting out a battle-crazed roar. From behind an ancient stone pillar, a mysterious demon girl silently watched the showdown, her eyes gleaming with cryptic amusement. She observed in dead silence, eager to see exactly what this anomaly of a leveled-up human could pull off when pushed to the absolute brink. Cut to the bustling, modern city streets above, where a short-haired girl was rushing through the dense crowd. She abruptly froze mid-step, sensing some kind of fateful, invisible connection vibrating through the very air. Himawari spun around, anxiously scanning the sea of faces, her expression laced with worry as she searched for a familiar silhouette. Looking up at the city's endless blue sky, she subconsciously whispered her old friend's name, Haruka. Back in the dungeon, a cataclysmic fire blast detonated the exact second Haruka's body enhancement hit its absolute peak output. Even though he was swallowed by the flames, his juiced-up fire resistance allowed him to grit his teeth, tank the damage, and keep pushing forward. Haruka quickly glanced at his status board. Level 101, and the doubled stats definitely weren't just the final hallucinations of a dying man. Knowing damn well that raw muscle wouldn't be enough to bulldoze through this inferno, he aggressively popped his measurement and calculation skill. A system countdown timer materialized, pulling up a holographic tactical visor right over Haruka's eyes to run real-time combat analytics. He wondered if he originally hit level 100 out of pure grind, guts, or just sheer stubbornness, as the beast unleashed another savage wave of fire. 10 seconds in, Haruka's boots dug deep into the rock as he stood his ground amidst a literal sea of blazing embers. Even with his gear getting scorched to hell by the heat, Haruka bit down hard on his pain, absolutely determined to prove he could butcher a superior enemy. The colossal monster's reflection burned in his eyes. Haruka knew he'd spent way more time intensely studying monster attack patterns than anybody else out there. 20 seconds in, a massive database of different monster species, complete with their unique habits and behavioral tells, flooded his brain. 30 seconds down, the two-headed Orthros roared furiously, spamming its deadliest bites and maximum output fire blasts to try and erase him. Haruka knew perfectly well he couldn't just unga-bunga his way to victory in a heavily skewed deathmatch like this. Got you? His eyes flared as the system highlighted a fatal, glaring blind spot right in the beast's attack trajectory. Haruka white-knuckled his sword hilt, the blue lightning violently humming as he readied a single, all-or-nothing strike. A razor-sharp sword arc painted the air, cleanly slicing right through the Orthros's rampage in a fraction of a second. At exactly 36 seconds, the massive beast violently crashed into the stone, a pool of blood rapidly expanding around its corpse. Haruka let out a massive breath, his face nicked up but sporting a clear, victorious grin. Did I really just pull that off? He rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Going 35 seconds in the meat grinder with that stubborn freak had totally drained his stamina. He finally realized that measurement and calculation was actually a god-tier utility skill for micromanaging timers and stamina mid-fight. Standing over his kill, Haruka silently thanked his lucky stars that those doubled stats and body enhancement had saved his ass at the buzzer. Suddenly, the Orthros's eyes flared with rabid hostility, the blistering heat from its breath instantly turning the air back into a suffocating furnace. The massive monstrosity violently lunged back up with its remaining head, roaring and using its colossal frame to completely overwhelm him. But Haruka stood his ground, sword ready for the ultimate counter. The terrifying mug of the Orthros, packed with matted fur and eyes screaming absolute murder, locked dead onto its target. Haruka gripped the hilt so hard his veins popped, channeling every single ounce of his power into one fatal, armor-piercing thrust. The blade punched straight up through the beast's jaw, blasting a geyser of bright red blood everywhere as the Orthros stalled out in agony, its rage dying the second its brain was pierced. Smear of blood on his face, Haruka gritted his teeth aggressively as he followed through with the execution, his eyes screaming a primal will to live. The system board chimed, confirming the complete and total annihilation of the target. Haruka collapsed onto the freezing dungeon floor, gasping for air next to the giant carcass. The level-up prompt flashed on screen for Haruka Namiki, who was lying flat on his back, face covered in gore, thinking that even a split-second screw-up would have cost him his life. Right then, a brand new skill pinged its activation, while Haruka was still trying to mentally recover from that brutal deathmatch. He stared blankly at the system window, utterly confused about what the hell this new ability actually did. It was the insight skill, which basically let the user pull up the true name and data of any target they looked at. Looking over at the dead beast, Haruka wondered why a basic bitch skill that most adventurers get on day one was only dropping for him right now. Sitting next to the massive corpse of the Orthros, Juvenile, he tiredly asked himself why the system had seemingly ghosted him for so long. Well, better late than never. Haruka decided to take it for a test drive immediately. He reached up and tapped the virtual screen, manually booting up the insight skill. Pressing his hand against the monster's stiff fur, Haruka figured that with his current specs, he'd only barely managed to scrape by against this thing. The mental image of Shinji making moves on Himawari flashed in his head. The paranoid fear that Shinji had already fed her the lie about his death made his blood boil. Haruka furiously tapped the holographic interface, mentally kicking his own ass to get up and find an exit ASAP. Out of nowhere, a sharp spike of pain shot up his arm, giving him severe deja vu from earlier and making him physically flinch. The search results loaded. True name Orthros Juvenile, a literal pup. Haruka completely froze when he read the juvenile tag in parentheses. His pupils dilated in pure horror as the absolutely terrifying reality of the situation crashed down on him. If this giant freak was just the baby, then the pissed-off mother was 100% prowling nearby, which was a catastrophic problem. He broke into a dead sprint, his heavy, ragged breathing echoing loudly off the walls of the pitch-black cavern. Haruka did the math. If these things were spawning here, he was definitely wandering around on the 5th floor of the labyrinth. Dead ahead lay a massive, cavernous grotto, featuring an eerie, deep blue underground river that practically screamed danger. He hauled ass along the water's edge, praying that following the current downstream would spit him out in a safe zone. But hiding in the absolute dark, a pair of glowing red, murderous eyes was quietly tracking his every single move. Haruka slammed on the brakes, physically feeling a sickeningly thick killing intent radiating from right around the corner. With blue aura flickering around him, he realized he was being hunted down by something incredibly lethal. Haruka kicked it into high gear, cursing his luck as things rapidly went from bad to worse. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed right beneath his boot. He had just stepped on a trigger plate. A lethal barrage of iron spears rained down from the ceiling, forcing Haruka to execute a desperate dive roll to avoid getting skewered. He ground his teeth in pure frustration, completely blindsided by ending up in this absolute nightmare scenario. Hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to forcefully pop his measurement and calculation skill again. The system instantly drew up predictive flight paths for the incoming projectiles, making Haruka's eyes glow with a piercing blue light. He drew his blade, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp parries to violently deflect every single arrow gunning for his head. Without stopping to breathe, he sheathed the sword and kept sprinting like a maniac to dodge the incoming second wave. Then a glaring red warning flashed. A high-tier monster was closing in at breakneck speed, leaving Haruka totally dumbfounded. In a fraction of a second, his measurement and calculation skill forcefully evolved into divine insight, triggering a massive, explosive surge of energy. The system tagged the target as a top-tier fire attribute beast and immediately ran a compatibility check for Haruka's odds in this fight. The required EXP to hit the next level was listed at a staggering 1.5 million points, an absurd number that left him completely speechless. The measurement timer was locked at 3 minutes, and the system began actively tracking his combat rating. A massive data dump flooded his brain, making Haruka severely dizzy as he clutched his head, completely lost on what was happening to him. Sensing the imminent threat practically breathing down his neck, he violently whipped his head around. Bursting out of the shadows, the colossal adult Orthro's mother revealed itself, both heads snarling viciously while wreathed in raging blue hellfire. The beast gathered a sickening amount of energy, prepping to unleash an absolute nuke of an attack from both of its razor-filled maws. It vomited a gigantic pillar of blue flame that swept across the grotto, completely incinerating everything in its path. Haruka desperately threw his body out of the way, the violently aggressive blue fire missing his skin by literal millimeters. The blast was so overwhelmingly massive that Haruka just hurled himself straight into the underground river to dodge it. Haruka Namiki barely dodged a literal death bite. The system flashed a successful evasion pop-up, and his combat rating score started racking up. In that do-or-die split second, he popped insight to pull the enemy's data, his glowing blue eyes totally locked onto the monstrosity. The readout gave him chills, Orthro's adult. Just as he figured, the pup came with an insanely rabid mother. The two-headed freak shrieked like a maniac, its blue fire flaring up to the ceiling, while the system pinged that using skills also boosted his combat rating. The adult Orthro's mother blitzed him like a blue ghost, snapping its jaws to bite Haruka in half, but he perfectly combat rolled to the side. Haruka gritted his teeth, sweat completely drenching his face as the notification popped again, confirming he'd narrowly slipped past another fatal blow. Another perfect dodge, another massive chunk of bonus points. Haruka scrambled to keep his distance from the violently thrashing giant. He was panting heavily, his heart hammering against his ribs from the insane stress, knowing if he didn't pull a strategy out of his ass soon, he'd be ripped to shreds. Beside him, the rating panels kept aggressively pinging, beep beep, leaving Haruka totally clueless as to why the UI was actively spamming him during a boss fight. The monster growled right in his face, its bloodlust making the air so dense he could barely breathe. Haruka knew his current stats meant he had exactly zero chance to physically overpower this juggernaut. Pale as a ghost, Haruka's brain was in overdrive trying to find an exit strategy, desperately asking himself what the hell he was supposed to do to not die right here. Right then, the system dinged. The 3-minute mark had passed, synchronized perfectly with an earth-shattering roar from the boss. A new alert popped up. Target time reached, rating score doubled, and the divine insight measurement phase was officially complete. A bunch of virtual screens cascaded over each other before stamping a giant, glorious rank A on the UI. Haruka rubbed his eyes, totally unable to believe his own score. The rewards for the clutch performance dropped instantly. A god-tier payout of 1.5 million EXP, an absolutely ridiculous flex of a number. The level-up aura completely engulfed Haruka, as the system announced he just jumped a massive 50 levels in a single heartbeat. Haruka stared blankly at his own glowing hands, his jaw practically unhinged from the shock, having zero clue what was actually happening to his body anymore. He hadn't even killed the damn Orthros yet, so this sudden, massive EXP dump felt incredibly glitchy, like the system was completely broken. But Haruka forcefully snapped himself out of it. This was no time to play tech support when there was a rabid boss right in front of him that needed to be put down. The adult Orthro's mother loomed over him like a blue volcano ready to erupt. Haruka dropped into a stance, ready to throw hands. Suddenly, a playful little giggle echoed directly inside Haruka's head. He physically jumped and looked around, but the room was empty. Emerging from the shadows, a mysterious demon girl with black wings and long blue hair materialized, using telepathy to mockingly tell him that butchering the pup was a massive screw-up. Now Mama is really pissed. Her voice echoed with dripping sarcasm, making Haruka grab his head, totally shocked by this random voice invading his mind. Inside his consciousness, the mysterious woman popped up with a highly suspicious smirk, casually showing off her pointed ears and pitch-black demon wings. Namaki Haruka was completely stunned, clutching his skull as this totally unknown female voice just started broadcasting straight into his brain. The mysterious woman sarcastically added that this was the price he had to pay, sounding thoroughly entertained by his screwed-up situation. Haruka snapped back, demanding to know who the hell was talking to him, but got nothing but an obnoxiously loud, condescending yawn in response. She casually mentioned she was getting sleepy and completely ghosted him, dropping a lazy good luck on her way out. He stood there like an idiot in the middle of the dungeon, totally baffled that someone could just hack into his brain that easily. But the adult Orthros wasn't going to let him AFK. It snarled, its eyes radiating a lethal, blazing blue aura. Haruka shoved the mindfuckery aside, drawing his blade and locking into a state of absolute, hyper-focused combat readiness. The two-headed freak started charging up a massive fire blast, ready to completely level everything in its way. The system suddenly pinged that Divine Insight had auto-rebooted and was actively recalculating the battle's combat rating. He stood frozen as the UI went into overdrive, breaking into a cold sweat over the gut feeling that something massive was about to drop. A surge of blue energy flared up around Haruka's eyes as the new skill finally hit 100% synchronization with his physical body. The dual-headed wolf vomited an incredibly potent beam of blue fire, and Haruka barely backstepped in time to dodge the lethal sweep. The insane heat practically gave him heatstroke. Even with body enhancement active, he absolutely couldn't tank this kind of thermal output. He glanced at his blade, knowing damn well that if he tried to unga-bunga in melee range, this trash-tier sword would melt into slag instantly. Haruka called an audible and switched to magic combat, a brilliantly glowing blue magic circle rendering right in the palm of his hand. A massive volume of water started gathering as he opted for the classic water beats fire elemental counter. He cast Hydro Pressure Cannon, detonating a hyperpressurized column of water straight from the center of the spell's circle. The water blast fired off like a literal artillery shell, tearing through the air and heading directly for the boss's face. Haruka was actually blown away by the terrifying destructive power this intermediate-tier magic was packing. The system kept aggressively pinging, constantly feeding him bonus points for tactical magic usage. From within the magic circle, a violently majestic water dragon manifested, baring its fangs and charging head-on. The water dragon slammed directly into the adult Orthros's blue flames, triggering an incredibly violent elemental clash of opposing energies. He screamed, pouring every last drop of his stamina into winning this do-or-die beam struggle. The dual-headed wolf shrieked in pure agony as it was physically crushed by the overwhelming hydrostatic pressure. Haruka didn't stop roaring, aggressively pushing the magic circle forward to crank the attack's output past its absolute limit. The strike completely shattered the boss's guard, resulting in a cataclysmic high-pressure water explosion. The adult Orthros got a massive hole blown straight through its chest, blood and water exploding all over the stone arena. A critical hit pop-up flashed, and his combat rating started going practically infinite. The beast's colossal frame collapsed onto the floor, generating a massively cinematic impact. He cautiously walked up to investigate, noticing the boss was actually still gasping for air despite the totally fatal wound. Its vitality was honestly disgusting. Its blue, fiery eyes were clouded over, but it was still trying to growl out its last breaths. He gripped his sword tight, blue lightning beginning to violently arc around the razor-sharp steel. Haruka vaulted into the air, bringing down an absolutely ruthless execution strike straight into the beast's skull. It's over. The system UI flashed the kill confirmation, and Divine Insight wrapped up its final analytics process. A massive wave of point notifications flooded the screen, from perfect dodges to the execution, everything maxing out the charts. The final grade was locked in at rank A, dropping an absolutely god-tier bounty of over 9 million EXP. Namaki Haruka's level skyrocketed by another 300 levels, simultaneously unlocking admin-level access to advanced magic for every single element. He looked down at the giant carcass, silently hyping himself up over this ridiculously insane underdog victory. Haruka dropped into a crouch, laughing at how he used to think measurement and calculation was the most garbage skill in the entire game. But now that it had mutated into divine insight, he realized just how incredibly wrong he'd been all along. The system UI glitched out before rendering the name of the new skill, officially marking Haruka's crossover into the realm of the truly overpowered. Namaki Haruka gritted his teeth, sweating bullets as he intensely focused on the rapidly shifting stats right in front of him. Divine Insight didn't just measure shit, it explicitly calculated the exact EXP needed for the fastest level-up route. The system was completely busted, even suggesting the most optimized monster farming routes to grind points. Combat ratings factored in level gaps and tactical execution, which directly multiplied the EXP payout after every fight. Staring at the 9 million EXP he just bagged from that rank clear, Haruka was totally mind-blown. He realized this was a literal god-tier cheat skill, considering how he used to sweat blood just to scrape together 10 levels. Turns out the only reason he was hard stuck at level 100 for an eternity was the astronomically insane EXP curve. If Divine Insight hadn't mapped it out, he'd have never known the hidden truth behind his own soft lock. Haruka stared at his palms, physically feeling the raw, surging power from that massive level spike. With Divine Insight shot calling, he was dead certain he was going to get absurdly stronger in record time. His eyes burned with absolute resolve, fists clenched tight as he actively plotted his revenge. Haruka swore that whatever it took, he'd get strong enough to completely shut down Yukimura Shinji's sick games. He panted heavily, his legs slightly shaky as he stood in the cratered ruins left behind from the high-stakes boss raid. Haruka dropped to his knees right in front of the adult Orthros, which lay totally dead in a massive pool of crimson blood. Despite the win, the sheer size difference still made anyone watching shiver at the ridiculous flex he just pulled off. He hung his head, his heavy breathing giving away the absolute burnout from dumping everything into that final execution. Still not enough, he thought, his craving for actual dominant power completely unsatisfied. Haruka fully accepted that he needed to hunt way more dangerous mobs to keep power leveling. The only objective right now was to break out of this pitch-black dungeon and get back to the surface, no matter the cost. The mental image of Shinji's smug, arrogant grin pissed him off all over again. He knew damn well his current specs still weren't enough to just casually stomp that bastard in a fair 1v1. Haruka stood back up, stepping away from the boss carcass with heavy, determined boots echoing on the freezing dungeon floor. Sweat dripping down his face, Haruka told himself he couldn't afford to AFK for even a single second if he wanted to live. I need to get stronger, that mantra looping like a cursed oath in his brain. Himawari's image popped up again, acting as the ultimate buff to keep Haruka grinding through this literal hell. Stronger, huh? He muttered to himself. Haruka pulled out the blue amulet, white-knuckling it just to ground himself amidst all the chaos. Himawari-san, he whispered, his chest tightening with heavy anxiety over his best friend's safety. He looked down in deep thought, knowing he had to completely master the Divine Insight skill immediately to find an exit. Every second he was soft-locked down here made him violently paranoid about what Shinji was pulling topside. Haruka let out a furious scream, raising his fist like he was declaring war on his own garbage destiny. He swore on his life that the day he returned, he'd make Shinji pay in blood for every single thing he'd done. Lurking in the dungeon's abyss, the mysterious woman rested her chin on her hand, watching with an incredibly amused smirk. "Oh my Tilda," she mocked, clearly hyping up this little prey's rebellious attitude. Suddenly, a colossal geyser of water violently erupted, completely ripping apart the dungeon's dead silence and blowing everything away. Emerging from the glowing water, an imposing water dragon materialized, glaring at Haruka with lethally glowing red eyes. An authoritative voice boomed, completely baffled that some nobody dared use her own power to butcher her little puppy. Haruka shivered, a physically crushing aura slamming into his shoulders as he came face to face with this literal mythic-tier raid boss. The water dragon bared its fangs and flexed its claws, its bloody eyes drilling into Haruka like it was ready to swallow him raw. She announced she was finally wide awake from her long nap, and it was entirely thanks to the teenage boy standing right there. Hard cut to the surface world, where an emergency news broadcast was currently playing on a tablet sitting on a wooden desk. Takebana Himawari completely froze in her kitchen, dropping her coffee cup as the horrific news hit her ears. The anchor reported that D-rank explorer Namaki Haruka was confirmed dead inside the dungeon early this morning. She stood entirely paralyzed, all the color draining from her face as she stared blankly at the TV screen delivering the tragic update. "Haruka, kun," Himawari whispered helplessly, her brain flat out, refusing to process what she just heard. The mug shattered into pieces on the floor, coffee spilling everywhere like a metaphor for her completely broken heart. According to the guy who reported it, Shinji, Haruka's body was heavily mangled, leaving only a single bag as a recoverable memento. Himawari collapsed to her knees to clean up the mess, tears of pure agony rapidly streaming down her face. She deeply regretted not stopping him from becoming an explorer, only to be slapped with this brutally tragic ending. The doorbell aggressively chimed, cutting straight through her emotional breakdown. Himawari quickly wiped her tears, her heart still physically aching from the fatal news. She walked over to the intercom monitor to see who the hell was visiting her apartment during such a highly sensitive time. Checking the security feed, Himawari was completely stunned to see Yukimura Shinji casually standing right outside her front door. He waved at the camera with an incredibly fake, friendly smile, introducing himself and casually mentioning it had been a hot minute since they last saw each other. Himawari's face immediately showed max-level suspicion and confusion. She literally couldn't comprehend why this guy was showing up exactly when the news of Haruka's death had just dropped. Standing outside, Shinji played the awkward guy perfectly, scratching his head on camera to farm sympathy points. He claimed he didn't really want to come all the way out here, but he had super important business regarding Haruka, so he had to intrude. The second he held up Haruka's black bag to the camera, Himawari instantly recognized her best friend's gear. Her eyes lit up with a fragile, desperate hope, dropping her guard entirely to the malicious creep waiting on the other side. "Hold on, I'm opening the door right now," Himawari yelled out, desperate to just hold the very last piece of Haruka she had left. The exact millisecond she turned her back, Shinji's expression aggressively warped, exposing a completely psychotic, spine-chilling grin. He internally gloated that his manipulative gaslighting was going flawlessly now that the thorn in his side was permanently deleted. The mechanical click of the deadbolt echoed dryly, finally opening up the apartment door to the intruder. Himawari stood in the doorway looking incredibly anxious with red, teary eyes, staring unblinkingly at the item in Shinji's hand, totally oblivious to the absolute danger right in front of her. Shinji flashed a pitch-black smile, his dead, cold eyes staring a hole straight through the vulnerable girl. "Well then, that's great," he muttered cryptically, totally prepping the stage for his sadistic act. He casually strolled into her house like he owned the place, while Himawari was still drowning in her grief, her situational awareness completely at zero. Without any warning, Shinji instantly cast a vile, dark magic spell called Charm point-blank at Himawari. A sickly purple aura violently erupted from his hand, ready to hijack the girl's brain and willpower entirely. Himawari's eyes instantly glossed over into a dead, lifeless purple the second she was hit. Her jaw dropped in shock, but it was way too late. Her entire body locked up as Shinji's mind control magic fully hacked her brain. Takebana Himawari completely collapsed onto the floor, her body violently trembling under Yukimura Shinji's highly calculated, predatory stare. Meanwhile, he just casually stood by the door, dangling Haruka's bag like a literal prop to mentally break her. Shinji flashed a bright, sickeningly fake smile, his eyes practically screaming victory as he watched his twisted plot unfold perfectly. He mocked her with fake sympathy, looking like he was absolutely thriving on watching this strong-willed girl get crushed by trauma. He bent down, reaching his gold-ringed hand out to her like he was going to comfort her, but the gesture just made the scene 100x more disgusting. Himawari could only let out a helpless groan, feeling her stamina being drained to zero by some invisible force. Himawari's eyes were now entirely glowing purple, a dead giveaway that Shinji's magic had 100% hijacked her consciousness. She desperately tried to scream his name in horror, but her physical body completely stopped taking orders from her brain. Shinji gently grabbed Himawari's chin, aggressively forcing her to look dead into his malicious purple eyes. The dim lighting in the room just massively amplified his psycho-villain aura as he slowly took total admin control over his prey. He let out a highly sarcastic oops, looking down at her totally spaced-out face, feeling absolutely zero remorse for his scumbag behavior. The contrast between Himawari's beautiful, tortured expression and Shinji's smug-ass grin was just straight-up cursed. A top-down shot made the room feel incredibly claustrophobic as Shinji stood over Himawari's paralyzed body. He dropped a super condescending remark, admitting that a veteran explorer who cleared floor 12 obviously had better mental resist than normal people, but it still wasn't enough to block his hack. He yanked Haruka's bag out, waving it right in her face like a brutal reminder of the massive L she just took. Every single move he made was dripping with pure cruelty, giving exactly zero fucks about the literal hell she was going through. Shinji kept aggressively rubbing salt in her wounds, bringing up Haruka's death with a completely joking, disrespectful tone. Himawari could only pant heavily, her purple eyes glaring at him with maxed-out hatred, but she literally couldn't even move a finger. She was finally waking up to the actual garbage personality of the guy she thought she knew. But it was way too late. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she fought a losing mental battle to regain control of her own body from the magic's hardlock. Shinji let out a fake sigh, acting all smug about having to put in extra effort because his charm, skill didn't just casually one-shot someone with iron willpower like her. He stood there, arms crossed, completely high on the feeling of totally cornering his opponent. He flashed an incredibly cocky smirk, stating as a fact that now that she was stuck in this state, dealing with her would be absolute child's play. His glowing purple eyes were a mirror for pure malice and bottomless greed, with zero intention of hiding it. Himawari lay paralyzed on the cold floor, her brain constantly screaming, "Why did things end up like this?" The purple aura chaining her down acted like a literal prison cell, completely deleting any chance of breaking free. Shinji stepped even closer, his shadow totally blacking out the last bit of dim light in the room, making the vibe incredibly suffocating. He dropped a highly provocative question about why he chose exactly this moment to strike, hinting at a way more twisted master plan. Shinji's boot aggressively stomped the floor inches from Himawari's face, creating an insanely heavy psychological pressure. He asked her a cold, calculated question, attempting to permanently shatter any leftover faith she had in justice or friendship. Yukimura Shinji's villain origin story started in the shadows. He'd been stalking his childhood friend from a distance for a really long time. In his eyes, Namaki Haruka was just an incredibly weak, ridiculously naive loser. Flashbacks triggered, showing them back in their trainee days grinding together. Shinji always kept his poker face while Haruka was out there acting like a dumb, righteous shounen protagonist. Shinji absolutely refused to accept that a trash-tier guy like Haruka could ever secure his own happy ending. He felt like he was being totally left behind, completely consumed by toxic jealousy. Seeing Haruka's insanely bright smile while holding a small gift made the hate in Shinji's heart multiply exponentially. He lurked in the background like a creep, just waiting for the perfect opening to utterly ruin that happiness. To Shinji, Haruka's very existence was a massive thorn in his side that he absolutely refused to let grow. He stroked his chin, flashing a deeply manipulative smirk behind his best bro disguise. He wanted Haruka to suffer infinitely more, to completely hit rock bottom in pure despair. He wouldn't stop until his old buddy was 100% broken, both physically and mentally. Cutting back to the present, Shinji clutched his face and laughed like an absolute maniac right in Takebana Himawari's living room. He brutally announced that Haruka was officially permanently deleted from the server. Himawari was completely mind-blown by the psychotic nature of the guy she once trusted. Her eyes welled up with tears and absolute fury as she yelled at him, asking if he was out of his damn mind. Shinji's eyes instantly went dead cold, completely dropping his fake nice act. He stared down at the violently shaking girl right at his feet. He reached his hand out toward Himawari, and an intensely creepy purple energy started flooding the room. Himawari panicked as she felt her mental resistance dropping straight to zero. Shinji smirked like a total winner as he watched his prey step right into the trap. He absolutely wasn't going to just stop at dropping a few edgy threats. Instantly, he popped the gravity bind skill, locking Himawari down with an incredibly busted gravitational pressure. Glowing purple magic circles flared up, physically crushing her against the floor. He watched Himawari totally fail to fight back, sarcastically shrugging off being called human trash. Shinji casually declared that he was completely sane. It was just the rest of the world that was pathetic. He took a step forward, his hand radiating an even denser purple aura. Shinji told Himawari to act like the high-tier, beautiful A-rank adventurer she was, and not to ruin her aesthetic by spitting insults. Shinji leaned right into her face, his purple eyes burning with absolute psychotic energy. He whispered that even in the afterlife, Haruka was going to feel his heart literally get ripped out. Himawari violently ground her teeth trying to push back against the crushing weight, sweat dripping down her face. She literally couldn't process why he was holding onto this much insane, toxic hatred for Haruka. Shinji got totally bored of her questioning and decided to just crank the abuse to max. His stare was as cold as ice, completely void of any humanity. He spammed another skill, Super Gravity Table, to permanently delete Himawari's hope. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, a massive water dragon abruptly breached the surface of the water right in front of Haruka. Haruka was absolutely paralyzed by the mythic presence of this beast. He instantly dropped into a combat stance, trying not to mentally crack under the insane water pressure flooding the zone. He immediately manually triggered his insight skill to scan the boss, but a glaring yellow error prompt popped up on his UI. The system completely failed to rip any data from this thing. Haruka was utterly shell-shocked that his busted system couldn't even process the dragon's stats. He realized this boss was on a completely different dimensional tier than anything he'd ever fought. A highly suspicious female voice echoed from the dark, actively mocking humanity's bad habit of always trying to expose their opponent's secrets. A fraction of the mysterious woman's body materialized, looking incredibly provocative. The colossal water dragon glared down at Haruka like he was just an annoying bug. It casually mentioned it had upgraded its firewalls after the little stunt he pulled earlier. Haruka was totally tripped out seeing a dragon casually speaking human language. He took a step back, mentally trying to figure out if this thing had wiped other adventuring parties before him. A talking water dragon was way above Haruka's pay grade. He white-knuckled his blade, knowing he absolutely needed more intel if he wanted to find a way to not die here. The dragon tilted its head, acting super confused by the human's dead silence. It sarcastically pointed out that humans usually never shut up, so why was he acting like a mute now? It kept happily running its mouth, nodding that totally monologuing to itself really ruined its whole intimidating raid boss aesthetic. Its massive, razor-filled jaw cracked open as it laughed. Even though they were about to throw down, Haruka had to admit the beast looked incredibly majestic in the dungeon's moody lighting. But that epic vibe was instantly ruined by how much of a chatterbox it was. Haruka couldn't hide how incredibly done he was with this boss's yapping. He bluntly dropped a comment that honestly, this dragon was just a massive gossip. Haruka's trash talk actually made the dragon buffer for a second before it completely lost its shit. It roared at him, demanding to know if he was seriously trying to mock a mythic tier being like itself. The dragon let out a heavy sigh, cold mist shooting from its nostrils as it snapped back into full-on boss mode. It stated that Haruka clearly hadn't realized how completely screwed he was yet. With its red eyes radiating pure killing intent, it aggressively swooped down right into Haruka's face, threatening to instantly delete his account right then and there. The water pressure in the room started violently spiraling. Emerging from the shadows, the mysterious woman revealed half her face with an insanely toxic grin. She warned Haruka not to get a big head just because he managed to put down a baby wolf. Not letting the trash talk shake him, Haruka popped body enhancement to massively buff his physical stats. Blue lightning aggressively wrapped around his arms as he prepped to launch a totally reckless counterattack. He caught on to the fact that even though it was a water dragon, the boss was currently grounded. This was arguably the only exploitable RNG gap he had in this completely doomed scenario. Haruka's gaze turned lethally sharp, 100% locked onto the target. He firmly believed he still had a microscopic chance to clutch this if he timed his iframe perfectly. The divine insight, UI, flashed back into his brain. Haruka knew the ultimate win condition right now was aggressively min-maxing this evolved skill. He swung his blade, generating a violently powerful energy vortex around himself. Haruka mentally noted that he literally had 0 frames left to waste here. A blazing red magic circle rendered in his hand, Haruka dumping his entire willpower into cranking his DPS. He was absolutely obsessed with getting wildly overpowered ASAP so he could go back and save Himawari. The fire violently erupted, completely swallowing Haruka's fist as he readied his ultimate fire element nuke. The absolute hatred for Shinji was the main buff forcing him to go all out. Haruka ripped his sword from its sheath, the blade practically melting under the extreme magic buffs. The crackling of the fire and the howling wind created an incredibly high-tension arena. Staring down the massive water dragon waiting for him, Haruka blitzed straight ahead. The do-or-die boss fight between a newly leveled player and a mythic beast officially went live. Haruka aggressively calculated his combo in his head. The strat was to use fire magic as a smokescreen, then drop the ultimate finisher. He was strictly aiming for the dragon's critical hitboxes. Just one pixel-perfect slash could completely flip the board. Haruka popped his ultimate, Extreme Fire Phoenix Dance, summoning a massive, roaring fire phoenix straight from his blade. The insane thermal output practically nuked the entire dungeon sector. His eyes were dead set, completely unfazed by the giant beast. He pushed all his chips into this one absolute nuke of an attack. The water dragon randomly flashed a highly suspicious, arrogant smirk. It flicked its long tongue out, entirely disrespecting the human's sweaty, desperate tryharding. Haruka just kept pouring all his MP into the skill, fire magic circles aggressively rendering back-to-back. Down below, the dragon literally just stood there watching with a try-me face. The fire phoenix shrieked, dive-bombing the target at absolute breakneck speed. This was literally the highest DPS Haruka could possibly output right now. Suddenly, Haruka completely froze as another magic circle rendered literally right above his head. He physically felt a completely alien energy aggressively overriding his skill. Deep in his mind, the mysterious woman, the actual true form of Arachi, flashed a highly toxic smirk. She looked incredibly entertained watching him completely waste his ultimate. "This is my domain," her voice echoed with absolute admin authority. The water dragon let out an ear-piercing roar, completely neutralizing every single drop of Haruka's fire magic. Haruka was absolutely shell-shocked, watching his ultimate get deleted like it was nothing. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized the completely broken level gap between them. A brilliantly glowing blue magic circle rendered, taking the badass shape of a dragon's head. She bluntly stated that the only reason he even managed to kill the baby wolf earlier was because she literally gave him the buffs. The water dragon closed the gap, its freezing breath hitting Haruka right in the face. She casually announced she had total admin access to his magic as a rental fee, so toggling his spells off was insanely easy. Haruka literally couldn't process what he just heard. The idea of another player having the admin rights to just turn off someone else's magic was a mechanic he'd never even heard of. The mysterious woman covered her mouth, laughing incredibly sarcastically. She acted totally surprised, asking if humans really were this clueless about the basic meta. The colossal dragon reared up, completely dominating Haruka's entire FOV. She casually dropped the term Destruction Tier Magic, a completely unreleased mechanic as far as he knew. Haruka questioned if the Destruction Tier was actually ranked higher than the Supreme Tier. The sword in his hand suddenly felt like it weighed a ton under this absolutely suffocating pressure. A magic scaling chart popped up, proving Mythic Tier was wedged right between Supreme and Destruction. She further roasted him, explaining that his current stats were basically dust compared to her build. Looking down from the top rope, Haruka looked like an absolute ant next to the mythic beast. She casually leaked that to even attempt to dispel her hacks, Haruka needed a bare minimum of mythic tier magic. Haruka was super paranoid about why she was basically giving him free tutorial tips, but she instantly shut it down, stating as a fact that with his current level, he was literally zero threat to her anyway. The mysterious woman's eyes suddenly went dead serious. She told Haruka that if he actually wanted to queue up for a real boss fight against the dragon, he absolutely needed to hit at least level 4,000. The dragon snarled, flashing its razor-sharp teeth like it was ready to swallow the rookie adventurer whole. "Level 4,000? Are you out of your damn mind?" Haruka yelled, completely mind-blown. That number completely shattered every single level cap he knew existed for humans. Without missing a beat, he instantly pulled up his status UI to double-check his own specs. He absolutely needed to know where he placed on this ridiculous new power-scaling ladder. The system board lit up blue, reflecting in Haruka's heavily stressed eyes. He was praying that the insane level boost he just got would give him at least a sliver of a chance. The stats rendered. Namiki Haruka was currently sitting at level 452. Even though he'd gotten wildly stronger compared to that 4,000 benchmark, he was still insanely underleveled. Glancing at the slaughtered Orthros corpses scattered around, Haruka did the math. Sure, he had the DPS to easily wipe high-tier elites, but the boss staring him down now was a completely different breed of broken. The water dragon narrowed its glowing red eyes at him, looking completely ready to feed. Haruka finally accepted that he was basically queued up against an actual, literal mythic legend with completely hacked stats. "Observe, think," Haruka ordered himself, forcefully trying to brain blast an escape route out of this absolutely doomed lobby. He narrowed his eyes, hyper-focusing on the boss's every idle animation. Sweat dripped down his face as Haruka started mentally connecting the lore drops. He was slowly piecing together the true identity of this ridiculously overpowered beast. "Don't tell me it's—" Haruka stared at the dragon, his voice dropping in pure disbelief. The water dragon didn't say a word, but its passive pressure aura was getting insanely heavier. Lore flashbacks of Orochi, the legendary multi-headed dragon boss that absolutely nuked the dungeon city a few years back, hit him. This was an ultimate-tier disaster, the literal boogeyman for every single adventurer. Orochi's raw stats and Fire AoE were completely untankable, casually team-wiping entire squads of A-rank adventurers. The city was basically a burning server when it went on a rampage. The Adventurer Guild literally had to organize an Orochi raid squad, party inviting only the absolute sweatiest, most elite players to deal with the server-wide threat. During that absolute bloodbath, Orochi's hitboxes and weak points were slowly data mined. Players literally threw away their lives just to buy humanity a 1% chance to clear the raid. Haruka locked eyes with the dragon and was 100% certain this was the actual Orochi. That realization made his heart redline, knowing he was standing right in front of a literal world-ending event. "With my current build, there is zero chance I can solo this. I need to glitch out of here immediately. Think, think, think." Haruka white-knuckled his blade, getting ready to tactical retreat. He decided to engage the dragon in dialogue to stall for time while aggressively plotting his next move in the background. The dragon just stood there looking bored, like it had already read his inputs. Haruka spoke up, asking why a completely broken mythic boss would even bother chatting with a low-level scrub like him. He tried to keep his voice completely deadpan so he wouldn't leak how terrified he was. "One simple reason, boredom," the dragon's voice echoed. She was genuinely curious how a squishy human somehow figured out how to leech off her admin powers. The water dragon lowered its massive head, its blazing red eyes looking dead into Haruka's. "The other reason is—" She purposefully left the sentence hanging on a cliffhanger. A brilliantly glowing blue magic circle suddenly started rendering on the floor right under Haruka's boots. The visual effects basically screamed that a massive cutscene or an instant kill mechanic was about to trigger. Haruka's eyes blew wide open in pure shock, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks as he stared at what just spawned. Out of the intensely glowing blue magic circle on the dungeon floor, a completely black, cryptic arm reached out. The woman was holding some weird item, dropping a completely authoritative order. "Tell me about this drop." Haruka took a step back, his hand still death-gripping the sword, but his brain was totally blue-screening. He couldn't process how the hell this boss managed to loot such a highly personal, bound item. His expression hardened, the panic from a second ago completely overwritten by heavily suppressed rage. He growled out, "Where the hell did you loot that?" The water dragon squinted its red eyes at him, looking totally unbothered. "At some human settlement. When I sent a few of my tails over to farm, one of them just randomly picked it up, she casually explained, like it was a completely trash-tier drop. Haruka heavily analyzed the word tails she just dropped. He realized the boss in front of him was literally just a proxy of Orochi's total server power, meaning there were other clones actively griefing somewhere else. The incredibly slender but obviously max DPS arm was just floating there in the middle of the magic circle. It was absolute proof that Orochi's main account was actually online, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The water dragon lowered its head, an incredibly sarcastic smirk rendering on its scaly face. She roasted Haruka's silence, guessing that he was probably totally clueless about the item in her hand anyway. Haruka's hands literally shook as he squeezed the sword hilt, the boss's passive aura making it insanely hard to breathe. He knew damn well the gap between his level and her 4,000 requirement was an impossible grind right now. But I still have this skill on cooldown, Haruka mentally hyped himself up, a single microscopic pixel of hope flashing in his eyes. He decided to go all in on his Divine Insight skill. Instantly, the system UI completely covered Haruka's vision with massive walls of target analysis data. The system was aggressively crunching the numbers to find the absolute most optimized frame data to get him out alive. A surge of blue lightning started aggressively charging up at Haruka's feet, throwing off violent electrical sparks. He told himself that if he could just exploit the hell out of this skill, he'd 100% secure an escape route. The system prompt warned that the optimized action required a god-tier cost of 25 million EXP. A blinding pillar of light erupted from nowhere, signaling a massive server-side update was incoming. The water dragon's red eyes suddenly blew wide open, physically detecting a massive spike in the player's aggro stats. It clearly didn't calculate that this squishy human could actually push back this hard. With an absolutely deafening roar, Haruka blitzed straight forward, his blade fully cloaked in blinding electric buffs. He dumped 100% of his stats and stamina into this one single, all-or-nothing thrust. Namaki Haruka screamed like a madman, his blade flashing with electric blue light as he unleashed an absolute frame-perfect slash that literally tore the air apart. This one hit carried every single ounce of EXP he'd ever grinded. A perfectly clean, critical cut. The monster's arm was completely severed, launching into the air alongside a massive geyser of red blood. Haruka stuck the landing perfectly, the magic circle violently glowing under his blade from the insane follow-through. The energy in the room was still completely unstable after that critical hit. Its severed arm hit the floor with a heavy thud, blood pooling everywhere. The system pinged the optimized result, target's right arm successfully destroyed. The tail's monster's jaw unhinged as it shrieked in absolute agony, the terrifying noise completely ripping through the dungeon's dead silence. Its aggro immediately maxed out after losing a limb. Haruka combat slided across the floor to reset his stance, the residual electric aura from his skill still wrapping around him like glowing blue chains. He kept his sword up, refusing to drop his guard for even a single frame. The Divine Insight skill immediately went on cooldown after dealing massive burst damage to a disaster-tier boss. That insanely sweaty combo just completely drained his MP. The bonus points for executing the optimized strat were dumped into his final payout. The total EXP gained was 25 million points, a completely broken, hacker-level number that would make anyone blue screen. The system UI started aggressively spamming numbers. Haruka's level violently skyrocketed from 452 straight up to 2200 in less than a second. He stared at the level-up prompt and literally froze, utterly unable to process the screen. Gaining that many levels off a single slash was just completely, ridiculously broken. The system pinged that he just unlocked a brand new skill called Ultimate Body Enhancement. This was 100% the carry item he needed to survive the absolutely cracked bosses waiting for him. He realized trusting the system's optimized route to sever the arm gave him an incredibly busted payout. But just knowing Orochi's main account was active still gave Haruka major chills. An absolutely freezing admin-tier voice echoed directly out of the bloody magic circle where the arm used to be. "Human, you've got some nerve." The psychological pressure in the room immediately hit maximum density. Tails started aggressively regenerating its HP and wound. Orochi's voice transmitted via telepathy, radiating max-level toxicity over getting ganked by such a low-tier player. Haruka white-knuckled his sword, yelling back that he didn't exactly have the time to sit around and AFK either. Every single muscle in his body was completely tense. His eyes narrowed, locked in with an absolutely unbreakable tryhard focus. He knew the server topside was basically on fire right now. The mental image of that absolute scumbag, Yukimura Shinji, flashing his toxic grin popped up again. Haruka knew he had to speedrun this boss so he could go up and permaban that guy. Haruka hyped himself up, remembering Takabana Himawari was a highly skilled A-rank player. Even if Shinji pulled some cheap gank, she definitely wouldn't just fold to a trash player like him. But Haruka's hands were literally shaking on the hilt, cold sweat practically pouring down his face. His gut was screaming that Himawari's HP bar was already in the red. The boss snarled, telling Haruka he was completely delusional if he thought it was just going to take the L after getting its arm chopped off. It swore on its life to absolutely punish that last attack. The visual of Orochi's true form rendered with a completely twisted, psychotic smile. She literally licked the blood off her lips and announced she was going to personally execute him. She ordered Tails to perma-stun Haruka and hold aggro until she physically spawned in. The beast roared like a maniac, causing a massive screen shake that made Haruka instinctively backstep. Tails unhinged its razor-filled jaw, charging up an incredibly dense, bright blue beam attack for a guaranteed one-shot. The sheer volume of mana literally started warping the graphics around it. Haruka perfectly iframe dodged backwards just as the lethal beam fired at him with completely broken projectile speed. The laser traced the floor, causing massive AoE explosions and kicking up heavy smoke. The passive pressure aura from this boss was so stupidly heavy he could barely manage his stamina. Even if this wasn't Orochi's main account, its stats were on a completely different hacked level. Its violently glowing red eyes locked onto him like an aimbot. Even with his massive level boost, Haruka seriously questioned if his current DPS check was enough to clear this raid. "Divine Insight," Haruka yelled, manually popping the skill again to find a glitch out of this absolute death trap. The sword in his hand immediately lit up with that glowing blue legendary aura. The system pinged a successful cast. It instantly went into overdrive, aggressively calculating the boss's stats and scanning for any exploitable weak points at max speed. Haruka's eyes glowed with a freezing blue light as the combat rating algorithm booted up. He was reading every single micro-movement the boss made. He dashed forward like a speed hacker, leaving ghost trails across the floor. His sword slashed wildly, generating razor-sharp waves that completely ripped through the boss's smoke screen. Haruka ground his teeth, forcefully popping body enhancement to stack buffs. The blue lightning wrapping his character model started violently sparking, totally prepped to land the final execution. A completely catastrophic, server-crashing explosion detonated the exact frame they collided. Dust, debris, and electric particles violently exploded across the entire zone. Haruka kicked off the ground and charged straight at the colossal monster with his sword drawn, dumping every single drop of his mana and stamina into this one, final all-or-nothing strike. He literally had no other options left. An insanely heavy impact violently shook him, his face twisting in pure agony. He had to flex every muscle in his body just to hold his ground against the monster's completely broken physical pressure. "God damn it!" he screamed in pure frustration, realizing this boss's raw stats were still way above his initial calculations. A brutal, sharp pain shot all the way up his sword arm. Haruka was violently launched into the air like a literal ragdoll by a thunderous strike. He almost dropped his sword completely as he was blasted backward. The monster's massive tail aggressively slammed into the dungeon floor, creating deep craters and a massive shockwave. It had exactly zero intentions of giving him even a single frame to breathe. Haruka was sent flying dozens of meters, his body violently crashing onto the rock-hard stone floor and kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the entire room. That hit did some serious, critical damage to his HP. He screamed in agony, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth from severe internal trauma. Haruka's entire body felt like it was falling apart after tanking Tails' absolute blitzkrieg of an attack. The massive impact created a shockwave that sent his sword flying through the air before it violently stabbed into the floor a short distance away. Smoke and dust were still billowing from where he crashed. The blade vibrated violently as it sank deep into the shattered stone tiles, surrounded by a massive spiderweb of cracks. The whole scene looked completely devastated and utterly hopeless. Haruka collapsed to his knees, gasping for air in pure agony right in front of the colossal boss, who was glaring down at him like it already won. It felt like a total dead end for the young adventurer. Namaki Haruka ground his teeth and tanked the pain, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He wondered what the hell that sharp pain earlier was that completely drained his stamina so fast. Right in front of him, the Tails monster was still looming, radiating an absolutely suffocating aura of death. Haruka knew he was in a ridiculously lethal situation if he didn't pull an escape strat out of his ass soon. Once again, the system started crunching the numbers for Haruka's optimized action path. This was literally his last sliver of hope to flip the board. A blue system prompt popped up for the ultimate body enhancement skill. He honestly questioned if this buff would actually be enough to solo that monstrosity. No more time to hesitate or get scared. Haruka's eyes flared with absolute, ironclad resolve. He knew he had to bet his entire life on this next strike. Ultimate body enhancement, Haruka roared, blinding red lightning violently wrapping around his character model like he was about to explode from a massive mana overload. The Tails monster bared its fangs defensively, its glowing red eyes locked dead onto the tiny human in front of it. It clearly felt the massive, sudden spike in Haruka's power level. Haruka's entire body burned like he was standing in a literal furnace, feeling like he was a second away from completely losing control. Thick red veins started visibly bulging on his face and neck. A violently powerful stomp completely shattered the floor tiles into 100 pieces. Haruka blitzed forward like a streak of red lightning, completely tearing through the smokescreen around him. His hand crackled with red electricity as he reached out and grabbed the hilt of his sword with absolutely explosive, impossible strength. His movement speed had completely broken past the human limit. A dry, metallic screech echoed out as Haruka death-gripped his weapon. The violently red energy from his body channeled straight into the blade, making it vibrate wildly. He let out a soul-tearing scream, dumping every ounce of his hatred and pure desperation into this single, ultimate attack. This was literally everything he had left in the tank. Haruka grabbed the sword, using all his raw strength to yank the blade out of the stone floor, creating a blinding trail of golden fire. Debris and electric sparks violently exploded everywhere. Tails' jaw dropped in pure shock, its pupils shrinking in absolute terror as it realized this incoming slash packed enough DPS to instantly one-shot it. An insanely powerful vertical slash came crashing down, blinding red light and electrical sparks violently erupting like they were trying to swallow the entire room. Haruka dumped 100% of his power output into this single swing. The boss was completely cleaved in half from head to toe. It was a brutally graphic scene as its colossal frame began splitting apart, exposing the raw, red flesh underneath. Haruka kept his death grip on the hilt, panting heavily after that incredibly high-risk, all-out final burst. His entire body was still crackling with residual red electricity. Tails' blood rained down like a monsoon, dyeing the entire zone red as it let out one final, agonizing roar before completely collapsing. Haruka stood completely frozen in the middle of the carnage, his face covered in blood and sweat. The system pinged the kill confirmation, while the Divine Insight skill simultaneously went on cooldown. A massive wall of bonus point notifications spammed his UI. Points for damage taken, points for first-time skill usage, and massive critical hit multipliers. The system boards practically lit up the entire corner of the dungeon. His total score got a massive 3x multiplier for taking down a boss way above his current level cap. The system's final overall combat rating for Haruka was stamped as an AA rank. The total EXP payout from the raid was over 10 million points. Haruka's level officially spiked by another 600 levels, an absolutely absurd hacked progression jump. Meanwhile, topside, Yukimura Shinji was casually chilling on a phone call with a highly arrogant smirk plastered on his face. He seemed completely unbothered by whatever the hell was happening down in the dungeon. The wall clock kept steadily ticking away in the dimly lit room. Shinji stood with his back turned, looking like he was actively setting up his next shady backdoor deal. With an incredibly evil look on his face, he announced over the phone that he was prepping to transport the cargo, and demanded the other side send someone to pick it up ASAP. On the freezing floor, Takabana Himawari lay completely unconscious, her lips weakly whispering Haruka's name in a traumatized, feverish haze. The whole scene was absolutely heartbreaking. At the exact same time down in the dungeon, Haruka kept getting spammed with a ton of new, high-tier utility skills: insight, internal mapping, and weakness attribute detection. His levels spiked up yet again. Suddenly, he grabbed his head, groaning in absolute agony. The choked-up sounds coming from his throat proved he was taking massive physical backlash. Haruka's brain was spinning like he was getting stabbed by 1,000 needles all at once. He realized this was the brutal, system-level debuff for totally overcranking the ultimate body enhancement skill. Gah! Haruka violently puked up a massive pool of fresh blood onto the dungeon floor. His physical body had clearly hit its absolute breaking point. He felt like he was suffocating, like someone had a death grip around his lungs. He was sweating bullets, his vision completely blurring out from the insane pain. Haruka collapsed to his knees right in his own pool of blood, his breathing totally ragged and heavy. He honestly couldn't comprehend what the hell was actually happening to his character model right now. He desperately tried to choke out the word status to force the system to run a diagnostic on his HP. His FOV was heavily restricted at this point. The system flashed a critical warning that his physical condition was absolutely tanked. All of Haruka's vital stats were crashing hard due to the massive mana overload. A 3D anatomical model popped up on the status board, completely lit up with glaring red warnings over his most vital organs. The situation was in the extreme red zone. The mana density in his blood was at a completely psychotic level. The system even sarcastically compared it to lethal alcohol poisoning. No wonder his brain felt like it was in a blender. Haruka realized he absolutely could not afford to recklessly spam that enhancement buff ever again if he actually wanted to stay alive. He struggled to force himself back onto his feet. He turned his head to look back at the massive carcass of the Tails monster just laying there dead. He won the raid, but the recoil cost was way too damn high. The colossal boss corpse, completely split down the middle, was bleeding out and heavily smoking white steam, absolute proof of the catastrophic DPS Haruka just unleashed. Suddenly, that blue energy violently shot up into the air like a soul completely leaving a dead husk. Haruka just stood there watching, getting a really bad gut feeling about whatever was coming next. His eyes went wide in shock, tracking the brilliantly glowing blue light swirling through the dungeon's pitch-black ceiling. It was pretty obvious this wasn't just a standard mob despawn animation. Haruka watched the glowing, misty aura hovering right in front of him. He questioned if the boss's aggro still existed even after its physical hitbox was totally deleted. The pale blue mist spiraled and then bolted away, flying straight toward its main server body. Haruka realized this was a highly complex telepathic network connecting all the pieces of this raid boss. A highly intimidating render of Orochi, the boss's true main body, popped up on his UI. The system dropped a freezing cold warning that he needed to hit a bare minimum of level 4,000 just to have a chance. Haruka's face was caked in dirt and sweat, his eyes narrowing as the brutal reality set in. With his HP and MP totally flatlined right now, trying to solo Orochi's main account was completely impossible. The mental image of Yukimura Shinji's toxic-ass grin flashed in his mind like an aggro ping for his actual main target. He ground his teeth, completely dead set on hunting that bastard down the second he cleared this dungeon mess. Haruka stomped his boot down onto the shattered tiles, physically prepping himself for the absolute grind ahead. He knew he couldn't just AFK here if he wanted to keep his account from getting deleted. Haruka randomly stopped, noticing a totally out-of-place item lying in the rubble from his recent boss fight. It was a literal smartphone with a black screen, just sitting there in the dust. It looked exactly like the item the boss was holding onto earlier. A glowing blue magic circle rendered around the phone, acting like some ancient DRM lock that Haruka's system was actively trying to bypass. Haruka reached out, deciding to loot the smartphone to see if it had any critical lore drops or map data about this zone. Haruka's heavy footsteps echoed through the dungeon's dead silence as he started pushing deeper into the zone. Crushed rock aggressively crunched under his boots with every sprint. The internal mapping, skill auto-booted, plotting his exact coordinates on the minimap for this highly complex labyrinth. He suddenly realized an absolutely terrifying fact about his current depth. The dungeon layout rendered cleanly with a red blip marking Haruka's icon. The boss room he just cleared wasn't floor 5 like he originally calculated. He was actually all the way down on floor 20. Haruka hauled ass along the cracked stone walls, his brain totally spinning from the new intel. In the server's history, the absolute highest-ranking explorers had only ever pushed as far as floor 12. He flashed back to getting knocked off the cliff up top, never imagining that fall would literally clip him all the way down to floor 20 of this hellish death trap. The Divine Insight skill kicked back online, spamming Haruka's FOV with holographic UI panels to aggressively scan and analyze his environment. The system tracked Namaki Haruka's live location crossing floor 18, while his target was pinged down on floor 25. The ETA was calculated at exactly 45 minutes if he kept his current movement speed. Haruka blitzed through the pitch-black corridors like a speed hacker, his digital HUD constantly updating environment data as he took every corner. "I'm gonna catch up to Arachi's main body soon," Haruka muttered to himself, his eyes going completely dead set with pure killing intent as he stared ahead. The system started crunching the numbers for the minimum level Rex to clear the boss, projecting the absolutely massive EXP pool Haruka needed to farm in record time. Haruka abruptly slammed on the brakes, realizing he absolutely needed to find an exploit to break his own limits immediately before queuing up for the final boss. A glaring red warning prompt took up his entire UI. The system radar was picking up multiple high-tier elite mobs spawning directly in his path. Haruka stood in the middle of a massive open room, completely surrounded by a sickeningly purple aura radiating from the new hostiles hiding in the pitch-black fog. 3 Baphomet mobs, demons with goat heads, bat wings, and glowing red eyes, were literally levitating on twisted wooden swords, completely hard-locking Haruka from all sides. "God damn it! I literally do not have time for this," Haruka cursed, white-knuckling his sword hilt as blue lightning started violently arcing across the razor-sharp steel. "Uoohh!" Haruka let out a massive war cry, directly charging the enemy mob. The system immediately booted up the combat rating algorithm for the incoming fight. The X-ray Insight skill toggled on, giving Haruka literal wall hacks to read every single animation frame and blind spot on the Baphomets surrounding him. The UI flashed a weakness attribute detected, prompt, automatically highlighting the critical hitboxes on the goat demons, so Haruka could land the most optimized execution strikes. "Sharpen my senses," Haruka hyper-focused, his blade painting a brilliantly glowing blue arc that completely shredded the dungeon's heavy, toxic atmosphere. A flurry of lightning-fast slashes ripped through the air, perfectly landing on the enemy's weak points. A Baphomet trio eliminated pop-up flashed, instantly dumping a massive combat rating bonus into his account. Haruka stood right in the middle of the gory blood pools of the mobs he just wiped, still tightly gripping his crackling blue sword. The despawned smoke from the carcasses hadn't even fully cleared yet. The system pinged that the Divine Insight buff duration was over, while simultaneously announcing Namaki Haruka's level had just taken another massive jump after that skirmish. Suddenly, a violently sharp, flesh-tearing pain hit him again, forcing Haruka to drop to his knees, clutching his chest as he hyperventilated from absolute stamina drain. The pain rapidly spiked, completely twisting Haruka's face in pure agony. He could physically feel his character model screaming from the massive system overload. A colossal, pitch-black claw aggressively stomped into the blood pool right in front of Haruka, blasting gore and mud everywhere. A massive cloud of dirt kicked up from the impact. Emerging from the shadows, a giant 3-headed Cerberus with glowing eyes and blazing blue breath started aggressively growling as it closed the gap. Haruka stared up in pure horror, totally overwhelmed by its massive pressure aura. Without dropping a single frame, Haruka channeled his mana into his palm, rendering a violently swirling, deep blue water vortex. "Hydro-pressure cannon!" he roared, thrusting his palm forward and detonating a hyper-pressurized water blast point-blank into the charging three-headed boss. The Cerberus shrieked in absolute terror as the high-pressure water beam slammed directly into its face. The massive knockback physically violently snapped its head back. The swirling water acted like a giant drill, completely piercing through its thick, armored hide and landing a direct, unblockable critical hit straight to the monster's skull. The absolutely devastating impact completely ripped the flesh off the Cerberus's head, exposing its white skull amidst a literal rain of bright red blood exploding everywhere. A critical system alert popped up, lethal critical damage dealt to Cerberus. This was a massive RNG carry that gave Haruka a fighting chance in this completely unbalanced matchup. One of the Cerberus's heads hit the floor in a pool of blood, part of its white skull completely exposed after Haruka's brutal nuke. Blood was still aggressively pouring out of the massive gashes on its giant body. A combat rating bonus applied, notification glowed brightly in the dark. Haruka's hands were violently shaking as he tried to keep his grip on the sword. His physical stamina had literally hit 0% after that exchange. Haruka ground his teeth and forcefully locked back in, his eyes burning with pure tryhard energy even though his HP was basically at 1. He hyped himself up to keep farming mobs so he could fully master this ridiculously broken, divine insight skill. Blood violently splattered across the monster's sleek black fur from one final, execution-style slash. A highly intimidating silence took over the room as the combat phase temporarily ended. Haruka stood completely frozen over the beast's corpse, his blade still dripping with fresh blood. The system went into overdrive, processing the combat logs for that life-or-death encounter. A wall of technical prompts spammed the screen. Divine Insight buff expired. Bonus points were aggressively stacking up for optimal magic usage, landing crits, and perfect dodges. The UI panels flashed the execution bonus multipliers, completely bypassing the standard calculation frames to dump the total EXP payout immediately. Haruka just stood AFK in the arena, waiting for the system's final score. The number 7,044,133 rendered on screen, an absolutely ridiculous stat boost that marked an unprecedented power spike. Namiki Haruka officially crossed level 3,000, a completely hacked milestone that almost nobody could reach that fast. The system then pinged that Haruka just unlocked a brand new skill called Triple Slash. He was genuinely surprised to get an ultra-rare sword art drop instead of the usual magic spells. Sweat poured down Haruka's face, his eyes violently twitching from the extreme mental strain. Even with the massive level boost, his physical fatigue debuff was still heavily holding him back. Haruka completely collapsed, stabbing his sword into the ground just to keep his exhausted avatar from falling over. Right behind him, a brand new wave of Baphomet mobs spawned from the shadows, completely hard-locking the drained player. Did that Baphomet from earlier call for backup? Haruka thought to himself, sweat dripping from his chin as he realized how incredibly screwed he was in this new gank. One of the Baphomets was actively casting a dark ritual, rendering highly toxic purple magic circles all around it like a massive warning sign. These new spawns clearly had way higher base stats. Haruka's hand violently shook on his hilt. He tried to force his character model up, but his leg stamina was completely zeroed out. A quiet groan escaped his gritted teeth as he tried to tank the massive pain debuff. "My stamina is completely flatlined," Haruka muttered, feeling the absolute burnout. Right on cue, the image of Takabana Himawari's bright smile flashed in his brain, acting as the ultimate clutch buff to keep him in the fight. Haruka's gaze instantly went dead cold and hyper-focused, completely purging any signs of tilting. He absolutely refused to let his account get deleted in this dark-ass dungeon when he still had promises to keep. Haruka forcefully stood back up, squaring off against the mob of floating Baphomets right in front of him. He two-handed his sword, completely locking in for a do-or-die survival round. Suddenly, Haruka animation canceled, his eyes going wide as he stared off into the distance. Something completely game-breaking just rendered in, forcing even the goat demons to drop aggro and look. "What the hell is that?" Haruka yelled, his face completely shell-shocked as a massive, boss-tier presence officially spawned into the gloomy dungeon sector. From a top-down camera angle, a highly cryptic stone architecture was literally levitating in midair. Haruka Namiki stood completely solo in front of a colossal stone golem, looking like an absolute ant next to the raid boss. He blitzed forward and landed an insanely heavy kick, completely shattering the boss's stone armor and blasting debris everywhere. Haruka panted heavily, totally confused why golems were even spawning in this zone, and how they actually had the AI to run coordinated strats. Before he could even recover his stamina, magic circles started aggressively rendering all around his position. Two goat-headed Baphomet demons spawned straight out of green and pink magic circles, looking incredibly hostile. Haruka ground his teeth and internally raged, seeing the aggro totally spiraling out of control. One of the demons fired off tracking pink lasers straight at Haruka, forcing him to scream as he took chip damage. The insane magic pressure made his dodge rolls incredibly sloppy, and his stamina bar was rapidly depleting. Disgusting, slimy blue tentacles abruptly clipped through the floor, auto-targeting him. They moved like snakes, rapidly completely surrounding Haruka's hitbox. One tentacle hard-locked onto his leg, completely applying a root debuff to his movement. Haruka was forcibly dragged straight into the center of a violently glowing magic circle, completely caught off guard. He mentally screamed at himself to pull a counterstrat immediately to break this CC trap. The system pinged that the Insight skill was rebooting to calculate an optimized escape route. Haruka dropped to the floor, actively fighting the root mechanics of the aggressively tightening tentacles. He bit his lip, tanking the pressure as sweat poured down his dirt-covered face. He narrowed his eyes, going full tryhard to spot even a single pixel-perfect opening in the enemy's guard. The goat demon glared right at him, its red eyes glowing with maxed-out killing intent. Three Baphomets armed with spears hard-locked onto Haruka, prepping their execution animations on the rooted player. One demon raised its magic-buffed spear high, aiming directly for a fatal headshot. Right on the exact frame, the system completed its analytics and fed him the most optimized counterattack strat. Haruka popped an AoE lightning burst, swinging his blade and completely severing the root tentacles in a single frame. His eyes glowing bright blue, his character model launched forward like a literal missile breaking the sound barrier. The razor-sharp sword arc swept through the zone, completely wiping the mob wave with just one AoE skill. The Baphomet's head got cleanly clipped off its neck in a microsecond, blasting a geyser of blood all over the floor. But instantly, another entire wave of goat demons spawned right back in from the magic circles. Haruka was forced back into a combat stance, realizing these mobs had an insanely high spawn rate with endless reinforcements. He manually toggled dual slash, rendering incredibly high DPS dark red sword beams that completely shredded the dark room. Two mobs got instantly bisected simultaneously by Haruka's Godspeed attack. Haruka coughed up blood. Aggressively spamming skills back-to-back was causing a massive system overload, while the UI was still calculating his combat rating. Suddenly, a blinding red glare flashed in the distance, instantly pulling his aggro. It was the stone golem's glowing eyes, signaling it had fully rebooted and re-entered the boss fight. The colossal monster loomed right over Haruka, charging a flaming fist to completely flatten him again. Cutting topside, Himawari Takebana's eyes were completely exhausted, but still burned with absolute, unbreakable resolve. She was currently CC'd, her hands tied and suspended from the ceiling in an empty room, with the afternoon sun hitting the window. Shinji Yukimura walked in, his back turned to her, sarcastically asking if she'd finally woken up to reality. He turned around with an incredibly sleazy smirk, clearly getting off on seeing her completely locked down. Himawari glared straight at the traitor, absolutely zeroing in on him with pure disgust. Her eyes flickered purple, a massive red flag that Shinji was aggressively spamming his charm, spell to break her mental resist. Shinji grabbed his bag, getting ready to log off, dropping a highly sarcastic compliment about her insane mental fortitude. He smirked, bragging that other girls were way easier to hack, while two other shadow NPCs stood AFK in the background. Himawari Takebana violently struggled against her restraints, screaming at the bastard to tell her exactly what his endgame was. Shinji Yukimura aggressively grabbed her by the throat, completely cutting off her air supply, forcing her to just choke out pained groans. He got right up in her face, casually stating that her glare was seriously starting to piss him off. It was the look of someone who still had maximum cope, that Haruka Namiki was somehow still alive down in that abyss. Himawari's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down her forehead under the absolutely terrifying pressure from the traitor. Shinji laughed mockingly, saying it made zero sense to him, considering she was the one who explicitly told Haruka he was a trash-tier explorer. He broke into an absolutely psycho laugh, bringing up how she basically completely dropped a weakling like him. Himawari looked down, totally devastated, explaining that wasn't the lore at all. It was only after a massive incident that Haruka got completely obsessed with min-maxing his power. She was literally just trying to stop him from recklessly throwing his life away on suicide runs. She screamed right in Shinji's face, doubling down that someone with Haruka's plot armor wouldn't just casually die like that. Deep down, she was actively praying, and 100% coping that he was still actively grinding somewhere down there. Right at that exact second down in the abyss, a colossal fist packing maximum kinetic pressure detonated, completely wiping everything in its AoE. Without dropping a frame, Haruka instantly popped his great hydro-pressure cannon straight into the stone golem's fist, causing its heavy armor plating to violently crack. The incredibly high-pressure water blast completely swallowed the giant boss's hitbox. The stone golem was totally stun-locked. The golem's stone geometry couldn't tank the DPS and instantly began shattering into tiny polygons. A massive explosive shockwave triggered, launching stone debris across the entire dark cavern. The system pinged that the Insight skill duration was over, dumping over 9 million EXP into his account and triggering an instant level up. Haruka collapsed onto the floor, his blood-soaked hand desperately trying to cast a magic circle while he weakly called out Himawari-san's name. A system UI board popped up, literally spoiling the massive server update that would trigger once he cleared another 600 levels. His hand violently shook as he grabbed his chest. The system announced that Namiki Haruka's total physical reconstruction protocol was about to execute. Debris kept aggressively falling around him, while the holographic UI panels aggressively glowed in the pitch-black room. He flexed his core to tank the debuffs, the magic circle on his hand still barely holding onto 1 HP. Haruka mentally questioned what the hell a physical reconstruction even meant when his character model was already at 0% durability. His entire body felt like lead, the pain so extreme it felt like his actual polygons were being violently ripped apart. His eyes blew wide open in pure terror as he detected a completely freezing, lethal aura pushing into his zone. A mob of goat-headed Baphomets spawned right out of the purple smoke, flashing incredibly toxic, aggro smiles at their prey. They completely surrounded him, their hands blazing with active magic spells, looking ready to instantly delete the 1 HP intruder. Haruka realized he'd been completely baited into a massive magic barrier trap, packed with an entire mob wave just waiting to gank him. He struggled to force his character model back up, the sword shaking in his hand as he faced down this brand new wave of hostiles. The Insight system rebooted once again to run a threat analysis and calculate the combat rating for this incoming skirmish. One Baphomet fired off highly lethal glowing pink magic lasers, auto-targeting Haruka's exact coordinates. He ground his teeth and dashed, desperately trying to weave through the fatal beams that were actively destroying the floor tiles. Haruka combat slid across the floor to perfectly iframe a magic sweep. The system instantly pinged a bonus point drop for the successful dodge. Without giving the mob a single frame to react, he threw out a massively overpowered reverse slash, generating a violently glowing blue wave of lightning. The goat demon just kept spamming new magic circles to aggressively increase the zoning pressure on him. Haruka stood his ground in the debris, the electric aura wrapping his body sparking wildly with maxed-out aggro. He popped his dual slash skill, sending out 2 crossing sword beams that created a massive light explosion, completely wiping the mobs in his AoE. The raid had been dragging on for 30 minutes straight. His combat rating was absolutely skyrocketing with every perfect parry and counter. But the zone was still completely hard-locked by layers of magic barriers, and the mob spawns literally weren't stopping. Haruka's hands wouldn't stop violently shaking, a massive red flag that his stamina bar was about to permanently flatline. He realized if he kept playing defensively, he'd get completely cornered since he literally couldn't output direct DPS through the barriers. Every time he leveled up, the pain debuff screamed through his veins, making his dodge timings incredibly sloppy and delayed. Haruka Namaki panted heavily, sweat aggressively pouring down his face as he realized his win condition was rapidly disappearing. Right on cue, the system announced the timer had hit 0, and the insight skill officially went on cooldown. A massive wall of UI panels popped up, actively logging all his sweaty tryharding, from iframes to parries to maintaining an incredibly long combo streak. He bagged a massive time survival bonus, while the system aggressively optimized the back-end calculations to dump the final EXP payout. With over 8 million EXP dropping into his account, Namaki Haruka's level spiked yet again at an absolutely broken speed. But that came with a brutally massive pain debuff, forcing him to clutch his chest and completely collapse onto the freezing stone floor. He had officially hit level 3800, but it felt like his physical hardware was about to literally crash. Haruka flashed back to the colossal blue dragon boss, internally nodding he absolutely needed to hit that level 4000 benchmark Orochi warned him about. The system UI threw up a red warning that, after grinding the last 200 levels, the actual physical reconstruction protocol would force execute. Haruka was totally mind-blown, asking himself what the hell that reconstruction even was, considering his character model was already heavily corrupted. Out of absolutely nowhere, Orochi spawned in with a highly suspicious smirk, sarcastically commenting that his stamina bar looked totally drained. Haruka practically gave himself whiplash turning around, his eyes blown wide in pure shock at her completely random spawn in this zone. "You again?" he hissed through his teeth, while Orochi just fired back with an incredibly toxic, arrogant smirk. She casually walked up like she owned the server, mockingly asking if she made him wait too long in the lobby. This entity was rocking a highly customized avatar with dragon traits, blue scales, and incredibly intimidating black wings. She firmly confirmed she was the actual main account, which made Haruka instantly connect all the lore dots in his head. He realized every single insane boss he just fought, the Cerberus, Baphomets, and Golems, were literally just her summoned minions. Seeing Haruka totally quiet, Orochi playfully poked at him, asking if he was actually reading her dialogue boxes. Haruka's eyes were completely locked onto her, a massive wave of paranoia hitting him as he noticed a massive glitch on the boss's model. He was staring dead at Orochi's arm, the exact same arm he had literally severed during their last PvP encounter. Right in front of Haruka's eyes, the arm was actively regenerating at a highly hacked speed, with incredibly creepy, swirling blood animations. Orochi casually noticed his shocked reaction, just slightly raising an eyebrow and asking, "Oh, this?" She totally downplayed it, saying the debuff hurt a tiny bit, but it wasn't a big deal and she didn't really care. But then her eyes flashed with absolute, freezing killing intent, openly admitting she really wanted to just delete Haruka right now for actually damaging her. She dropped a hard order for Haruka to hand over that item immediately if he wanted to keep his 1 HP account alive. Haruka's face got incredibly stressed the second she brought up the highly classified loot he was holding. Orochi roared at him to stop playing dumb. She had full admin logs confirming he was the one who looted that specific key item. Haruka glanced down at the pitch-black item in his hand, internally confirming this was exactly what the dragon boss was aggressively hunting for. He tried to open up a trade window, asking if he handed over the loot, would she actually agree to let him log out safely. Orochi closed her eyes and smirked, bluntly stating that he literally did not have the admin rights to negotiate right now. She acknowledged he'd farmed some serious levels, but his stats were still way too low to survive a 1v1 against her. Haruka ground his teeth, totally admitting to himself that with his current heavy debuffs, his win rate was absolute 0. Even sitting at level 3800, he was still 200 levels short of the cap, and his physical model felt like it was about to shatter into polygons. Orochi's glare turned incredibly lethal as she dropped the final ultimatum: hand over the loot, or she'd instantly execute him right here. In this absolute do-or-die frame, the insight system abruptly force-rebooted to calculate an incredibly risky escape strat. Haruka white-knuckled his sword hilt. He told himself the timer was up, and he had to go completely all-in on a 50-50 gamble. The system crunched the required EXP numbers and fed him the absolute most optimized action route after the analytics finished. Haruka suddenly animation canceled and threw out a dual slash, launching a massively overpowered sword beam straight at Orochi. Orochi literally just needed one hand to perfectly parry the insanely high DPS attack, still aggressively laughing at his tryharding. But she suddenly animation stalled when she felt a microscopic hit marker register, leaving a tiny cut bleeding on her left cheek. The system pinged that Haruka's attack had actually successfully bypassed the armor of a disaster-tier boss. Orochi touched the scratch, her smirk turning completely freezing as she mocked that his super flashy ultimate only managed to deal chip damage. Right after that insanely reckless play, the system pinged that Haruka had executed the optimal action, dropping an absolutely god-tier bounty of over 13 million EXP into his account. Namiki Haruka's level instantly spiked, officially crossing the level 4000 cap, and on that exact frame, the physical reconstruction protocol forcefully initiated. Haruka's eyes blew wide open as he felt an absolutely blinding white aura completely engulf his character model, signaling a massive, back-end server overhaul of his stats. Standing right across from him was Orochi in her fully unlocked humanoid form, long blue hair, curved horns, and a highly intimidating dragon tail casually flicking behind her. Haruka was sweating bullets. He was completely mind-blown realizing the boss in front of him was Orochi's main account, but he couldn't figure out why she was rocking a humanoid skin. Orochi lazily yawned, complaining about how long it had been since she had to actually sweat this hard, while Haruka was still totally stunned by her insanely hacked movement speed. Surrounded by an incredibly toxic purple aura packed with ancient runes, Orochi casually walked out of a spatial portal, actively trash-talking Haruka's incredibly annoying hit-and-run strats. The exact millisecond he hit the target level, the system threw up a server-wide announcement that Namiki Haruka's physical reconstruction protocol was going live. An absolutely massive energy burst detonated, violently tearing blue lightning rifts through the entire zone around him. Watching this happen, Orochi was genuinely stunned, completely clueless about what kind of broken mechanic was rendering right in front of her. Every single one of Haruka's fingertips started aggressively glowing with sparking blue electricity. The electric charge surged all the way down to his boots, literally cracking the dungeon floor under the sheer server pressure. Haruka stood perfectly still inside the blinding aura. His entire character model was radiating a pressure that completely dwarfed his previous stats. Haruka's eyes glowed with a freezing blue light, reflecting a totally cold, absolute mastery over his newly unlocked power scaling. His previously corrupted and shattered physical model was now 100% fully restored, completely shielded by an incredibly high-tier electric barrier. Orochi visibly shivered, actually saying out loud that she couldn't believe a trash-tier player was suddenly outputting such a terrifyingly lethal aura. Haruka's expression was now completely deadpan. It looked like he had 100% admin control over his new, hacked power source. That incredibly sharp glare would easily apply an intimidation debuff to any enemy in the zone. Haruka clenched his fist, realizing that every single brutal pain debuff from earlier had been completely wiped from his status board. He looked down at his hands, feeling like his FOV and actual character height had received a massive buff. Not wanting to drop any frames, Orochi instantly started charging up raw mana in her palm to prep a massive AoE strike. She roared, ordering her Baphomet summons to initiate a full-party gank, absolutely refusing to give Haruka any time to read his new skill tooltips. A massive wall of magic circles rendered, rapidly firing highly lethal purple lasers straight at his coordinates. Haruka just stood there AFK, completely ignoring the incredibly dense bullet hell of magic artillery closing in from all sides. A server-shaking explosion went off, blasting smoke and rubble everywhere and completely blacking out the screen. But in a single microsecond, Haruka had already iframed out of the AoE with movement speed so broken it was basically teleporting. He styled through the magic bullet hell, effortlessly perfect dodging every single attack the Baphomets threw at him. Orochi screamed in pure shock at Haruka's completely hacked movement speed. She literally couldn't process his frame data. Even with the magic circles aggressively auto-firing, Haruka casually weaved through the hitboxes like he was doing a speedrun tutorial. He animation-canceled midair, leaving highly blurred blue ghost trails as he frame-perfect dodged attacks by literal millimeters. Every single dash he executed triggered an EMP shockwave, violently knocking the incoming magic projectiles completely off their trajectories. A massive chain of explosions detonated behind him, but Haruka had already completely outranged the blast zones. Orochi was completely raging, because absolutely zero of her attacks were even registering hit markers on him. Haruka popped Divine Insight to run an ultra-detailed tactical analysis on the entire combat zone. The system aggressively refreshed the data, ignoring all useless background tasks to 100% focus on massively buffing his active skills. The complete enemy roster rendered crystal clear: 1 disaster-tier Orochi boss and 12 elite Baphomet mobs. His eyes scanned every single pixel in the room, absolutely refusing to miss even a single micro-animation from the enemy party. Haruka realized the completely broken potential of his newly unlocked skill. It was way more overpowered than he ever theory-crafted. The Baphomet mob kept aggressively rushing him, spamming even more magic circles to try and hardlock his movement. But Haruka had full wall hacks on their strats. His eyes flared with absolute sweaty resolve. He abruptly dive-bombed from the ceiling, piercing straight through the magic barrage like a literal blue rocket. The freefall speed combined with his stat buffs made Haruka look like a lightning bolt literally striking the server. He stuck the landing with 0 frames of lag, triggering a massive shockwave that aggressively pushed back the air pressure. Without dropping a single input, Haruka combat slid across the floor at an absolutely insane speed, leaving a massive glowing blue trail. He instantly spawned right in front of a Baphomet, swinging his blade for a ridiculously high DPS heavy attack. Orochi was literally jaw-dropped because his movement speed had just received another massive, unpatched buff. The blade ripped a fatal critical hit straight through the mob's hitbox. Demon blood exploded everywhere, mixing with violently red electricity. The enemy was instantly bisected, despawning into a highly creepy red mist. Haruka instantly animation-canceled into a reverse grip, blue lightning violently sparking off his hilt, 100% prepped to spam his execution combo. Haruka drove his blood-soaked sword straight into the Baphomet's skull, blasting gore everywhere. The blue lightning wrapping the strike was absolute proof his DPS was on a completely different hacked tier. He juggled himself in the air, executing another Baphomet in literally 1 frame. The mob wave had absolutely 0 counterplay against Haruka's completely broken speed. Haruka stuck the landing, lightning still violently sparking off his character model. The dual slash skill had received a massive, server-breaking buff now that he was level 4000. His eyes burned with a freezing blue light. The system UI pinged that his skill had just successfully evolved into a significantly more toxic variant. The 12-fold slash was unleashed at literal lightspeed, completely tearing apart the zone's geometry and hard-locking the enemy's escape routes. The Baphomet mob got completely minced into polygons by the razor-sharp blue sword beams before they could even trigger their stagger animations. Haruka landed in an incredibly badass one-knee crouch, while the despawning mob chunks rained down like confetti on the shattered floor behind him. The system UI updated, confirming the entire trash mob wave was 100% wiped. Now, the only target left in the lobby was Orochi. A massive audio cue triggered under his boots. Haruka immediately read that the final boss was charging her counterattack. Orochi screamed in absolute pure rage over her party getting wiped. She perfectly timed her strike when Haruka's back was completely exposed. She blasted a massive, incredibly high-pressure water cannon straight from her palm, fully intending to instantly delete the teenager's account. But the attack only hit a ghost frame. Haruka had already completely dashed out of the hitbox before the water beam even rendered. Orochi totally froze, sweat pouring down her face as she failed to process how his movement speed was completely breaking her FOV tracking. Haruka dashed right behind her like an electric glitch, leaving highly blurred blue afterimages lingering in the server. Orochi panicked and spun around, aggressively spamming water bullets, but every single shot missed the hitbox completely. Haruka vaulted into the air, his shadow completely covering Orochi as he prepped to drop a massive critical plunge attack. He popped the Shadow Shift skill, completely trapping her. Orochi absolutely panicked at the sight of Haruka's incredibly broken crowd control. He completely spammed the 12-fold slash again, turning his character model into a violently glowing, highly pressurized blue sword tornado. Watching the barrage of slashes coming at her, Orochi only had time to drop a completely stunned and hopeless A. The sword beam swept through with absolute server-wiping power. Orochi's character model was completely shredded, blasting blood and mana all over the arena. Haruka calmly stuck the landing amidst the raining debris, the lightning aura around him finally starting to power down. He stood completely AFK, just staring at Orochi's leftover loot drop lying totally dead on the stone tiles. The system UI threw up the official kill confirmation. The sweatiest boss raid had finally been cleared. But instead of dropping his guard, Haruka looked completely traumatized, staring at the absolutely destroyed environment he just created. He looked down at his own hands, a totally freezing, numb feeling heavily crashing his mental state. Haruka looked away, cold sweat dripping down his face. Did I really just do all that? A massively confused thought looped in his brain. He was standing in the middle of a totally graphic, gory scene, with monster parts and blood clipping through the floor under the dungeon's moody lighting. Haruka white-knuckled his sword hilt. The tactile feedback of slicing through hitboxes was still there, but his memory logs of the actual fight were completely corrupted, even if she was an evil mob. Actually executing a boss with a female humanoid skin like Orochi still gave Haruka an incredibly heavy guilt debuff. His face was completely deadpan, his brain totally blue screening from the absolutely brutal visuals rendering right in front of him. He forced himself to take a deep breath to wipe the panic debuff, his hands shaking as he finally sheathed his sword. He knew he absolutely could not stay in this zone any longer. Regardless, he somehow survived the ultimate raid, and the absolute priority now was to find the exit portal and extract ASAP. Suddenly, a highly creepy, toxic smirk echoed out, instantly applying a freeze debuff to Haruka's entire body. His pupils shrank as he detected a massive glitch. Thinking you could easily delete my account like that, you really have zero game sense. Orochi's voice clipped right out of the corpse pile. Haruka violently whipped around, his guard maxed out, cold sweat pouring down his face. He literally couldn't comprehend how the boss was still 1 HP after that execution. Orochi's model started aggressively radiating an incredibly lethal purple dark aura, signaling the actual boss phase 2 had just initiated. Orochi was flattened on the floor, blood leaking from her mouth, but her eyes were still screaming absolute toxicity. It was obvious she just face-tanked an incredibly massive nuke from Namaki Haruka. Seeing the boss actually still had the stamina to glare at him, Haruka Namaki was completely mind-blown. He ground his teeth, seriously questioning if this freak had infinite iframes or something. Orochi smirked, totally admitting she horribly miscalculated Namaki Haruka's DPS output. Her voice had a slight tremor, but was still dripping with heavy sarcasm. Orochi's severed polygons were literally still floating in the air from his previous ultimate. She glared at Haruka, actively roasting the absolute tryhard skill he just spammed. Suddenly, Orochi's severed, blood-soaked arm aggressively levitated, shooting off highly intimidating purple sparks. Orochi force revived, her eyes rolling back to pure white as she aggressively radiated incredibly dense purple mana. She announced it was officially time for his permaban. The system instantly threw up a critical red alert for a massive mana surge, completely dwarfing the initial threat level calculations. Haruka stood AFK, realizing the blood and mana pools on the floor were actively morphing. From that massive mana pool, Orochi's true model started rendering, purple energy violently screaming absolute death. She giggled like an absolute psycho, announcing his final boss drop was ready. Orochi unhinged her jaw and roared an incredibly overpowering, "Release!" The killing intent was so dense it felt like the server was physically lagging. A blinding white flash detonated alongside a massive explosion right under Haruka Namiki's boots. The floor geometry completely shattered, blasting polygons everywhere. Haruka immediately backdashed, white-knuckling his sword in a full combat stance. His armor cosmetics were completely shredded from the back-to-back damage checks. Haruka's eyes screamed maximum paranoia. He was desperately trying to read the boss's animation frames through the massive smoke screen. Rendering right in front of Haruka was an absolutely colossal raid boss with 6 dragon heads, all baring their fangs. Orochi stood right in the center, looking like the literal final boss of the entire server. Haruka was sweating bullets, completely unable to process that Orochi was actually hiding a full squad of these nightmare mobs inside her own hitbox. He took a step back, physically feeling the crushing pressure debuff. Orochi was absolutely thriving on Haruka's completely shell-shocked reaction. She roasted him, saying he looked exactly like a completely muted 1 HP scrub about to get wiped. She touched her chest, right where a glowing red gem was radiating massive energy. Orochi claimed this tier of power was completely unreadable for any casual player. Orochi's eyes burned with a highly lethal golden-yellow fire. She announced she was officially entering her sweaty phase and absolutely wasn't going to pull any punches. She pointed her hand forward, coldly dropping the command for her tails to blitz and instantly delete Namiki Haruka's account. Instantly, a colossal dragon head clipped forward at completely broken speed, unhinging its razor-filled jaw to literally one-shot Haruka. He only had exactly 1 frame to see the blue blur. Haruka violently spammed parries, generating incredibly bright red electric sparks. He immediately toggled his Divine Insight skill to desperately scan for any iframes in the bullet hell. The UI updated. Current target, Orochi, main body, 6 tails. Haruka realized that while it was a massive gank, the base stats of each individual tail were heavily nerfed compared to her Phase 1 form. Haruka's boots violently scraped the floor, leaving smoke trails as he desperately tried to stabilize his movement and dodge roll away from the auto-targeting dragon heads. Another dragon head dive-bombed him, its jaw completely unhinged to swallow Haruka whole. The kinetic pressure from the dash was so massive it caused severe screen shake across the entire zone. A massive mana explosion detonated as the attack clipped the floor. Debris and particle effects violently blasted everywhere. The incredibly heavy impact sent Haruka Namiki flying, tumbling across the freezing stone floor for several frames. A massive dust cloud completely obscured his crash coordinates. Haruka forcefully animation canceled to get up, using his sword to anchor his stance. He was panting heavily, his camera permanently locked onto the boss's continuously strafing his position. Haruka instantly realized his win rate was completely tanked because of the insane mob density. A dragon head with blazing eyes had literally spawned right behind his back, completely outside his FOV. The boss randomly unleashed a massive stream of hyperlethal fire, completely nuking a huge chunk of the floor tiles. By pure RNG, Haruka barely felt the heat tick and perfectly dodge-rolled away. Haruka vaulted high into the skybox, cleanly weaving through Orochi's colossal tails. He was desperately hunting for a safe zone to counter, but the boss was relentlessly spamming attacks with 0 cooldown. Caught between the debris and blinding magic VFX, Haruka took a massive blindside hit that completely launched him. He ground his teeth, tanking the brutal pain debuff spreading through his avatar. Haruka completely collapsed, violently coughing up a massive pool of blood. That last hit was a critical. His lungs felt completely flattened, applying a severe stamina regen debuff. Before Haruka could even reset his animations, another dragon head blitzed him, 100% intent on instantly squashing him. Its pure killing intent gave him severe chills. The boss's razor-sharp teeth sank straight into Haruka's arm, blasting blood everywhere. A completely agonizing scream completely shattered the dungeon's dead audio mix. Haruka was violently tossed like a literal ragdoll, the blood from his shoulder completely painting a huge section of the floor red. He groaned in pure agony, his stamina bar clearly hovering near 0%. He desperately dumped his last sliver of stamina to crawl back up, his hands violently shaking as he gripped the floor. The massive blood trails everywhere were absolute proof of how sweaty this raid actually was. Haruka's face was completely caked in blood, his glowing red eyes screaming pure rage and tilt. He cursed out loud, incredibly pissed off at how totally garbage his current run was going. Haruka aggressively clutched his permanently bleeding shoulder. He bitterly accepted that the perfectly synced AI combo of these heads literally gave him 0 frames to block. The monster roared with absolute hype, seeing its prey heavily debuffed. The system aggressively spammed alerts about the massive bleed due to on Haruka's right shoulder. Drops of dark red blood constantly trailed down Haruka's arm and hit the floor, pooling into a massive red puddle right under his boots. The whole scene looked like an absolute game over. Orochi casually walked up, an incredibly toxic smirk clipping onto her face. She sarcastically asked where all his sweaty movement speed and tryhard energy went. She glared at Haruka with absolute disgust, stating it was officially time to pull the plug on this little tutorial. To her, Haruka was literally just a 1 HP scrub waiting for the respawn screen. Even heavily debuffed and completely out of stamina, Haruka Namaki forced his character model back up, white-knuckling his sword. His eyes still burned with absolute tryhard energy, even while his physical model was screaming. Orochi screamed the execution order to instantly delete Haruka Namaki. One massive dragon head instantly locked on, dive-bombing him with totally broken projectile speed. Compared to the boss's insanely massive hitbox, Haruka Namaki looked like an absolute pixel. He forcefully flexed into a block stance, completely ready to parry the incoming lethal bite. Haruka was sweating bullets, physically feeling the suffocating server pressure from the boss. He ground his teeth, honestly wondering how the hell he even managed to clear her phase 1. Haruka's glowing red eyes violently darted around, desperately scanning for an exploit. He knew he absolutely needed to find a glitch in the Matrix to flip this doomed run. Haruka flashed back to proccing the zone buff, where the game's frame rate literally seemed to slow down. Blue lightning sparked around him as he went full tryhard mode to calculate a strat. He stared at Orochi's shattered polygons still floating in the background. A completely galaxy-brain strat clicked in Haruka's head about popping a highly specific skill to glitch and escape. The Divine Insight algorithm booted up, aggressively calculating the absolute most optimal frame-perfect inputs for Haruka Namaki. He death-gripped his sword hilt, 100% ready to drop his ultimate combo. He popped Extreme Body Enhancement, triggering an absolutely massive, violently red mana explosion. Haruka's entire character model was completely engulfed in incredibly high DPS red lightning. Haruka's face completely warped with pure rage, his eyes glowing with max brightness and his teeth locked tight. This brand new buff was already applying a massive recoil debuff to his avatar. Haruka let out an absolutely server-shaking roar, the violently red aura screeching with incredibly toxic audio. He was 100% locked in to dump his entire stamina bar for this final PvP round. A dragon head with glowing red eyes and razor teeth abruptly rendered literally right in Haruka Namaki's face. It shrieked like a total psycho, actively charging an unblockable smash attack. A completely catastrophic mana explosion detonated, generating a blinding AoE flash that completely tore the zone apart. Red lightning violently exploded everywhere as the two massive power levels collided. Haruka literally surfed across the boss's heavy armor scales at completely hacked speed. Red lightning kept aggressively clipping around his character model with every single input. He vaulted extremely high, desperately trying to weave right through Orochi's massive tail hitboxes. Haruka was going full tryhard to glitch a path out of this absolute hardlock. An incredibly fast blindside attack completely launched Haruka Namaki. He aggressively animation-canceled midair to recover his stance, while the dragon heads were still actively tunneling him. Haruka was sweating bullets, desperately iframing through the massive bullet hell dropped by the 6 colossal heads. Every single input he made right now was a literal 50-50 gamble against the game over screen. He let out a totally desperate scream, violently swinging his aggressively glowing red sword. Haruka was dumping his absolute last pixel of stamina into this final, make-or-break heavy attack. Haruka two-handed his sword and blitzed forward at literal Mach speed, aiming straight down a dragon's unhinged jaw, its razor-sharp teeth completely ready to instantly grab him. Haruka's blade violently clashed with the heavy armor scales, triggering an absolute massive explosion of blinding electric sparks. The metallic audio clipping was incredibly loud in the dark dungeon. A dragon head clipped right into Haruka's face, completely exposing a terrifying, blood-soaked jaw. He desperately tried to parry, but the boss's raw stats were just completely, ridiculously overpowered. Haruka Namaki was genuinely stunned by the boss's absolutely broken DPS. He felt like his account was getting completely suppressed by Orochi's overwhelmingly toxic pressure. He got violently knocked back, a massive fountain of blood exploding from his debuffed hitbox and completely painting the zone red. Haruka ground his teeth, tanking the absolutely brutal bone-shattering pain. Haruka's entire avatar was literally screaming from the damage ticks, and his camera was permanently spinning. Huge blood splatters littered the dark, absolutely depressing boss arena. Haruka's gaze stayed completely locked onto his target, even while entirely surrounded by fire AoEs and toxic mana. He was secretly data mining the fight for one last micro-exploit to completely flip the board. A massively overpowered fire arrow directly headshot Haruka Namaki, forcing him to scream from the critical hit. The fire AoE completely deleted everything in its path with zero chill. Haruka got completely launched through the smoke and fire by the terrifying dragon heads. The whole raid looked incredibly doomed since his escape routes were 100% blocked. He tanked another massive critical hit right to the ribs. The blood bursting from his mouth gave Haruka a massive stun debuff. It honestly felt like his ribcage polygons completely shattered from the collision. A completely direct, head-on collision gave Haruka Namaki a permanent concussion debuff. He could physically feel the weight of the boss's DPS slowly deleting his willpower to keep playing. Haruka completely collapsed onto the floor, two colossal dragon heads slowly aggro-walking toward his coordinates. He panted heavily, totally out of stamina. His character models face a complete mess of sweat and blood textures. The system UI pinged that the fire duty damage was heavily nerfed thanks to a passive skill buff. Haruka let out a massive sigh of relief, realizing he just barely RNG dodged a guaranteed permaban. Orochi completely mouthed, aggressively screaming at her tail's summons for lagging. She was incredibly tilted that they still hadn't managed to officially execute Namaki Haruka. All 6 dragon heads simultaneously reared up, their roars completely lagging the dungeon audio. They were actively charging a massive, synchronized ultimate attack to finally secure the kill. A massive boss foot equipped with razor-sharp claws violently stomped the stone tiles, completely shattering the floor geometry. The passive pressure from their rendering made Haruka Namaki physically shiver. Haruka stayed on his knees, desperately scrolling through his skill tree for any random exploit to break out of this permadeath trap. He genuinely wondered if he had any unequipped ultimate skills left. Orochi pointed directly at the dragon heads and started violently raging. She literally couldn't process why her summons randomly glitched out and completely dropped their aggro. Haruka Namaki also realized the AI was acting incredibly weird. He blankly stared at the totally broken pathing of the mobs surrounding him. One dragon head was literally just licking Haruka's blood puddle off the floor, its face completely flushed red. It looked like it was actually getting a massive buff from the weird drop. Haruka's eyes popped out of his head watching this absolute glitch. He literally couldn't believe these hypertoxic, bloodthirsty mobs actually stopped their combo just to lap up his blood. After finishing the blood pool, the mob closed its eyes, looking like it was completely AFK and heavily intoxicated. Haruka Namaki was totally mind-blown, wondering what kind of spaghetti code was actually running these mobs. 3 dragon heads grouped up in a single spot, all of their faces completely red and their eyes totally glazed over. They seemed to have 100% deleted their primary objective of killing Haruka. Orochi was completely blue-screening over her tail's absolute betrayal. She screamed like a psycho, ordering them to instantly reset their AI and lock back in. Haruka realized a highly exploitable, weird status effect was currently proccing on the dragon heads. They weren't looking at him with aggro anymore. They looked exactly like a bunch of completely wasted drunks. Orochi's jaw hit the floor, massive sweat drops actively rendering on her forehead. She stood completely frozen, staring at her tails running the most bizarre broken animations. She blurted out in complete disbelief, "Are you guys literally drunk right now?" A nearby dragon head was glowing bright red, its eyes totally glazed over after looting Haruka Namiki's blood. The dragon boss let out a highly pathetic, low HP, Gua tilde. Its face was now totally flushed, completely losing its intimidating raid boss aesthetic. Orochi facepalmed, her character model visibly completely tilted. She aggressively demanded to know why her elite summons were suddenly spamming incredibly annoying, cutesy audio cues. She pointed right at the dragon tails that were staring at Haruka Namiki's blood with absolute greed. "Why the hell are you looking at his blood like it's a god-tier drop?" Orochi violently roared. Haruka Namiki was completely glued to the system UI that just rendered right in front of him. A single drop of blood rolled down his chin, while his glowing red eyes showed absolute shock. The system UI displayed the full tooltips for the Extreme Body Enhancement skill. This buff apparently massively spiked the user's blood alcohol level, forcing them into a berserker status. Haruka white-knuckled his sword, his arm completely covered in fresh red blood textures. He quietly muttered to himself that the mobs were actually getting a massive, drunk debuff from his own BAC levels. A lore illustration of the eight-headed snake boss Yamato no Orochi chugging sake popped up on his HUD. Haruka instantly recalled the Japanese myth about this specific boss being incredibly weak to alcohol. A highly toxic smirk finally rendered on Haruka Namiki's face. He realized his stamina bar actually had just enough juice to pop this unique skill one last time. Orochi was still aggressively screaming, her fists clenched tight. She wouldn't stop flaming her completely useless, brain-dead summons for acting totally out of line. The dragon heads crowded around, absolutely wasted, licking the blood stains right off each other's mouths. Orochi went completely psycho, pointing her finger and ordering them to instantly cancel their current actions. While Orochi was aggressively monologuing about the fatal consequences of tasting Haruka's blood, he was casually using his sword to slice a fresh wound right into his bicep. Orochi's eyes went completely wide, totally shocked. She literally couldn't process that Haruka would intentionally self-harm right in front of her. Blood actively streamed from Haruka Namiki's arm, heavily dripping onto the floor tiles. He stared at his own wound, mockingly muttering about how absolutely desperate the mobs were for his blood drop. Haruka stood in a completely solid stance, holding his sword while his bloody arm continuously leaked onto the floor. He loudly announced he was going to let the mobs completely max out their thirst meter right now. Orochi's eyes bulged at Haruka Namiki's incredibly reckless flex. She aggressively interrogated him, asking if he was actually going to commit to such a totally suicidal strat. Blinding red lightning violently erupted all around Haruka Namiki as he manually proxed Extreme Body Enhancement. The incredibly dense mana aura completely wrapped his sword and character model. Haruka let out an absolutely server-shaking roar. The violently red mana detonated, creating an absolutely terrifying screen-clear effect. Orochi stood back, just watching this incredibly massive power spike load in. "Bring it on, you totally wasted alcoholics," Haruka Namiki aggressively whispered. He was 100% locked in and ready to solo all of Orochi's tails. 3 dragon heads immediately blitzed him, their eyes glowing with absolute greed. They unhinged their jaws as wide as possible, 100% hypnotized by the heavily alcoholic scent coming off Haruka. Haruka Namiki's face was completely radiating confidence, flashing an incredibly arrogant smirk. His eyes were burning, 100% ready to aggressively PvP anyone who stepped into his aggro range, screaming the challenge, "Get in here." The colossal dragon unhinged its razor-filled jaw, roaring violently right in Haruka Namiki's face. He looked like an absolute pixel standing there, completely surrounded by the violently red lightning of his buff skill. Haruka stared directly at the boss, his glowing red eyes radiating pure killing intent. The electric aura around him was so completely broken, it was causing massive screen shake across the zone. He clenched his fist, letting the violently red electricity completely coat his entire arm. "All right," he muttered, fully prepping for the absolute final execution strike. "Here they come." Haruka blitzed straight into the boss, triggering a massive flashbang of light, and red sparks the exact frame his sword collided with the heavy dragon scales. Haruka vaulted extremely high, an incredibly powerful swing of his arm, launching drops of his own blood straight at the monstrosity. The blood completely splattered into the dragon's mouth. It instantly registered the highly addictive, alcoholic properties of the drop. The boss flicked out its completely gross, wet tongue, happily licking the blood droplets right off its own mouth like an absolute addict. On that exact frame, Haruka perfectly stuck the landing. Haruka flashed a completely freezing smirk, his red eyes glowing brightly. He physically saw the aggro pull from his blood drop and quietly muttered, "Perfect." He locked into a solid combat stance, his eyes actively scanning for the next targets in the mob wave. "Next," he aggressively taunted. Haruka's completely razor-sharp red eyes. He was going full tryhard, actively data mining every single micro-animation the enemy made using divine insight. A dry, heavy collision sound echoed. Haruka was forced into a one-knee crouch just to maintain his stance. He was panting heavily, the blood from his arm actively streaming down his blade. The dragon directly in front of him unhinged its jaw and roared again. Its incredibly toxic, trash-tier breath completely gassed the entire dungeon zone. Haruka just stared it down with an absolutely unbreakable gaze. Pure confidence radiated from his eyes. He had the perfect strat completely mapped out to cheese this boss. Haruka instantly vaulted right onto the boss's hitbox. He extended his arm, intentionally letting his bleed duty drip directly onto the monster's scales. The bright red blood droplets rapidly soaked into the blue scales. This wasn't just standard blood. It was basically a highly lethal, max-tier poison for these specific dragon mobs. The dragon completely raged, firing off an incredibly lethal fire blast. Haruka instantly animation canceled, styling right off the boss's hitbox and perfectly iframing the massive attack. The dragon abruptly collapsed, its tongue lolling out to aggressively lick the blood drops off the floor like a completely blacked-out drunk. Haruka's cheese strat was flawlessly executing. "Let's go, chug it down," Haruka screamed with absolute hype, swinging his bleeding arm directly at the heavily CC'd mobs. He vaulted high into the skybox, swinging his arm with max force. The blood from his wound sprayed out like violently red lasers, instantly pulling aggro from every single dragon in the zone. The entire mob wave was now completely flattened on the floor, greedily lapping up Haruka's highly monodense blood. They had 100% lost all combat functionality and were basically stuck in a permanent stun lock. "How is it? Tastes like god-tier loot, right?" Haruka aggressively taunted between heavy pants, staring down the completely glitched-out mobs. He locked his stance with his sword drawn, fully intending to exploit their drunk debuff to completely wipe the entire mob wave in a single AoE sweep. "You're getting way too damn cocky," Orochi abruptly spawned out of nowhere, immediately landing a critical backstab with a razor-sharp ice blade straight through Haruka's shoulder. The demoness flashed a highly toxic, malicious smirk right next to his ear. Haruka was completely stunned, fresh blood violently erupting from the brand-new pierce damage. The freezing ice blade completely clipped through Haruka's arm and shoulder, causing his active electric buffs to aggressively glitch out and lose stability. "I literally knew you were going to try a cheap gank," Haruka quietly muttered, dropping his head to completely hide a highly suspicious, cryptic smirk. "Your back hitbox is completely exposed," Orochi screamed with absolute victory, prepping her execution animation to finally permaban her target. She flexed hard, dumping her entire mana bar into the next strike, accompanied by an absolutely authoritative scream. But the toxic smirk on Orochi's face instantly vanished when Haruka randomly animation canceled and spun around. She was totally stunned, asking what the hell he was trying to pull. Haruka violently grabbed her arm, intentionally letting his bleed duty drip straight onto the demoness's avatar. "You totally want this drop too, don't you? My blood," Haruka aggressively taunted. He completely tackled Orochi to the floor, placing her in an inescapable hardlock. The demoness could only spam pained groans as she was forced into an absolutely doomed position. Haruka physically forced her to consume his blood drop. Orochi violently spammed inputs to escape, desperately trying to turn her camera away from this completely bizarre attack. Haruka's face was totally obscured by the shadows, only rendering a highly psychotic, evil smirk. He just kept forcing the bleed due tea directly into her mouth. Orochi started hyperventilating, her purple eyes rapidly glitching and glossing over from the incredibly heavy CC effect applied by Haruka's blood. Blood droplets were completely scattered across her chest and necklace cosmetics. She was still weakly spamming broken dialogue in her drunk state. The demoness's face was completely flushed red like she was heavily intoxicated. She desperately tried to trigger a voice command for Haruka to stop, but her breathing animation was totally out of sync. Suddenly, Haruka's hands started violently shaking. The absolute last drops of blood hit the freezing stone dungeon floor. He had officially hit the absolute 0% limit of his stamina bar. Haruka's head dropped, his breathing incredibly heavy and glitched out after tanking a massive HP drain. His screen was starting to permanently black out. Orochi desperately tried to force her model up, pointing right in Haruka's face, looking both incredibly pissed and completely wasted. "You! How the hell dare you?" she aggressively stuttered. Orochi desperately tried to force her model up, pointing right in Haruka's face, looking both incredibly pissed and completely wasted. "You! How the hell dare you?" she aggressively stuttered. Haruka's FOV completely blurred. He knew his client was about to fully crash. "But this is my absolute optimal frame," he mentally locked in. Blood was still actively streaming from Haruka's arm straight onto his blade, but his eyes were completely dead set forward, 100% prepped for the final input. "This run is officially over," Haruka Namaki growled, death-gripping his blood-soaked sword. He stood his ground in the debris, totally ready for the execution strike. Orochi's eyes were completely wide in shock at the absolutely massive pressure aura radiating from the teenager. Her face was flushed, her breathing animations heavily glitched out as she witnessed a power level completely breaking the meta. The demoness aggressively screamed at her mob summons who were currently AFK and completely wasted. "All of you, what the actual hell are you doing? Get in the fight," she ordered. The drunken dragons just spammed absolutely psychotic roars in their blood-drunk state, 100% ignoring their admin's commands. They were just glitching out on the floor, generating completely cursed, broken audio cues. Orochi screamed in absolute tilt, while Haruka started charging up a massive ultimate right below her. Violently bright red lightning rendered, acting as a massive red flag that a server-wiping attack was incoming. Haruka Namaki officially popped Ultra Body Enhancement. His entire character model was completely swallowed by a violently red lightning aura, maxing out his physical DPS stats to the absolute hard cap. Orochi instantly realized her run was completely doomed. She knew that if her entire dragon mob got wiped right here, her main account would be in an absolutely inescapable 1 HP scenario. 12-fold slash, Haruka screamed as he unleashed his ultimate 12-hit execution combo. Violently red sword beams completely tore through the zone's geometry, auto-targeting the totally defenseless mob wave. The razor-sharp beams cleanly clipped right through the drunken dragon's heavy armor scales. Blood and dragon polygons violently exploded everywhere under the completely broken DPS of Haruka's blade. It was an absolutely brutal scene. The dragon heads were completely severed in a single microsecond. Haruka's frame data was so incredibly fast the AI literally couldn't even register a block input. The mob carcasses rained down everywhere through the massively thick smoke screen. Haruka styled through the debris, the red lightning still aggressively sparking around his character model. The system UI pinged, confirming an absolutely massive, game-breaking power spike. Because Divine Insight perfectly executed, Namaki Haruka's level completely skipped from 4,000 straight to 6,000. The system board rendered Haruka's newly hacked level stats. It was a completely absurd, never-before-seen EXP jump for any player on the server. Hard cut to a completely dark, secondary zone. Himawari Takebana was currently hard-locked in an incredibly depressing state. Her hands were permanently CC'd and suspended high up in the dead silence. Himawari's wrists were aggressively bound by raw ropes, stacked with a glowing purple magic circle debuff. The highly cryptic runes on the circle were actively draining her stamina bar to 0. Himawari was panting heavily, sweat completely drenching her extremely pale face. Her cosmetic gear was heavily shredded, exposing massive physical and mental damage debuffs. She desperately spammed escape inputs, but the bindings just applied a tighter CC effect. Her entire character weight was completely pulling down on her heavily damaged wrists. Hearing audio cues coming from the doorway, Himawari violently flinched and looked up. A highly familiar NPC model walked out of the shadows, completely stunning her. Why the hell are you in this zone?" Himawari yelled, totally mind-blown. The player standing right in front of her was AI, the little sister she was constantly worrying about. AI casually smiled and closed the gap, but her eyes were now glowing a highly suspicious, creepy light purple. "AI-chan!" Himawari called out her name, holding onto a tiny pixel of hope. Himawari's eyes violently shook as she registered the completely cursed visual changes on AI's model. AI spawning in this specific zone triggered an incredibly massive, unavoidable bad feeling. AI casually dropped a greeting like she was just logging in for a daily quest. "Long time no see, Himawari-senpai," her smile looking completely dead and AI-generated. "AI-chan, what the actual hell are you doing in here?" Himawari screamed, desperately trying to pull some lore context. She literally couldn't process why her own sister was just AFK watching her get tortured. AI literally just stood there flashing a completely unreadable smirk, her eyes showing absolute zero empathy for her older sister. The room's audio was completely dead except for the dark-haired girl's quiet, creepy giggles. "Shinji-sama sent me," AI stated with an absolutely brainwashed, cult-like devotion. The specific way she dropped Yukimura Shinji's name gave Himawari severe chills. "Shinji-sama, AI-chan, don't tell me Yukimura-kun completely hacked your brain with his charm spell," Himawari aggressively interrogated in pure panic. She realized her sister's AI logic was probably completely corrupted. AI tilted her head, dropping an incredibly fake, innocent emote. "What are you talking about?" It was obvious she had absolutely zero awareness that her account was compromised. "He's literally admin controlling your character. Snap out of it, AI-chan." Himawari desperately screamed to try and break the CC. She violently struggled, causing the ropes to trigger incredibly loud, screeching audio. Himawari's face completely twisted in pain as she called out, "AI." She literally couldn't believe her absolute best teammate had officially swapped to the enemy faction. AI's expression instantly went dead cold the second she heard her admin getting flamed. "Please stop trash-talking Shinji-sama." She dropped a highly intimidating, low-pitch warning. AI completely doubled down, claiming Shinji was the literal savior who rescued her account. In her totally hacked brain, the main villain was now her one and only carry. "Namaki Haruka's account is permanently deleted," AI coldly announced, placing a hand over her chest. That intel hit Himawari's bleeding heart like an absolutely fatal critical strike. AI closed her eyes, looking like she was completely lost in the flashback cutscene of getting charmed by Shinji. Her expression looked incredibly, terrifyingly euphoric. She started mumbling about how incredibly gentle Shinji's inputs were, completely taking over her physical model and data. That dialogue made Himawari physically shiver with absolute disgust. AI started aggressively hugging her own character model, her animations completely glitching out in a highly toxic, sick euphoria. In her code, only Shinji could provide the actual optimal healing buff. "What? That's literal bullshit," Himawari yelled, completely shell-shocked. She absolutely refused to accept the lore that Haruka was permanently logged off. AI glared at Himawari with absolute max-level aggro when Haruka Namaki's name dropped. She was incredibly tilted that he constantly ghosted her DMs just to hard-focus Himawari. AI aggressively gripped her outfit, her jealousy completely spiking with every single dialogue line. "I'm so jealous of you." Literally mouthing with jealousy, "Himawari-senpai," she growled. Himawari stared at her sister, her eyes completely filled with absolute grief. "AI-chan, your character lore has gotten completely corrupted," she quietly cried. In the pitch black, AI's eyes flashed with an incredibly hostile, PvP-ready glare. "To be completely honest, I absolutely hate both of you." The incredibly toxic dialogue finally dropped from the formerly wholesome girl. Himawari looked up at AI with a completely doomed, 0 HP expression. She was permanently stuck in a logic loop, wondering why the lore had to take such a totally cursed, tragic route for their party. Himawari completely broke down crying, spamming AI's name while totally hard-locked. The magic CC ropes kept aggressively glowing, looking like they wanted to completely bury her in an absolute game over screen. Takabana Himawari choked on her tears. She had always treated AI exactly like her own blood sister. Tears rapidly streamed down her heavily damaged face as she watched her teammate's AI completely break. The door violently swung open. Yukimura Shinji casually walked in, rocking his permanent, highly arrogant smirk. "Looks like a pretty sweaty lore drop. Sorry for interrupting Tilda," he sarcastically taunted. The exact frame Shinji's model rendered, AI instantly snapped back to her cult worshipper animations. She quietly whispered, "Shinji-sama," like his spawn in the room was the absolute highest priority event in the game. Yukimura Shinji closed the gap to AI, his purple eyes aggressively flashing the highly toxic aura of his charm skill. He whispered a command for her to try and avoid PvP with Takabana-san. Takabana Himawari was completely glued to the cutscene, her eyes blown wide in absolute horror. She was permanently CC'd, literally forced to watch the boss actively hack her sister's AI. AI dropped an apologetic emote, her face completely flushing red the second Shinji's hitbox collided with hers. "Sorry, I just got a little too tilted," she quietly mumbled, completely stuck in her charmed debuff. Yukimura Shinji stood right between the two girls, completely styling as the highly benevolent server mod. He dropped a hint to Himawari that she should probably stop being so toxic to her cute little sister. Shinji's face rendered an absolutely massive, gloating smirk. He highly arrogantly claimed he was currently providing AI with the absolute best buffs, using his own unique strats. Himawari aggressively screamed at him, demanding to know why the hell he was spamming his charm skill on AI. She violently spammed movement inputs against the magic CC, but the hitboxes wouldn't budge. Yukimura Shinji dropped a highly exaggerated, bored sigh, completely deflecting all the aggro straight onto Himawari. He casually initiated a hug animation with AI right in front of her extremely tilted sister. The magic circle on Himawari's wrist aggressively flared up as she desperately tried to break the grapple. Shinji casually explained that because her mental resist was way too high, his charm skill basically got entirely nullified on her. Himawari glared pure daggers at her opponent, grinding her teeth as she interrogated him about what his actual endgame strat was. Pure, unfiltered aggro was radiating from her blue eyes. Yukimura Shinji casually leaked that he just got a DM from the Hunter Association yesterday. He stood right next to AI, his camera locked onto the completely jailed Himawari. He smoothly ran his hand through his purple hair, his smirk looking even more incredibly toxic. The association literally sent him a party invite for the Orochi raid squad because his DPS was apparently that broken. Shinji threw his arms wide, aggressively hyping up his master plan to recruit both Himawari and AI into his main party. He firmly believed this was an absolutely god-tier carry offer for all of them. Himawari fired back an incredibly disgusted glare, completely doubling down that she would literally never accept a party invite from a trash player like him. Her expression was completely hard-locked, showing absolute iron resolve despite being at 1 HP. Yukimura Shinji initiated a back hug animation on AI, totally flexing his admin rights over the completely charmed girl. AI leaned right into his hitbox, dropping a highly cursed, guilty pleasure emote. He whispered directly into AI's ear while his hands actively interacted with her character model. AI quietly moaned, "Shinji-sama, that tickles," proving she was 100% trapped in his CC. Yukimura Shinji's hands, completely stacked with gold ring cosmetics, gently squeezed AI's model. It looked like the charm debuff was aggressively stacking higher with every single input he made. AI's face completely glitched out in pure euphoria. Her eyes were totally glazed over, showing absolutely zero signs of a free-to-play player. She was 100% permanently stun-locked by the toxic debuff Shinji's magic was applying. Himawari clamped her eyes shut, absolutely refusing to watch the highly NSFW, cursed cutscene playing right in front of her. A single sweat drop rendered on her cheek in the incredibly suffocating, laggy room environment. Yukimura Shinji aggressively spammed the party invite to Himawari again, while still actively running his romance animations with AI. He stared at the older sister's reaction with an absolute winner's smirk. He lightly licked AI's ear in a completely toxic taunt, basically forcing a quick-time event on Himawari to make her final choice. His glare was completely packed with absolute malice and a greedy desire to claim all the loot. The screen faded to black, leaving only the highly creepy ambient audio tracks generated by Shinji's magic. An incredibly intimidating silence completely swallowed the final save state for the two girls. Scene transition. The system UI abruptly popped up an incredibly critical warning. Namaki Haruka's total HP was currently sitting at exactly 5%. His active status effect was tagged as dying. Haruka felt like his character model was just randomly floating in a completely dark, underwater-themed skybox. He weakly realized his account still had just enough data to avoid an instant wipe. The death timer rendered on his HUD, exactly 137 seconds remaining. Namaki Haruka was literally standing right on the game over trigger as his MP bar completely zeroed out. He slightly opened his eyes, his FOV heavily blurred from absolute stamina drain. "Ah, my account hasn't been deleted yet," the highly exhausted thought slowly processed in the young player's CPU. In his completely AFK state, Haruka detected a highly unusual warm collision from another player's hitbox. A completely soothing healing buff slowly wrapped around his rapidly freezing character model. Haruka's head was literally resting on Arachi's lap. The system aggressively refreshed the timer, warning him his account only had a pathetic 90 seconds left before a total wipe. The boss let out a quiet giggle, casually observing that Haruka was literally about to disconnect permanently. Meanwhile, he was internally raging, thinking he absolutely should have wiped all her hitboxes by now. Flashback cutscene. Blue fire aggressively detonated from a dead dragon mob in the background. Arachi casually dropped the lore that they were actually a highly complex, 8-part raid boss, and the encounter wouldn't officially clear until every single unit was wiped. Haruka internally flamed the boss right in front of him, calling her an absolute freak of nature. Arachi instantly fired back, acting completely tilted, claiming that kind of toxic chat was a highly bannable offense. The boss placed her hand directly on Haruka's head, completely admitting that his strats genuinely caught her off guard. For the absolute first time since her spawn, she actually felt like her HP bar almost hit zero. Arachi stared down at Haruka with incredibly bright golden eyes, rendering a highly suspicious, cryptic smirk. She announced she was officially validating his run, an incredibly rare achievement drop from a disaster-tier boss. Haruka's death timer rapidly ticked down to a flat 30 seconds. He was completely blue-screening, having absolutely zero clue what this boss was yapping about while he was literally staring at the game over screen. Arachi leaned her hitbox extremely close to Haruka's face, warning him not to make her repeat that dialogue line ever again. The ambient mana particles around her model started violently glitching out. The system's death clock flashed the final 10-second countdown. Namaki Haruka was currently balancing on the absolutely thinnest pixel, separating a clutch survival from a permanent ban. Arachi realized the situation was rapidly going critical, and she absolutely needed to pop a counter-strat immediately. A brilliantly glowing blue magic circle abruptly rendered right over Haruka's chest. An incredibly massive surge of freezing energy detonated from the demoness's hand, violently clipping straight into the teenager's character model. The glowing magic circle rapidly expanded, completely deleting the darkness in the zone. Haruka was completely mind-blown, wondering what kind of hacked skill this boss was trying to cast on him. He physically felt a totally new, overpowered energy violently hacking its way into every single cell of his avatar. With a highly entertained, toxic smirk, Arachi dumped all her mana into the cryptic magic ritual. "Hee. Well then, let's start the cutscene," she announced as the blinding blue light completely swallowed both of their hitboxes. A razor-sharp ice pillar violently pierced straight through Haruka Namaki's chest, blasting a massive geyser of blood everywhere. He screamed an absolute agony-filled "Gah!" as the overpowered magic directly hacked into his 1 HP model. Arachi dropped a highly cryptic, mysterious smirk, her eyes completely hidden in the shadows. "Good night, Master," she whispered as the synchronization ritual officially hit its final execution phase. A massive wall of system UI panels popped up in the middle of the blinding light. The divine observation skill forcefully booted up to calculate the exact synchronization rate between Namiki Haruka and Orochi. The system pinged that the sync rate had successfully hit 73% and was still actively processing. Haruka's account started aggressively downloading brand new skills directly from the demon entity currently linking to his soul data. Namiki Haruka's base stats started skyrocketing at an absolutely broken speed, according to the system alerts. The teenager levitated in the middle of a violently glowing golden aura, his completely naked character model coded in God-tier, overpowered energy. Namiki Haruka tilted his head up, his violently red eyes glowing right through the golden aura. His face had completely dropped all fatigue debuffs, replaced by an absolutely freezing calm and a newly unlocked server-breaking pressure. Haruka respawned, waking up on an incredibly soft pillow. His brain was still suffering from a major lag spike after that absolutely insane server event. The first thing rendering in his FOV was a massive blue dragon aggressively licking his face. Its heavy growling completely lagged the audio mix in the stone room. His eyes bugged out in pure shock, sweat instantly pouring down his face as the memory logs of that terrifying boss raid violently crashed back into his brain. Haruka basically teleported out of the bed, absolutely terrified of the colossal beast chilling right next to his hitbox. The completely unrendered, unfamiliar room just made him panic even harder. He backdashed, his face screaming maximum suspicion, stuttering as he aggressively demanded the identity of the mob right in front of him. The dragon completely ignored the chat log and just kept pushing forward, forcing Haruka to actively block with his hands just to keep some distance from its hitbox. Totally panicking, he instinctively started mashing the interact button on his surroundings, desperately hunting for any random loot to use as a weapon. White-knuckling the blanket, Haruka realized his primary sword item was completely missing from his inventory slots. Abruptly, his hand collided with a highly unusual, incredibly soft and warm texture. The completely alien collision physics made him totally freeze. Haruka looked down, his expression screaming absolute 404 error. Sweat aggressively started dripping down his forehead. Turns out Orochi, the blue demon boss, was literally AFK sleeping right next to him, and his hand was currently clipping into a highly inappropriate hitbox. He let out an absolutely pathetic shriek, his face completely losing its color from the sheer shock of this totally cursed RNG nightmare. He violently yanked his hand back, desperately trying to backdash away with an incredibly panicked full-guard stance. Hachai was still completely AFK dreaming, totally ignoring Haruka, who was currently mentally screaming about why the raid boss was AFK in his bed. The shock value completely peaked when he looked down and realized his character model had literally zero armor equipped. The audio cues finally made Orochi start booting up from sleep mode, while Haruka was actively trying to find the fastest exit portal out of the zone. He aggressively grabbed a piece of cloth to cover his avatar, desperately trying to combat crawl away, but ended up colliding with a massive object. The colossal blue dragon was completely hard-locking the exit path. It growled, forcing Haruka to actively push its massive head hitbox away. Haruka yelled at the dragon to stop griefing, while Orochi's lethally sharp golden eyes finally started rendering open. Hachai stared at him with zero aggro, still looking heavily debuffed by sleep mode, and giving absolutely zero fucks about his massive panic attack. She rubbed her eyes, complaining in the chat about getting griefed by loud audio cues way too early in the cycle. The exact frame she processed Haruka desperately trying to cover his model, Orochi dropped an incredibly suspicious, toxic smirk. She dropped an incredibly sweet "good morning, master" in the voice chat that completely stun-locked his brain. The stone room was literally a loot cave, packed with old gear, weapons, and armor polygons randomly scattered across the floor. Haruka aggressively snatched up a pre-rendered black outfit to finally equip some gear and fix his scuffed avatar. He speed-equipped his boots, desperately trying to reset his serious vibe after that incredibly cursed NSFW glitch. Rocking an all-black hoodie and sweatpants, Haruka finally looked like a proper player. Orochi stood AFK in the background, quietly spectating with obvious amusement. She giggled, nodding in approval, and dropping a compliment that the cosmetics actually matched his character model perfectly. Haruka got visibly tilted when he checked the lore, and realized she literally borrowed this gear from other players' inventories in the dungeon. He yelled, demanding she immediately drop the lore explanation for what the hell was actually happening on this server. Standing in the middle of the loot cave, Haruka was still completely failing to process his current save state. He touched his chest, seriously questioning how his account wasn't permabanned after face-tanking that execution strike. Hatchai gave him a completely baffled look, like the tutorial tooltip was literally rendering right in front of his face. They both initiated a sit animation at the wooden table, dropping into a serious dialogue tree while the blue dragon curled up AFK next to them. Orochi reached out and grabbed a cup, hot steam actively rendering in the dead silence of the underground room. She started dropping the lore that there was now an extremely highly classified, bound contract linking their two accounts. Haruka frowned and repeated the term, totally suspicious. He absolutely did not remember clicking except on any EULA or trade window. Orochi's eyes went dead serious as she confirmed. She literally saved his account from a wipe by hard-syncing her own HP bar to his. The cutscene memory of that incredibly catastrophic ice explosion re-rendered in his brain absolute proof that his account should have been 100% deleted. He stared down at his hands, getting massively paranoid and asking if his character model was slowly getting corrupted into a monster skin. Hatchai fired back with a highly cryptic smirk, telling him he was aggressively overthinking totally useless background lore. She locked eyes with Haruka, dropping a hard confirmation that from this frame forward, her account was officially bound to his inventory. Haruka glared at Hatchai with max-level suspicion, totally failing to decode the hidden meta behind that dialogue line. Orochi rested her chin on her hand, telling him to just stop lagging and execute her instructions to test it out. She ordered him to close his eyes and input the exact voice command, "Lend me your eyes." Haruka hesitated for a few frames, but finally clicked confirm. He suddenly realized he literally still hadn't pulled her character name from the lore. She flashed a highly toxic, playful smirk, finally dropping her actual display name, Hatchai. Haruka squeezed his eyes shut, quietly executing the exact voice command prompt she had just fed him. An incredibly weird sensory glitch completely swallowed Haruka as he sat AFK next to the steaming cup of tea. When his eyes booted back up, a completely new skybox rendered. Haruka realized he had literally gained full spectator access to Hatchai's POV camera. Hatchai dropped the tutorial lore. He now had admin access to spam her skills, and as a passive buff, his base stats were getting a massive multiplier. She looked incredibly smug, totally ready to dump the full patch notes on this overpowered admin-tier contract for her new guild master. Hard cut to the third-floor conference room of the Adventurers Guild, where the server tension was at an absolute maximum. Ishihara Katsuhiko, the raid leader for the Orochi squad, aggressively announced the upcoming raid quest to permaban the colossal snake threat from the server. In-game footage of Orochi completely wiping dungeon towns was broadcasted, displaying the absolute server-crashing DPS the boss was capable of. Kyogoku Oyaka, the guild's receptionist NPC, took over the mic to drop a massive intel leak about a highly critical weak point they just data mined. The exploit, highly concentrated alcohol. It sounded like an absolute troll weapon for a mythic-tier raid boss. Combat logs from the previous wipe proved that applying an alcohol debuff massively nerfed Orochi's total DPS and aggro. The mob of adventurers in the lobby started aggressively spamming the chat. A bald player smirked, mocking the fact that this mythic boss literally got a drunk debuff just like human players. Ishihara leaked that the guild was partnering with a massive brewery guild to stockpile an absolutely god-tier amount of alcohol for the raid prep. The veteran player's eyes went dead cold as he dropped the coordinates for the raid zone, Dungeon Floor 4. The strat was to pull Orochi's aggro to the zone, completely max out her drunk debuff, and then nuke her in a single, coordinated burst phase. He ordered the entire raid group to hit the staging area on time. However, to actually clear the boss, they absolutely needed a highly overpowered main tank to hold aggro on the front line. A highly expensive cosmetic boot violently kicked the conference room door open, pulling instant aggro from the entire lobby. "Just leave the carry to me, Tilda," an incredibly arrogant, toxic voice announced. A new party spawned in, led by a young player radiating absolute max-level ego and toxicity. Ishihara instantly pulled the ID tags. It was Shinji Yukimura. The veteran seriously doubted if a trash-tier personality like him could actually handle the raid mechanics. Shinji dropped a highly toxic, arrogant smirk, telling the boomer to chill because his party had way more than enough DPS to speedrun the boss. Ishihara violently yelled, clearly absolutely tilted by this scrub's complete disrespect for the raid's difficulty scaling. Standing AFK in the back, Himawari Takabana quietly spectated the flame war, her eyes showing heavy lag and paranoia. The camera panned down to an incredibly deep underground cavern, where a dark blue river aggressively clipped through the rock geometry. Haruka and Hachai were actively traveling inside a floating magic sphere straight through the water physics, surrounded by low-poly fish mobs. Haruka internally praised the utility of magic builds, making fast travel through the underground zones incredibly optimized. Hachai smirked proudly, absolutely refusing to miss a chance to flex her admin tier stats right in front of her master. She dropped the lore that this specific travel spell massively increased their movement range, even though the MP drain was pretty sweaty. The magic sphere clipped right past a massive underground waterfall asset, pushing them way deeper into the labyrinth's instanced zones. Haruka questioned why she didn't just use her dragon mount form to speedrun the zone. Hatch casually fired back that the stamina drain for that was way too annoying. The blue-haired demon pouted, clearly looking like some unreleased background lore was actively applying a minor tilt debuff to her mood. Ignoring the lore drop, Hatch aggressively pinged Haruka, demanding to know why they were speedrunning the exit portal so fast. Haruka touched his chin, processing the dialogue, while Hatch randomly swapped to using the highly formal Haruka-sama honorific. Haruka got a minor cringe debuff, totally not used to this new VIP chat filter. Hachai doubled down, statting it was hard-coded lore since he was officially her admin. He looked at Hachai with a completely serious expression, repinging his absolute main quest objective. They needed to optimize their route and speedrun to save Himawari from Shinji's toxic griefing before her HP hit 0. Hachai blinked, dropping a highly curious emote, asking if Himawari was officially listed as his romance option. Haruka closed his eyes, dropping a quick deny. To him, Himawari was a top-tier player he heavily respected and admired. Hachai's lethally sharp golden eyes narrowed slightly as she ran a quick scan on Haruka from inside the blue water sphere. Haruka noticed her highly suspicious animation and pinged her to ask if a glitch was happening. Hachai just casually dropped a nothing in chat. "I finally have the stats to 1v1 Shinji." Haruka white-knuckled his fist, internally pinging Himawari's name with an absolutely ironclad resolve. The skybox swapped to the Grand Plaza on floor 4, where a massive, server-wide raid prep was currently rendering. Adventurers were aggressively grinding, offloading massive wooden crates from transport carts to set up the drunk debuff trap. The server lobby was incredibly sweaty. Dozens of players were coordinating to drag the high-alcohol crates right to the boss spawn point. Himawari Takabana was manually carrying a massive crate, her face completely locked into a hyper-focused, try-hard expression. Raid leader Ishihara Katsuhiko randomly spawned right behind her and dropped a voice ping, with receptionist Ayaka tailing his hitbox. He requested to open a private chat window for a second, while the rest of the lobby was busy grinding the prep quests. Ishihara dropped a bow emote, thanking Himawari for officially accepting the party invite for the Orochi raid. He completely spammed compliments about her stats, calling her a genius high schooler who speedrun to A rank with an absolutely cracked win rate. Yaka stood by with a polite smile, dropping a joke that the raid leader was totally overbuffing her ego. Ishihara scratched his head and dropped a sweat drop emote, realizing he was fanboying way too hard over a top-tier carry like Himawari joining the lobby. However, Ayaka's tone suddenly dropped all the jokes, asking the real lore question. Why the hell a top-tier player like Himawari accepted a party invite from a scrub like Shinji Yukimura? She leaked that Shinji was infamous in the server logs for having absolute trash-tier karma and a totally toxic reputation. A flashback cutscene triggered in Himawari's brain. The absolutely disgusting image of Shinji applying hard CC to AI and bragging that he could grief her account whenever he wanted. Gah, Himawari physically shivered as the memory of Shinji's toxic glare and her friend's debuffed state violently re-rendered. She forced her model to stabilize, replying to Ishihara and Ayaka with the lore that she and Shinji had been on each other's friend lists for a really long time. AI-chan, I am 100% going to carry you out of this. Himawari swore a blood oath internally, her eyes looking heavily depressed but backed by absolute iron resolve. She absolutely refused to let AI tank any more damage from that incredibly toxic, disgusting griefer for even a single frame longer. Shinji Yukimura was currently AFK sitting on a wooden crate. Completely surrounded by female players, he had permanently hard-locked with his charm skill. AI stared at him with completely dead AI-generated eyes, 100% hijacked by the raid leader's absolutely broken charm debuff. Himawari quietly cursed, heavily coping and praying that Haruka-kun was in the zone to co-opt this incredibly doomed scenario. Shinji's camera randomly panned over, his eyes dropping a highly toxic, freezing glare that would give anyone a massive fear debuff. He flashed an absolutely arrogant smirk, physically grabbing AI's arm like she was just a piece of loot, making Himawari's aggro meter absolutely skyrocket. I'm not going to tilt. Himawari white-knuckled her fists, completely dedicated to data mining a glitch in his charm magic to land a critical counter. Back to Haruka, the system UI abruptly spammed a radar ping, detecting exactly 15 humanoid hitboxes loaded into the floor for Grand Plaza Zone. The blue radar screen rendered in high definition, dropping exact coordinates and mob counts for potential hostiles. Haruka was actively swimming inside the magic sphere when he randomly spotted a massive anomaly rendering on the system UI. He instantly dropped a hard voice command for Hachai to hit the brakes. The demon girl dropped a confused emote, asking why he was suddenly canceling the travel animation. Hachai threw up an understood emote. The magic circles actively rendering around her aggressively flared up to apply a massive deceleration debuff. The sudden physics stop caused the water geometry to violently glitch out, generating a massive cloud of white particle effects around the sphere. You don't just randomly hit the emergency brake like that, Hachai," Haruka complained in chat as the physics engine violently tossed his hitbox forward. Hachai totally ignored Haruka's flame, locking her camera forward and accurately calling out that adventurer hitboxes were rendering extremely close by. He whipped out the smartphone item and shoved the screen in Hachai's face to show her a highly critical lore drop he just data mined. Hachai physically flinched, realizing the smartphone was literally her own dropped loot. Haruka was intensely staring at a massive server announcement on the screen. "Isn't that literally my spawn?" Hachai yelled, completely mind-blown seeing Orochi's character model rendered on Haruka's screen. It was a server-wide broadcast that the 8th Orochi raid squad was actively prepping a massive boss fight, the Floor 4 Grand Plaza today. Hachai glared at Haruka with an incredibly serious expression. She finally processed the lore that her proxy mobs were officially marked as raid targets by the human faction. So fundamentally, they are marked as hostile NPCs. We absolutely need to scout their pathing first. Haruka dropped a serious tactical analysis. Abruptly, an absolutely blinding system UI flash completely swallowed Haruka, rendering the text, "God's Trial." Haruka's eyes bugged out in pure shock at the completely unannounced RNG event. He literally couldn't believe the glitch happening right on his screen. Haruka got completely stun-locked watching Himawari and Shinji render together on the system's target tracking UI. He bitterly accepted the lore that Shinji 100% leaked fake news about his permaban, just to easily bypass Himawari's firewall and hack her account. Haruka's aggro meter completely exploded. He literally couldn't decode what the hell their actual relationship status was in this current patch. Hachai also scoped the UI. dropping a casual roast that Shinji looked like absolute trash, and was obviously the griefer who PK'd Haruka earlier. She dropped a curious ping, asking if the top-tier female player in the armor was the specific NPC Haruka was completely simping for. Haruka dropped a small nod to confirm, his eyes actively leaking massive paranoia and lag over his old party member's HP. A highly toxic, cryptic laugh echoed in the audio mix. Hatchai was clearly theory-crafting that a massively entertaining server event was about to drop for Haruka-sama. Hatchai rendered back in with a highly unreadable, provocative smirk, her camera totally locked onto Haruka like she had been camping this spawn point forever. In the massive dungeon lobby, the entire server population was grouped up to prep the boss raid. Right in the center spawn point, wooden crates were perfectly aligned, clearly packing critical quest items. The wooden crates were completely maxed out with consumables. The entire lobby was 100% prepped to pull Orochi's aggro. Ishihara Katsuhiko dropped a server-wide command for everyone to lock into combat stances. He ordered the frontline to hold back until Orochi's actual hitbox fully rendered. Himawari Takebana stood completely AFK with a highly serious expression. Right behind her, Shinji Yukimura immediately closed the gap to drop a toxic comment that her emote looked totally depressed. Shinji Yukimura casually dropped his hand onto Himawari's shoulder, completely disrespecting her personal space. He whispered right into her audio feed, ordering her to stop throwing and actually play her role as the frontline tank. AI, currently running Shinji's charm debuff, dropped a synchronized toxic voice line. She laughed, telling Himawari not to make Shinji-sama look like a scrub. Shinji flashed a highly arrogant smirk at his party's absolute loyalty, while AI spammed laugh emotes for successfully flaming her senior. Himawari just completely muted the chat and tanked the griefing. Himawari narrowed her eyes in absolute disgust. She was aggressively throttling her own aggro meter to not instantly team kill the toxic griefer. Himawari glanced at AI, internally theory-crafting a strat to dispel the charm debuff hard-locking the girl. Even with low-tier dispel stats, she swore to permanently keep AI-chan in her FOV. Himawari white-knuckled her fists. She hyped herself up, believing the incoming Orochi raid was literally her only frame-perfect window to make a play. Abruptly, an incredibly loud, terror-filled shriek completely shattered the dungeon audio mix. Himawari violently animation-canceled, whipping her camera toward the bizarre sound cue. Raid leader Ishihara and the rest of the lobby instantly spiked to maximum aggro. The random audio trigger completely flipped the server vibe into a massive panic. A scout using binoculars spammed the chat, reporting a massive thermal signature rapidly clipping toward their coordinates. Ishihara sweated, questioning if Orochi had spawned early. A player model rocking a blue cloak was desperately speedrunning away. Rapid footstep audio looped perfectly with their incredibly desperate call for a heal. Right behind the blue cloak was a massive mob of highly aggressive blue monsters, maintaining perfect aggro tracking. Their glowing red eyes screamed pure DPS in the dark zone. The scout confirmed the lore. A female NPC was actively getting ganked by a mob wave. Ishihara instantly overrode the raid commands, declaring the absolute highest priority was to save the NPC. To execute the rescue, Ishihara decided to split the party, dumping the Orochi aggro control entirely onto Shinji Yukimura's squad. He and the remaining players would speedrun to intercept the mob. Shinji casually waved his hand, dropping an incredibly annoyed emote and clicking his tongue at the RNG event. He gave absolute zero fucks about the NPC's HP, only mouthing that he had to actually carry the raid now. Shinji popped a highly toxic, purple magic aura, rendering a completely villainous smirk. He ordered his brainwashed party to go full tryhard for his own personal loot drop. The charmed girls spammed pained audio cues as Shinji's magic actively hacked their character models. The buff massively spiked their physical stats, but completely formatted their AI logic. The brainwashed squad initiated a synchronized blitz forward. Glowing blue magic circles rendered on their hands, 100% primed to nuke the enemy hitboxes. One girl executed a plunge attack, her eyes completely radiating magic VFX. Their combat animations were incredibly aggressive, completely overriding their usual support tier vibes. The magic payload detonated, spawning massive hydro pillars that completely wiped the geometry in their path. The PvP zone was rapidly devolving into an absolute clusterfuck. Shinji stood AFK in the backline, his camera coldly observing the chaos. He dropped a command for the beautiful genius, Himawari, to finally engage and secure the kill. Himawari Takabana stayed back, actively analyzing the mob wave's frame data. Even though she absolutely refused to take Shinji's orders, she knew she had to manually secure the kill to end the event. Himawari blitzed like a literal missile straight toward Orochi. Her eyes were completely dead set, totally ignoring the arrogant griefer currently AFK in the backline. Suddenly, the cloaked NPC triggered a stumble animation literally right in front of the monster's hitbox. A highly confused, "huh" audio cue triggered at the totally random physics glitch. The blue monster unhinged its red, gory jaw, lunging to secure the instant kill animation on the NPC. Hatch, currently running the disguised skin, dropped a highly exaggerated, shaky audio line about being totally terrified. Himawari frantically spammed warning pings in chat. She instantly animation canceled her attack trajectory to body block for the targeted NPC. With an absolutely deafening war cry, Himawari popped her Kill Cross ultimate. A massive, high DPS fire blast erupted straight from her blade, completely melting the surrounding geometry. The blazing fire AoE completely swallowed the monster's hitbox, rendering incredibly high-quality fire vortex effects. The burst damage from Himawari's ultimate was absolutely top tier. The monster spammed agonizing death audio as the point-blank fire blast melted its HP. The hit marker confirmed the critical strike, instantly deleting the mob's threat level. Himawari immediately closed the gap to check the NPC's HP bar. Hatchai tilted her camera up, dropping a polite smile and a thanks for the carry emote. The rest of the party finally rendered into the zone. Himawari traded the NPC over to the support players, then immediately turned her camera back to prep for the actual raid boss. Hatchai quietly dropped a toxic giggle under her cloak, confirming phase one of her master plan had successfully executed. She scoped Himawari's back, internally confirming that the player Haruka-sama was simping for actually had pretty decent stats. Hatchai's eyes flashed with absolute toxicity under her hood. She was literally just camping the spawn, waiting for Haruka to render in and trigger the final cutscene. Shinji Yukimura curiously panned his camera over to the newly saved NPC. He adjusted his stance, visibly updating his target priority for a new addition to his harem inventory. Shinji flashed an absolutely degenerate smirk, internally tagging the NPC as top-tier cosmetic loot. He was already theory-crafting a strat to pop Charm on her the exact second the raid officially cleared. Hatchet glanced back at Shinji with an expression of absolute disgust, dropping a highly toxic tongue-out emote. She internally flamed his account for being absolute trash tier. Hatchai giggled, completely hyped for the actual showtime, to start so she could watch Haruka-sama absolutely perma-ban this griefer. Her internal monologue was screaming pure entertainment. Hatchai's eyes suddenly flared with an incredibly authoritative golden glow. She realized she needed to manually pause her Tails AI to avoid accidentally leaking her true boss identity too early. On that exact frame, one of Orochi's colossal tails violently clipped down from the skybox, triggering a massive audio roar. Himawari was completely stun-locked, finally realizing the absolutely broken scale of the true boss model. Himawari Takabana frantically spammed chat when she saw Orochi completely break its pathing. She had absolutely zero clue why the boss was suddenly aggroing her party at literal Mach speed. The colossal boss head and its glowing red eyes completely locked onto the explorer party hiding behind their shield buffs. Shinji Yukimura's squad immediately started dropping their morale stats, seeing an instant wipe approaching. Shinji Yukimura's eyes bugged out in absolute terror at the boss's massive hitbox. He completely dropped his arrogant emote and started violently shaking from a massive fear debuff. Orochi unhinged its jaw to the absolute maximum, dropping a server-shattering roar literally right in Shinji's face. He only had exactly one frame to scream before the boss's toxic breath clipped his avatar. Completely panicking, Shinji desperately spammed dodge rolls through the burning debris. He ground his teeth, internally raging while desperately hunting for a counter-strat to keep his 1 HP account alive. Shinji literally couldn't decode why he was the only player holding the boss's aggro. Sweat poured down his avatar as he realized he was getting completely cornered. He instantly popped his ultimate, high-gravity punishment, attempting to hard CC the monster's animations. Glowing purple mana effects started rendering, 100% primed to drop a massive nuke on the boss. A highly complex magic circle rendered right on Shinji's palm. He was 100% coping that this burst would completely flatten Orochi and restore his top-tier status. But in a completely broken interaction, the magic skill instantly despawned the second it fired. Shinji got completely stun-locked, literally unable to process how his main DPS ability just got casually nullified. Hachai, still rocking the cloaked NPC skin, dropped a highly toxic, victorious smirk in the background. She had secretly used admin privileges to completely delete the scumbag's magic code, pushing his account to an absolute dead end. The three-headed Orochi boss was slowly aggro-walking right up to Shinji's downed hitbox. He could only spam pathetic groaning audio as the boss's saliva literally dripped right next to his avatar. Shinji aggressively flamed his party in voice chat, screaming at them for being completely AFK. His incredibly cowardly AI logic was on full display as he desperately tried to blame his supports during a wipe. He dropped a hard command for the girls to instantly body block the incoming damage. His hand radiated purple mana, actively hacking their AI to force complete suicidal obedience. AI and the other charmed girls spammed pained audio cues, their hijacked AI forcing them to agree to the body block. Their eyes flashed that highly cursed purple glow, completely overriding their threat detection. AI stared at Shinji with an absolutely sick, devoted expression despite being one frame away from a wipe. The charm, Debuff had completely rewritten her lore to make this griefer her only reason to stay logged in. Suddenly, a black blur clipped right in front of Shinji's camera, perfectly parrying Orochi's attack animation. The girls spammed shocked audio cues at the completely unannounced assist. A heavy, dry thud echoed as a player perfectly stuck an incredibly high-impact landing. Stone polygons violently exploded under the mysterious player's boots. Himawari Takabana T-posed to completely body-block AI from the clash's AoE damage. She absolutely refused to spectate another player getting team-killed for Shinji's trash strats. Himawari ground her teeth, tanking the boss's massive pressure aura as sweat streamed down her forehead. She hyped herself up, mentally screaming to just hold the line for a few more frames. The Orochi boss actually got knocked back by the massive parry recoil. Himawari panted heavily, white-knuckling her sword hilt even though her stamina bar was flashing red. Hachai dropped a slightly worried emote, realizing her troll's script was getting a bit too close to a wipe. She knew if Himawari's HP dropped, Master Haruka would absolutely nuke the server in rage. Himawari looked down at AI-chan, who was still completely AFK on the floor, and asked why she was running such suicidal pathing. Her genuinely pure support dialogue was met with an absolutely cursed, dead stare. Himawari forced a weak smile, dropping the lore reminder that AI was officially her and Haruka's junior party member. She was heavily coping that the name drop would be enough to reboot the girl's corrupted AI. AI slightly animation stalled at Haruka's name, but the magic debuff in her code started aggressively fighting back. She stuttered, trying to drop a dialogue line, but the toxic purple glow violently flared up instead. Seeing his loot almost break out of CC, Shinji instantly spammed his advanced, super charm, ultimate. He dumped all his MP into his palm to aggressively reinforce the slavery debuff on AI's account. AI screamed in absolute agony as the overbuffed mana hacked into her avatar, completely deleting any leftover free will. She desperately begged in chat, begging Shinji to cancel the cast because her hardware couldn't handle the load. Himawari completely panicked, screaming AI-chan's name as she watched the girl get violently stun-locked by the magic. Shinji stood in the background, dropping a highly toxic laugh, showing absolutely zero empathy for his own party member. Shinji Yukimura side-eyed Himawari with an incredibly arrogant smirk. He dropped the threat that if she didn't stop throwing, he'd literally hack her account next the second the boss was cleared. Himawari aggressively flamed Yukimura in chat, ordering him to instantly cancel the malicious script. But Shinji just completely muted her, ordering her to stop lagging and actually tank the incoming Orochi aggro. Hachai spectated from the backline with an incredibly serious expression, officially confirming the raid was going completely foobar. She internally pinged Haruka-sama, 100% prepped to intervene if the wipe was imminent. Hachai's eyes violently flared with golden admin authority from under her hood. She quietly muttered the voice command, tail, officially dropping the aggro ping for her summons. An absolutely colossal, skeletal tail clipped down from the skybox, completely flattening the zone's geometry. Himawari only had one frame to look up in pure shock, internally accepting that this run was officially a wipe. On that exact frame, the Duotsum Edge Ultimate detonated, instantly mincing the entire hitbox into dozens of glowing polygons. Highly optimized sword beams crisscrossed, completely deleting every single one of Orochi's heads in exactly 1 second. Himawari's eyes bugged out watching the absolutely instantaneous server wipe. She had literally never seen a player with enough DPS to one-shot an S-tier boss like that. Haruka Namaki casually walked out of the despawned smoke, his character model aggressively sparking with red lightning. Rocking his classic black hoodie, he casually held his sword but radiated an absolutely suffocating pressure aura. Close up on Haruka's face, his eyes were glowing completely blood red. His current cosmetic vibe was 100% different from the low-tier, grinding scrub Himawari used to party with. Haruka stood perfectly still in the middle of the ruined arena, the boss's leftover polygons still scattered across the floor. The entire raid lobby locked their cameras onto him like an admin had just spawned from the skybox. Himawari totally blanked out, calling Haruka-kun's name in absolute emotional shock. She literally couldn't process the graphics rendering her dead friend, spawning in with such an incredibly overpowered stance. Haruka panned his camera to her, dropping a highly wholesome smile and a quiet Himari-san in voice chat. Even with his hacked stats, his support tier vibe for her was still exactly the same as day one. He immediately dashed over to Himawari, dropping a quick HP check to see if she took any damage. Himawari was totally stun-locked, just tracking his animations, her brain still completely buffering. She dropped a small nod, confirming her HP was fine, and threw a thanks for the carry in chat. Himawari's eyes were literally shining with an indescribable euphoria, finally confirming her absolute favorite duo partner was still online. Haruka dropped a relieved smile, internally praising his own movement speed for arriving on the exact frame. However, his glare instantly turned freezing cold the second his crosshair locked onto that bastard Shinji. Takebana Himawari was still heavily lagging, her avatar physically shaking because her brain couldn't process the current render. Her voice audio glitched as she asked how the hell he spawned here, right in the middle of a high-level raid zone. Haruka looked at his old duo partner, his eyes glowing with an incredibly intimidating red aura, yet his facial animation remained perfectly, terrifyingly calm. The ambient pressure aura around his hitbox was now 100% different from his old patch stats. The surrounding players were absolutely mind-blown, literally unable to process the logs showing Orochi getting one shot. They were completely stun-locked, trying to figure out what kind of insane buffs this trash-tier, level 100 player just downloaded. Haruka dropped a quiet sigh emote, casually mentioning that a massive lore dump happened after their party got forcibly disbanded. He flipped the aggro, asking Himawari why she queued up for a highly toxic raid lobby run by a griefer like Shinji. Himawari's eyes showed absolute iron resolve mixed with heavy emotional damage as she locked onto her teammate. She dropped the lore that the bastard intentionally looted Haruka's dropped inventory after his supposed permaban. Himawari panned her camera over to Shinji Yukimura, who was currently completely floored on the dungeon tiles, looking like absolute trash. Right behind him was AI, still running her healer script on the toxic griefer. Haruka Namaki slowly closed the gap, his freezing voice check completely shattering the lobby's dead silence. He locked his crosshair dead onto his nemesis, dropping an incredibly toxic line. "We finally queued into the same lobby, Shinji." Shinji Yukimura ground his teeth so hard his audio peaked, his facial geometry completely warping from the absolute terror debuff spiking in his code. Sweat actively poured down his model as the literal ghost of his PK victim rendered right in front of him. He screamed in absolute panic, his brain completely refusing to accept that the player rendering was actually Haruka. Internally, he was mouthing, trying to calculate how a trash-tier scrub managed to bypass the death screen and respawn. Shinji spammed angry audio cues, aggressively demanding a lore explanation for this completely glitched spawn. His eyes bugged out, his coward AI totally exposed when facing the guy he thought he had easily wiped from the server. Haruka completely ignored the flame, casually confirming the lore that, yeah, after getting PK'd, his account went through an incredibly massive update cycle. That completely deadpan response hit the griefer like an absolute banhammer. Takebana Himawari was completely stun-locked hearing Haruka physically confirm he got team killed. She was absolutely horrified, realizing her paranoid theory crafting about his random disconnect was 100% accurate. Himawari's aggro meter completely exploded. She glared at Shinji with an expression that could literally pierce his hitbox. She heavily flamed herself for letting this absolute trash-tier player manipulate her party for so long. Yukimura Shinji forced a highly cursed, fake smile, desperately trying to use speech checks to deny the combat logs. He waved his hands, labeling the claims as totally toxic fake news, attempting to gaslight the entire lobby about his PK record. He desperately tried to reload his arrogant emote, pointing at Haruka and mocking that the Orochi kill was 100% just pure RNG luck. He kept stubbornly spamming the Mr. Level 100 title, actively trying to downplay Haruka's newly hacked power level. Hachai, camping in the shadows, visibly ground her teeth. Her golden eyes aggressively flared with maximum toxicity at the scrub's completely trash-tier trash talk. She felt absolutely disgusted that he had the balls to drop toxic chat on her master. Haruka tilted his head down, a highly cryptic smirk rendering on his face when the word luck popped up in chat. He repeated the word, his voice audio pitched low but practically dripping with hidden lethal DPS. An absolutely massive, golden pressure aura randomly detonated from Haruka's character model, causing insane screen shake across the entire dungeon zone. The blinding light completely swallowed his hitbox, rendering him like an actual admin spawning into the server. Shinji got violently knocked back by the terrifying aura pressure, face-planting into the floor in pure, unadulterated terror. He spammed desperate, panicked audio, completely unable to process what kind of hacked stat line was generating this pressure. Himawari was also totally stun-locked, clutching her chest as she physically felt the absolutely massive mana pool surging from her old duo partner. She stared at Haruka's back, realizing his account had officially ascended way past standard player limits. Hachai, still rocking the cloak skin, dropped a small smirk, her eyes flashing a highly cryptic golden glow. She was actively spectating the lobby's reaction as Master Haruka finally started flexing his actual stats. Kyogoku Oyaka, the guild support NPC, panicked and checked her portable scouter, watching the UI violently glitch out. She dropped a completely horrified audio line, realizing this was a perception break event. His stats were literally breaking the UI. Yaka's eyes bugged out, sweat rendering on her model as she desperately tried to decode the completely glitched data on her screen. She had literally never logged an event where a single player caused a massive hardware crash on the scanning tool. On the tablet UI, Namiki Haruka's character sheet rendered absolutely hacked stats. Level 6000, with both attack and defense explicitly throwing an unmeasurable error code. The most cursed stat of all was his death count, officially logged at exactly 2. Namiki Haruka's facial animations locked into an absolutely freezing glare, his violently red eyes looking down at the complete trash mob groveling at his boots. The level gap between their accounts was now an absolutely unbridgeable server glitch. Yukimura Shinji was so heavily debuffed by fear that he completely lost control of his character model, literally rendering a puddle on the dungeon floor. It was the absolute peak of cowardice from a griefer who only ever ganked low-level players. Haruka's golden aura just kept aggressively glowing, completely deleting any leftover will to PvP from Shinji's code. He was just flattened on the ground, spamming totally pathetic, broken audio lines in pure despair. AI, the explorer still stuck in the charmed hardlock, anxiously tried to close the gap to drop a heal on Shinji-sama. However, her pathing right now only made the downed griefer look even more incredibly pathetic. A close-up camera pan on the wet puddle rendering on his pants officially cemented Yukimura Shinji's absolute trash tier status. He was completely, 100% broken, both in stats and mental, under Haruka's passive aura. Shinji violently screamed, ordering AI to mute her mic while he desperately tried to back-crawl away from Haruka's hitbox. AI spammed a pained audio cue as the toxic admin she was currently worshipping completely abused her model. Takebana Himawari scoped the girl knocked down on the stone floor and realized it was AI-chan. She spammed a shocked audio call-out, while Haruka also got completely stun-locked staring at this incredibly depressing lore drop. A quick flashback cutscene rendered, AI rocking her kendo cosmetics, dropping a bright smile and wiping her sweat after a grinding session. It was the lore of the highly motivated rookie they used to party with before she got hacked by the villain. Haruka screamed in absolute shock, realizing his old trainee had been completely hijacked and turned into a bot by Shinji's charm spell. His aggro meter instantly redlined, causing his golden aura to violently flare up again. Yukimura Shinji dropped an absolutely psycho laugh, trolling Haruka for taking so long to recognize an old friend on his FL. He stared down at AI's crawling animation with a highly diseased, victorious smirk. He moved his camera right next to AI's face, his disgusting smirk fully rendering alongside his aggressively glowing purple magic eyes. He dropped a highly toxic dialogue prompt, completely baiting Haruka to try and maximize his emotional damage. AI stared blankly at the floor, her pink eyes completely dead and AI-generated. She literally didn't trigger a single animation in response to Shinji's flame. Her character model looked like a completely formatted empty shell, 100% stripped of her original code. Namiki Haruka ground his teeth and dropped Shinji's name in chat, finally processing that the griefer used a banned magic script to totally hijack the poor girl's account. His griefing record had officially crossed into permaban territory. Shinji confirmed the exploit with a completely disgusting, smug emote, casually leaking that he was planning to run the same script on Haruka's idol, Himawari-san. He pointed right at Haruka, aggressively taunting him while completely high on his own fake admin powers. Haruka stood completely AFK, his eyes dropping to a totally depressed state upon seeing his old party's ruined saves. Himawari, standing right next to him, just looked at the floor, her heart absolutely tanking from the AI lore. A flashback cutscene played, Takebana Himawari getting completely cornered by Shinji right after he dropped the fake news about Haruka's permaban. He had actively spammed his magic on her, 100% convinced the cheese strat would guarantee a win. In the flashback lore, Takebana Himawari aggressively completely tanked Shinji's toxic chat. She 100% believed that Namiki Haruka's account wouldn't just casually get wiped like the griefer was proudly broadcasting. Yukimura Shinji flashed a highly toxic smirk, his purple eyes radiating an incredibly arrogant dark aura. He internally mouthed, complaining that his cheese strat didn't perfectly execute against the A-rank player. Yukimura Shinji flashed a completely victorious smirk, announcing he just popped his super charm, ultimate on AI, the little sister Haruka constantly carried. Meanwhile, AI was stuck in a kneeling animation, her model spamming pain emotes as the dark magic completely overwrote her inputs. Namiki Haruka stood completely AFK, his hitbox radiating absolute max-level killing intent, his eyes completely blacked out to hide his spiking aggro. In the background, Takebana Himawari aggressively spammed chat, demanding Shinji cancel the malicious script, but the griefer just stood there AFK, totally enjoying his troll play. AI's eyes suddenly flared with an incredibly cursed pink glow, a heart icon literally rendering in her pupils, absolute proof her account was 100% hijacked. She mumbled in a glitched audio state that she was ready to dump all her loot just to buff Shinji-sama. With an absolutely system-tearing shriek, AI blitzed Haruka, her avatar completely swallowed by a highly aggressive, violently blue energy aura. She threw out a heavy attack, 100% programmed to PK the guy she used to trust the most, executing the absolute worst command from her new admin. Haruka instantly popped a block, perfectly parrying AI's high DPS plunge attack, generating a small light explosion at the collision coordinates. Electrical sparks violently exploded as the two hitboxes clashed, officially kicking off an incredibly depressing PvP match between former party members. AI's facial animations were locked into absolute tryhard mode, radiating an incredibly toxic dark aura. She spammed the voice line, "I'll PK you," like a completely scripted bot, trapped inside her own character model that was being force-piloted. Haruka ground his teeth, tanking the absolutely massive frame pressure from AI's sword. He was internally stunned by the highly hacked DPS stats she was suddenly outputting. He theory-crafted whether this was her actual hidden potential, or if Shinji's magic was just aggressively overclocking her hardware to the breaking point. Takebana Himawari animation canceled into a dash to drop an assist, but Shinji's charmed mob instantly body-blocked her pathing using magic barriers. The toxic griefer just dropped a smirk, warning her not to ruin the highly cinematic family reunion event. Yukimura Shinji stood AFK in the middle of his bot farm, his eyes screaming absolute victory and toxicity as he spectated the team kill scenario. Across the room, Himawari glared at him with absolute max-level disgust, 100% ready to dump all her MP to break the magic hardlock. During the sweaty sword clash, Haruka spammed AI's name in voice chat, heavily coping that a lore trigger would reboot her corrupted AI. He only got aggressively toxic audio lines telling him to mute his mic, combined with attack patterns that were getting incredibly sweaty and lethal. AI relentlessly spammed her attack combo, forcing Haruka to actively play defense and burn stamina just to avoid proccing any damage on her model. The sheer kinetic pressure from her hitboxes caused massive screen shake, proving the completely broken DPS of a magic-buffed account. Haruka's glowing red eyes abruptly widened in pure shock as a highly familiar, incredibly playful voice line triggered right in his audio feed. He was completely stunned, recognizing Hachai's voice, and internally dropped a highly hopeful ping. "Hach, did your respawn timer finally finish?" An absolutely massive, completely new pressure aura randomly detonated, causing literal texture tearing in the skybox around the PvP zone. Blinding VFX completely deleted the smoke screen, signaling a massive server-side update was about to drastically alter the raid's outcome. Hachi officially spawned in with a completely new, god-tier cosmetic skin, her bright blue hair clipping wildly and massive, intimidating horns rendering on her head. She dropped a highly cryptic smirk, announcing she was personally intervening to assist her master in ending this absolute trash-tier lore event. Hachai's facial animations were totally locked in, her golden eyes screaming absolute confidence mixed with a slightly toxic, PvP-ready smirk. She aggressively announced in chat that it was officially her turn to DPS, promising to drop an absolute ban hammer on the griefers treating player accounts like toys. Hachai plunge attack from the skybox, flexing incredibly high-tier dragon wings and a highly detailed blue scaly tail cosmetic. Right below her coordinates, Namiki Haruka was actively burning stamina to parry AI's sword inputs. Close-up camera on Hachai, rocking a highly confident smirk and eyes completely blazing with golden fire. She looked incredibly hyped to trigger this unannounced server intervention. Shinji Yukimura's animations completely froze when an absolutely stunning dragon NPC randomly spawned in. He dropped a highly confused audio line, literally unable to process the current server event. Hacha instantly popped her destruction tier magic ultimate. Extra gift. An absolutely massive magic circle completely swallowed AI's hitbox, forcing her to spam pained audio as the mind control script was forcefully uninstalled. Haruka was completely stun-locked watching AI's model collapse after the massive magic recoil. Tear particle effects started actively rendering on his little sister's face. AI's UI finally rebooted. Her deep blue eyes were completely flooded with tears and totally lagged out. She literally had zero memory logs of why she was currently engaged in PvP with Haruka. Haruka instantly closed the gap, dropping a voice ping to check if AI's status had reverted to normal. AI weakly triggered an audio line, calling his name with an incredibly relieved emote. Haruka's facial animations completely relaxed, dropping a highly wholesome support smile seeing his old party member finally break out of the CC trap. AI was still heavily lagging, her lips moving to trigger a dialogue prompt, but her audio was completely muted by emotion. Haruka dropped a support buff, saying he was genuinely hyped to see her HP stabilize. He quickly dumped the lore that Shinji had literally hijacked her client. AI grabbed her chest, desperately trying to reset her stamina bar, clearly prepping to drop a highly critical lore dump on Haruka. In the background, Hachai flashed a highly cryptic, closed-eye smirk. This specific NPC was literally permanently equipped with a highly suspicious aura. Hachai casually walked into frame, dropping an incredibly smug emote and bragging that AI's AI reboot was 100% her carry. Haruka checked Hachai's stats and realized she had fully optimized her destruction magic to avoid dropping any friendly fire damage on AI's hitbox. The massive magic circle's VFX were still slowly despawning on the dungeon floor. It was a literal admin tier command that just bypassed all known CC mechanics. Hachai dropped a highly toxic, playful wink to confirm Haruka's chat message. She looked incredibly satisfied with her newly unlocked skill tree. Shinji's bot farm and the random lobby players were all completely AFK and stunned. They totally missed the frame data on whatever the hell just happened. Himawari Takabana, standing nearby, was also completely blue screening. Hachai's random spawn and the absolutely broken DPS she just flexed gave Himawari massive paranoia. Hachai gave absolutely zero fucks about aggro and instantly locked Haruka into a hug animation, demanding he power level her properly later as the quest reward. Haruka spammed chat, telling her to stop hard-locking his hitbox. But on the opposite side, AI's eye textures abruptly glitched, and the toxic purple glow re-rendered. AI's eyes flared with an incredibly toxic, purple dark magic glare. She aggressively dropped a dialogue prompt, demanding the ID of the beautiful female NPC, currently running romance animations with Haruka. Haruka desperately tried to type out a lore explanation, but AI's AI had already completely crashed back into berserk mode. AI white-knuckled her sword hilt, muttering highly toxic audio lines. Massive jealousy and abandonment debuffs were currently absolutely throttling her CPU. Haruka panicked and spammed AI's name when he saw her aggro meter spiking even harder than the previous phase. A violently bright green fire aura rendered around AI's model. Her max-level jealousy literally acted as the perfect catalyst to instantly reboot Shinji's cursed script. Haruka was completely stun-locked, having zero clue what the current patch notes were. Why the hell was the boss enraging harder after the dispel already proxed? A flashback cutscene triggered in AI's memory logs. She had been completely simping for Haruka's account for multiple patches now. The lore, she was walking back to her spawn point when a griefer initiated PvP, and Haruka literally frame-perfect spawned in to carry her. Because of his assist, she queued up for the dojo and aggressively grinded her stats. Haruka was the only player who consistently dropped support buffs whenever her morale tanked. But in the current meta, she felt Haruka's camera was 100% permalocked onto Himawari's avatar. When the fake news of his permaban dropped, AI felt like an absolute void had completely formatted her save file. That massive grief instantly converted into pure aggro. She spammed a highly toxic scream, absolutely refusing to accept any other female players partying up with her carry. Hachai's animations completely froze at AI's violently toxic reaction. The dragon NPC literally didn't calculate that her troll emote would trigger such a massive enraged timer. AI unsheathed her blade. Toxic green mana violently spiraled around the weapon's hitbox like a literal hurricane. Her eyes completely lost their tracking, 100% hard-locked onto Hachai as the primary raid target. AI initiated a completely unhinged attack string. Haruka was forced to burn stamina to perfect parry the strike literally right in front of Hachai's hitbox. The collision generated an incredibly massive pressure wave, forcing Haruka to grind his teeth. AI's DPS was now heavily multiplied by her enrage buff. She screamed an incredibly toxic voice line, swearing she would permanently blacklist both of their accounts. The sword model vibrated violently under the massive mana load. Standing AFK in the backline, Shinji Yukimura rendered a highly victorious smirk. He had successfully data mined AI's absolute critical weak point. He dropped the lore that his charm script received massive DPS multipliers whenever the host processed highly toxic, negative emotes. It literally hard-coded itself into the user's registry like an unpatchable virus. Haruka glared at Shinji with an absolutely lethal aggro meter. He blatantly flamed the griefer in all chat for treating player accounts like disposable toys. Shinji dropped an incredibly degenerate, toxic smirk. He clenched his fist, 100% prepped to execute an even more violently abusive version of his mind control macro. Namiki Haruka ground his teeth while aggressively parrying AI's attack strings. He absolutely couldn't throw out counterattacks, terrified of dropping critical damage on his sister's already debuffed avatar. Haruka's eyes were screaming massive anxiety. He was desperately theory-crafting an exploit to save AI's account without having to initiate full PvP. Yukimura Shinji laughed like an absolute psycho, highly entertained watching the friendly fire event. He was completely hyped that his incredibly toxic griefing strat was executing perfectly. Hachi spammed an angry audio cue to try and interrupt the troll sequence. In the background, the other lobby players were also getting heavily CC'd by the dark aura. Himawari Takebana blitzed forward like a literal speed hacker, her sword model completely glowing. She was 100% locked in to instantly permaban Shinji and end the event. The magic ring's rendering on Shinji's character model completely shattered under the massive pressure from Himawari's attack. This was the primary mana battery feeding his cursed scripts. Himawari threw out an incredibly high DPS slash aimed right at the griefer's hitbox. Shinji panicked and backdashed to perfectly iframe the razor-sharp sword arc. Himawari clicked her tongue, realizing the hit registration was way too shallow. She still hadn't managed to one-shot the boss's HP bar. Shinji stared at his actively bleeding hand with an absolutely tilted expression. Bright red blood pixels were rapidly dripping onto the freezing dungeon floor. He discarded the broken ring polygons and dropped a highly toxic, cold snort. The griefer's arrogant AI was still completely maxed out despite taking chip damage. Himawari aggressively spammed voice chat, ordering Shinji to immediately cancel his trash-tier griefing. However, the bastard completely ignored the admin warning. Shinji flashed a highly corrupted smirk, dropping the dialogue that his AI was literally programmed to never yield. He even threw a toxic insult at Himawari for having a female character model. He instantly popped his ultimate ability, Extreme Charm. A violently dense purple aura detonated, rendering incredibly grotesque, tracking tentacles. The magic tentacles aggressively animated, radiating an absolutely suffocating pressure aura. They looked like toxic snakes, 100% primed to grapple the target hitbox. The tentacles aggressively hard-locked onto AI's character model, forcing her to trigger a highly pained audio scream. The cursed script once again violently injected itself into her root directory. Both Haruka and Himawari completely dropped their inputs, utterly horrified by the absolutely cursed cinematic rendering in front of them. They spammed AI's name in dead chat. Shinji dropped his tongue in a completely degenerate emote, issuing a hard command for AI to dump all her stats and permanently become his inventory item. AI's avatar was physically hoisted into the skybox by the violently purple tentacles. She completely lost all iframes against the overwhelmingly broken pressure of the curse. Shinji laughed like a complete maniac, 100% drowning in his own toxic power fantasy. He seriously thought he had unlocked admin privileges to rewrite other players' saves. Haruka stood completely AFK, his sword model violently shaking from max-level aggro. He watched the entire cutscene play out, but couldn't spot a single pixel-perfect window to interrupt the grapple. Haruka screamed in absolute fury, dropping a hard command for Shinji to instantly cancel the grapple on AI. His eyes started aggressively flaring with the red aura of an incoming banhammer. Completely ignoring the threat, Shinji kept actively tightening the tentacle hitboxes around AI's avatar, totally uncaring that she was rapidly losing HP in pure agony. He dropped the lore that AI's highly toxic emotes, like pure hatred and tilt, were literally the most optimal mana batteries to overclock his magic scripts. Shinji whispered highly cursed dialogue, actively attempting to gaslight AI into deleting her own save file and permanently binding her account to his. AI's eye textures completely broke. She weakly triggered an accept prompt to the villain's commands while stuck in a heavily lagged, half-DC'd state. The magic tentacles violently glowed as the psychological hack hit 100% completion. An incredibly toxic, dark aura completely swallowed the debuffed girl. The script's output was so insanely high it literally started warping the rendering geometry of the zone. AI's account was now nothing more than an AFK bot for him to pilot. Himawari covered her mouth, completely stun-locked by the incredibly brutal format of AI's account. She literally couldn't process how a player's data could be corrupted so fast. AI's head slumped, saliva rendering from her mouth as she completely lost all AI logic. This entire cutscene was an absolute horrifying nightmare to spectate. Haruka and Hachai stood by, glaring at Shinji with absolutely maxed-out disgust. They realized this player was literally a malware virus wearing a human skin. Hachai analyzed the combat logs and dropped the intel that Shinji was literally leeching AI's most toxic debuffs to directly buff his own base stats. Haruka was completely blue-screened hearing that drop. He realized that if the timer went on too long, AI's data would be permanently corrupted with zero chance of an account recovery. Shinji tilted his camera to the skybox, completely high on the new stat buffs aggressively injecting into his code like an illegal macro. Himawari couldn't tank the griefing for a single frame longer. She blitzed forward, sword drawn, screaming in voice chat that he needed to stop treating player accounts like disposable toys. Shinji dropped an arrogant smirk and instantly cast High Gravity Banishment Extreme. An absolutely massive gravitational AoE instantly flattened the entire zone. Himawari animation stalled, her eyes bugging out in pure shock as her avatar's weight stat randomly multiplied. She literally couldn't input a single movement frame. The gravitational pressure was so incredibly broken that Himawari was forced into a crouching animation. She realized that even though they shared the A-rank tier, Shinji's actual DPS was on a completely different hacked level. She aggressively spammed movement inputs, but her stamina was completely drained. Himawari knew she absolutely had to zero his HP bar, or the entire server was getting wiped right here. Haruka spammed a worried ping for Himawari when he saw her get completely hard-locked by the gravity debuff. He wanted to dash in for an assist, but the aggro was currently extremely volatile. Shinji laughed like a psycho, claiming this was the absolutely optimal game-over screen for anyone trying to grief his run. He was completely drowning in his own toxic ego. Haruka closed the gap, his boots heavily colliding with the stone geometry. He seemed absolutely immune to the incredibly heavy gravity debuff currently flattening the rest of the lobby. Shinji snapped his camera to Himawari, dropping an incredibly toxic line blaming her spawn for completely triggering AI's absolutely tragic bad ending. Takebana Himawari desperately struggled against the incredibly heavy gravity debuff, her character model completely drenched in sweat from the intense stamina drain. Yukimura Shinji camped the high ground, dropping a highly toxic laugh and challenging her to trigger a kneeling animation and beg for a revive. Shinji raised his hand, fully stacked with magic ring cosmetics, as violently purple magic circles started rapidly detonating in the zone. He dropped an absolutely psycho laugh, charging his ultimate execution strike while broadcasting an incredibly arrogant voice line. Himawari ground her teeth, her facial animations screaming in pure agony as the massive gravity multiplier actively crushed her hitbox. She was completely hard-locked, only able to spam weak, pained audio cues in this absolutely doomed scenario. The highly toxic purple mana from Shinji's tentacles aggressively converged, rendering a blinding pillar of light that started completely deleting the floor geometry. The entire server instance violently shook under the sheer DPS of the Dark Magic Ultimate. Yukimura Shinji suddenly animation canceled, his eyes darting suspiciously as his radar pinged a completely uncalculated RNG variable. He glared intensely into the despawned smoke slowly clearing right in front of his coordinates. A player model casually walked out of the debris, their boots triggering heavy impact audio on the shattered stone tiles. Namiki Haruka pushed forward with absolute iron resolve, completely ignoring the massive gravity debuff currently blanketing the zone. Haruka body blocked right in front of Himawari, his entire avatar violently glowing with an incredibly high-tier blue-white energy aura. He stood perfectly upright, flexing a power level that completely shattered the data-mined limits of everyone in the lobby. Himawari's eyes bugged out in pure shock, staring at Haruka's incredibly solid back hitbox currently tanking the aggro for her. She was absolutely mind-blown that he was casually iframing a top-tier magic ultimate like it was a tutorial attack. Haruka stood right in the center of a massive crater, squaring off against Shinji and the currently CC'd AI. He locked his crosshair dead onto the griefer's eyes, dropping a hard admin command for him to instantly cancel his psychotic griefing script. Himawari just stared blankly, her facial animations completely stun-locked by the unfolding server event. The floating debris polygons in the background were massive red flags that an incredibly high-pressure magic aura was currently hard-locking the battlefield. AI looked absolutely pathetic. Her eyes were completely dead from the mind control debuff, and her saliva textures were actively dripping. Namiki Haruka's audio spiked, aggressively reminding the griefer that he had just openly flamed the highest priority NPCs on his friend list. Haruka's eyes violently flared with the red aura of absolute maximum aggro. He dropped a server-wide broadcast, 100% confirming he would never drop aggro on a player who intentionally griefed his party members. Yukimura Shinji laughed like a complete maniac, literally unable to process the incoming audio logs. He aggressively trolled in chat, asking why an absolute scrub, low-level, like Haruka was desperately trying to trigger the hero cutscene. He kept spamming toxic emotes, labeling Haruka a massive hypocrite just playing the good guy roleplay. In the background, Haruka just stood AFK with his sword equipped, completely filtering out the low-tier flame. Shinji screamed that Haruka's cosmetic vibe literally made him want to vomit. A highly toxic purple mana aura started violently rendering from his hand, 100% prepped to throw out a completely suicidal ultimate. A violently explosive purple magic blast detonated, aggressively launching all the background geometry into the skybox. The attack's DPS looked like it was programmed to instantly permaban anyone caught in its massive AoE. But Haruka's hitbox stood completely immobile, perfectly body-blocking for Himawari in the backline. She could only spam his username in absolute shock, totally mind-blown that his HP bar didn't even drop a single pixel. Realizing his nuke registered 0 damage, Shinji aggressively clicked his tongue in chat. His incredibly arrogant, victorious smirk finally started glitching into visible panic. The psycho griefer doubled down, aggressively spamming a massive wave of magic circles straight from his hands. He violently screamed, dropping a hard command for Haruka to immediately trigger a kneel animation. An incredibly bright blue aura detonated from Haruka, completely nullifying and deleting the toxic purple magic pressure. He just casually stood his ground while shattered stone polygons violently exploded around his hitbox. Shinji's eyes bugged out, sweat aggressively pouring down his character model. He literally couldn't decode why his magic scripts were returning 0 damage against a player he had firmly tagged as absolute trash. Haruka's eyes completely froze over, staring directly into the enemy's camera. He dropped an incredibly toxic, sarcastic ping in chat about the absolutely pathetic 0 DPS inputs the griefer had been spamming all fight. Shinji officially hit maximum panic mode. He screamed and dumped 100% of his MP bar into one final, desperate ultimate. An absolutely colossal magic circle rendered right over his coordinates. He popped his high-gravity banishment extreme ultimate, cranking the gravitational pressure debuff to the absolute hard cap. A violently bright purple light completely swallowed the entire PvP zone. The insanely broken DPS completely shattered the floor, ripping up massive chunks of geometry. Giant boulders were violently launched into the air under the sheer, unadulterated pressure of Shinji's magic. A massive, deep crater randomly rendered right in the dead center of the arena. While every other player was completely flattened by the debuff, Haruka stood perfectly upright, body-blocking Himawari without dropping a single pixel of health. Shinji went completely berserk, aggressively spamming even more magic directly into the crater. He was violently screaming, desperately trying to bury Haruka's hitbox at any cost to wipe his own massive fear debuff. Haruka casually raised his hand, instantly parrying and deleting the highly toxic purple mana stream. Violently red lightning started aggressively arcing around his arm, acting as a massive red flag that a brutal counterattack was queued up. Close-up camera on Haruka's face. His killing intent was actively generating a visible aura. His violently glowing red eyes were absolute proof his patience meter for this griefer had officially hit 0. Shinji's jaw hit the floor in pure terror. He literally couldn't process the frames showing his highest DPS ultimate getting casually swiped away. His facial textures completely paled as the fear debuff maxed out. Hachi camped the sideline, dropping a highly proud smirk. The NPC casually dropped a chat line confirming that this was exactly the broken power scaling her master was supposed to flex. Haruka walked right up the debris pile, his camera angling down at Shinji with a completely freezing glare. He dropped a hard admin order for the griefer to instantly cancel his totally suicidal troll strat. Completely cornered, Shinji dropped to absolute bottom-tier toxicity, manually grabbing AI's hitbox to use as a meat shield. He spammed magic tentacles to actively choke her avatar, screaming like a low-level mob backed into a corner. Himawari completely panicked, reaching her hand out to try and interrupt the animation. She was terrified the griefer would actually trigger a team kill in his desperate state. Shinji laughed like a complete psycho, his tongue clipping in a highly degenerate emote. He dropped a server broadcast, announcing he was about to actively delete Haruka's highest-value inventory item right in front of his camera. A violently red lightning streak frame-skipped so fast it literally didn't render. Shinji's animation completely stalled. He stood there totally confused, failing to process the missing frames as Haruka's hitbox instantly vanished from its previous coordinates. An arm violently launched into the skybox alongside an equipped sword, spraying bright red blood pixels everywhere. Haruka had already spawned right behind his back hitbox, dropping a freezing audio line tagging him as the actual villain. Haruka stood AFK with his back turned, his character model aggressively sparking with red lightning. Right under his boots was Shinji's completely severed arm polygon, alongside his primary weapon just lying as dropped loot on the floor. Shinji's facial geometry completely warped from the absolute maximum pain and shock debuffs. His CPU was still violently lagging, unable to process the server log confirming he just got heavily maimed in a single microsecond. Blood aggressively started fountain spraying from the open wound. Shinji was completely stun-locked, staring at his missing arm hitbox. His audio input was just unreadable stuttering, his account completely crashing into maximum panic mode. An absolutely soul-tearing scream completely shattered the dungeon's audio mix. Shinji violently collapsed, aggressively clutching his bleeding wound while a massive blood pool rendered across the freezing stone tiles. He spammed pathetic crying audio, aggressively groaning about his deleted arm asset. His massive ego from earlier was now completely formatted into a totally pathetic, 0 HP state. Hachi stared down at the violently writhing male character model with an absolutely max-level disgust emote. To her, this trash-tier griefer wasn't worth burning another single frame of processing power on. The raid party members, including Ayaka, were all camping the backline, their cameras completely stun-locked. Shinji's pathetic screaming audio was just endlessly looping in the zone. Tears and snot completely ruined Shinji's facial textures. He glared at Haruka with an incredibly toxic mix of pure aggro and maxed-out fear. He spammed crying audio, demanding to know why Haruka dropped such an incredibly brutal PK on his account. The only response was a completely dead, freezing glare from Haruka's violently glowing red eyes. His character model literally didn't flinch at the enemy's pathetic display. Even after taking the massive L, Shinji desperately tried to cope using old patch notes. He quietly mumbled that Haruka was still just a trash-tier level 100 scrub, nothing more. Haruka slowly closed the gap, his massive shadow completely swallowing the violently shaking griefer on the floor. The passive pressure aura was so heavy Shinji's camera was literally forced to point down. An absolutely blinding aura randomly detonated around Haruka's character model. He coldly dropped the actual lore leak that completely flatlined Shinji's brain. His true level stat was currently sitting at 6,000. Shinji's eyes bugged out, his jaw completely unhinged as his audio input failed from pure shock. The number 6000 acted like a literal critical execution strike, completely deleting the last microscopic pixel of his ego. Haruka calmly stared down at the completely defeated griefer currently flattened on the floor. The event was officially over. Server justice had finally been enforced via Haruka's absolutely broken power scaling. The PvP instance officially ended. Namaki Haruka stood AFK, scanning the completely ruined arena geometry. He dropped a ping for Hatcha to spam a healing spell on the downed griefer, just to prevent his account from instantly wiping. Hatchai confirmed the command with a completely deadpan emote, absolutely zero hesitation in her inputs. In her code, the master's voice command was the absolute highest priority override. The elf-like NPC dropped a heavy sigh emote, internally logging that if it was Haruka's main quest, she'd execute it. Her eyes still aggressively flared with disgust at having to waste MP healing a trash-tier player like Shinji. Outside the dungeon instance, the medical support guild was fully prepped to accept the incoming damaged players. The support players rapidly moved their stretcher assets into the zone to extract the injured adventurers. AI received instant healing buffs from the medical NPCs. Her avatar still looked incredibly lagged out after finally dropping Shinji's hacked charm debuff. AI was loaded onto the stretcher asset, her character model completely covered by a blanket cosmetic. The entire lobby was going full tryhard to make sure absolutely zero unexpected wipes happened. Himawari camped the stretcher, staring at AI's model with a highly anxious expression. Her internal CPU was still actively trying to process the completely chaotic event logs she just witnessed. Suddenly, AI weakly opened her eyes and triggered Himawari's name in voice chat. Her facial animations clearly rendered a massive guilt debuff for all the friendly fire she dropped while her AI was hijacked. Tear particles aggressively rolled down AI's cheeks as she desperately tried to force out a genuine apology prompt. She was carrying a massive regret debuff for letting her account get turned into a bot to grief her own party. Himawari gently closed her eyes, actively suppressing the massive emotional chaos in her own logs. She completely understood that the friendly fire event was 100% not AI's fault. The female knight dropped a highly wholesome support smile, firmly holding AI's hand to buff her morale. She dropped a voice line telling her junior not to sweat the logs and just focus on AFK regenerating her HP. AI panned her camera over to Haruka, who was currently standing AFK in the background. She mumbled a quiet, "Thanks for the carry," to Haruka for literally saving her account from a permaban again. Inside the temporary safe zone, AI was finally AFK on the bed asset, but kept aggressively spamming apology lines in chat. Himawari and Haruka were camping her spawn, creating an incredibly rare, low-aggro environment. Haruka dropped a ping for Himawari to initiate the fast travel sequence for AI so she could get proper high-tier healing buffs. He confirmed he was going to hold his spawn here for a bit to finish clearing his active quest log. Himawari stood AFK in the massive lobby, her facial animations completely locked into a heavy thinking state. The ambient siren audio looping in the background acted as a massive lore reminder of how incredibly sweaty this dungeon actually was. Haruka closed the gap and dropped a quick HP check on her account. He was actively paranoid that Himawari might have tanked some hidden damage from that massive magic explosion earlier. She dropped a small smile, confirming her HP was 100% full, and threw him a quick thanks in chat. Her camera angle on Haruka was now actively rendering a new layer of absolute respect mixed with heavy curiosity about his new stats. Catching her emote, Haruka gently closed his eyes and dropped a massive sigh of relief. Confirming his entire friend list was safe, and online was literally his absolute highest priority quest right now. Himawari stepped into his hitbox range, her bright blue eyes locking dead onto Haruka's camera. She dropped the HP check ping one more time just to 100% confirm he didn't have any hidden debuffs. He fired back a nod with an incredibly confident smirk rendering on his face. Haruka confirmed his status was absolutely flawless and told her to stop stressing over his logs. The female knight dropped a small smile, her facial animations clearly showing a massive relief buff. She internally spammed thanks that Haruka managed to spawn in on the exact frame to carry the raid. Himawari suddenly completely lit up, surrounded by an incredibly sparkly, euphoric aura VFX. She was absolutely hyping the fact that she had Haruka carrying her party during the literal life-or-death survival phase. She cheerfully broadcasted in chat that it was an absolute god-tier drop to see him still online and safe. The flashback of Himawari's incredibly bright smile violently re-rendered in Haruka's internal memory logs. Haruka stared directly into her camera. His violently red eyes had completely dropped their aggro and were now heavily softened. He suddenly had a massive lore realization of exactly how top-tier Himawari's account was to him. He white-knuckled a small loot item in his hand, internally locking in that she was his absolute main buff, and the specific NPC he 100% wanted to body block for. An incredibly massive resolve buff clearly rendered across Haruka's facial geometry. Hachai camped the backline, spectating the entire romance cutscene with a highly cryptic smirk. The elf NPC was clearly incredibly entertained by the active stat progression in the relationship between her admin and the night girl. She dropped a highly toxic, teasing ping in chat, noting that Haruka's morale meter was currently spiking. Haruka violently flinched, turning his camera and aggressively waving his hands to cancel her troll emotes. Suddenly, a random mob of explorers from the raid party triggered their sprint animations right toward their coordinates. They were spamming loud audio cues, completely interrupting the highly private, low-aggro cutscene. Raid leader Ishihara Katsuhiko initiated dialogue, dropping a massive "thanks for the carry" to Haruka for the Orochi assist. Haruka awkwardly waved his hands, humbly passing the credit, claiming it was 100% just good party synergy. Katsuhiko excitedly leaked the server logs, confirming the raid successfully wiped 3 out of the 6 heads on the colossal Orochi boss. He aggressively hyped this up as an absolutely massive progression milestone for the entire server. The veteran explorer slightly closed his eyes, his facial animations rendering deep thought as he brought up the lore that they finally successfully banned the griefer Shinji Yukimura. Server stability was officially restored in the dungeon zone. Katsuhiko dropped the intel that he just got a direct ping from the Adventurer Guild admins. The official order was to instantly extract the surviving lobby members back to the safe zone to AFK and upload their combat logs. A low-level party member from the raid squad rushed into frame, aggressively spamming compliments about Haruka's completely broken DPS. He yelled in voice chat that watching Haruka literally casually one-shot Orochi was absolutely unreal frame data. The young player was so hyped his character model literally rendered goosebumps while recapping the boss fight. Haruka just spammed the wave emote, getting a minor cringe debuff from the incredibly sweaty fanboying. Hachi abruptly hijacked the audio mix, dropping an incredibly playful Master Tilda voice line. She absolutely refused to miss the chance to remind him that she accidentally scored an assist on one of Orochi's tails and aggressively demanded her loot drop. Katsuhiko locked onto Haruka with an incredibly high-respect glare and formally requested his character name again. He wanted to officially log the exact ID of the player who literally saved the server. Haruka stood perfectly upright, loudly broadcasting his ID, Namiki Haruka. His eyes were completely radiating the absolute confidence of a player who had 100% optimized his new hacked stat build. Hearing the ID drop, Katsuhiko and the entire surrounding lobby literally dropped their jaws in pure shock. They absolutely couldn't process how a supposedly trash-tier level 100 scrub managed to execute such insanely god-tier mechanics. Haruka awkwardly triggered his head-scratch animation, seeing the lobby's massively over-the-top reaction. He internally noted that he probably needed to heavily throttle his DPS flexing to avoid pulling unnecessary server aggro. The Explorer lobby started aggressively spamming the chat, theory-crafting how an absolute low-level account randomly spiked to god-tier DPS. A few toxic players even started whispering accusations, claiming he must have used exploits to boost his stats. Himawari noticed the lobby's chat getting highly toxic and instantly stepped up to drop an admin warning. She ordered them to stop spamming disrespectful flame at the player who literally just carried the entire raid and saved their accounts. Katsuhiko completely muted the toxic chat and once again dropped a highly formal "thanks" emote to Haruka. He announced the raid guild was 100% going to wire him an absolutely massive loot payout for his god-tier carry today. Namiki Haruka's facial animations completely glitched into pure shock at the totally random trade offer. He literally couldn't believe his audio feed when asked if he actually wanted to accept the massive quest reward. Hachai's Haruka-sama audio cue aggressively spiked with massive hype, the syllables completely stretched out in a highly playful emote. It was an absolute broadcast of her completely unfiltered excitement. Haruka was totally stunned and confused, wondering why Hatcha was suddenly spamming such highly romanticized audio lines. Standing right next to his hitbox, Himawari also rendered a highly confused question mark emote. Hatcha dropped her stealth cloak's skin, her eyes aggressively flaring with an incredibly sharp, loot-hungry glare. She dropped a hard confirm in chat that this specific drop was exactly what she had been aggressively grinding for. Namiki Haruka violently snapped his camera over to track Hatchai's pointing animation. He dropped a confused emote when his crosshair locked onto a massive stack of hidden loot items rendering in a dark corner of the zone. It was a massive stack of wooden crates, absolutely maxed out with high-concentration alcohol consumables. This was the exact loot table Hatcha was completely obsessed with and wanted to get permanently drunk on. Namiki Haruka dropped a small, knowing smirk, completely decoding Hatchai's highly suspicious strat. In the background, the elf NPC triggered a jump animation, absolutely hyped that she finally secured her ultimate loot drop. The duo aggressively speedwalked straight through the dungeon's exit portal, officially leaving the dark zone and all its toxic aggro behind. The blinding light from the portal officially signaled the quest complete screen for this incredibly chaotic raid. Namiki Haruka triggered a stretch animation and took a deep breath, totally enjoying the massive relief buff of finally logging back into the overworld. Hatch tailed him closely, aggressively spamming compliments about her admin's absolutely top-tier DPS execution. Hatchai dropped a quick lore reminder that the specific NPC Haruka was simping for wasn't currently in their party. She leaked the info that Himawari Takebana opted to stay AFK in the zone to drop support buffs for the remaining raid members. Camping under an incredibly vibrant, deep-red sunset skybox, Namiki Haruka went completely AFK in deep thought. He internally processed the lore that constantly spamming support for other players was literally hard-coded into Himawari Takebana's top-tier AI. Namiki Haruka rendered an incredibly wholesome smile and firmly announced his main quest was to become an absolutely unbreakable tank to permanently support her account. Hatch spectated her admin's hitbox with a highly knowing glare, 100% decoding his internal romance logs. A pair of heavy explorer boots triggered solid impact audio on the dirt, aggressively clipping right toward their coordinates. The perfectly synced footsteps completely shattered the low-aggro ambient noise of the post-raid environment. Kyogoku Ayaka spawned into the zone, rocking an incredibly professional cosmetic set with the official Blue Guild hat. She dropped Namiki Haruka's ID in voice chat and formally requested to open a private dialogue window to discuss a highly critical questline.